short ball, Raven moves back and falls fiercely past square leg. So this is cricket.
Victory to the Australians by 8 wickets.
He's got him! Got him! Down! He's got 2! Beautifully caught!
He's done it.
That is an excellent 100. The last ball, can you believe that?
G'day everybody, welcome to the Sydney Cricket Ground. A glorious day, hot and getting hotter over the next couple of days. What an evening we had yesterday. We've got Friday on our mind because the game was blown open late last night by the Australian new ball. Alongside me are Michael Clark and Shane Warne. Welcome fellas, the second day of this final test match, and it dawns with much excitement ahead of us.
Oh yeah, thrilling, especially that last little bit last night. It's a thrilling day ahead.
Yeah, and a stunning performance by that new ball. I mean, it tells you, take that new ball, things can happen.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's that type of pitch as well. Generally in Australia, the new ball is what you have to maximise. And I think we saw yesterday that this pitch is no different at the SCG. It's a new ball wicket. You've got to look to take wickets, whether you bowl first or bowl second. I'm sure Australia, when they're batting, they'll feel the same, that we just got to prevent losing wickets against the new ball, and then we've got a great surface for batting on.
I've been surprised at how many people I've spoken to last night and first team this morning hadn't even clicked into what happened in the last 5 minutes of play. So let's show you. Firstly, Joe Root against the new ball. Mitchell Stark.
Yeah, look, Joe Root will be disappointed. I felt for Joe Root yesterday. I thought he played well. He had a little bit of luck and deserved that. You can see how distraught he was yesterday. It's a half volley leg stump. He's got to be better than that. You know, he's hit that half volley straight to square leg at a crucial time in the game. He needed to be there overnight, not out. And then Johnny Bairstow right there at the end as well, playing a big cover drive. Was not exactly what England wanted, but well bowled by Australia.
Yeah, it changes the day, really. I think at 3 down, it's England's day. But 5 down, different game. I think it's Australia's day yesterday. I think those 2 wickets make a massive difference to this test match.
And the surprise to a lot of people was that England didn't send in a night watchman. They'd had Mason Crane, the newbie, padded up, but at the last minute, Johnny Bairstow came in, a decision that you approve of.
Yeah, look, I have no issue whatsoever with sending a night watchman in if the batsman wants it. But last night, Johnny Bairstow decided he wanted to go out. There was 8-9 deliveries left, and a couple of overs to go. I don't mind that decision. What I have, I suppose, objected to was the shots that were played. Johnny Bairstow played a couple of huge cover drives. He likes to feel bat on ball. He likes to play. So, yes, you can say it didn't work. Why wouldn't you set a night watchman? Because he got out. I like that decision, that aggressive approach, because if he gets through that night, he bats away in the sunshine. And yes, you could say he could come out tonight, but having said that, he could easily get that same delivery this morning. Absolutely no issue whatsoever. So I have no problem with what England did last night.
If you'd been in the England dressing room as captain, would you have sent out a night watchman?
I would have, yeah. And it was tough because Joe Root was batting. He was the man out, so he didn't have the opportunity to talk to the coach or the vice captain or to the next batsman. So it seems to me that the coach and the vice captain have asked Johnny Bairstow what he wants, and as Warnie said, he's made a decision and they've backed that judgment. And I agree, it's the shot selection that's the biggest issue for mine. But for me, I think with not many balls to go, the fact we had weather around, the fact it's a new ball pitch, you could see on that footage looking at those 2 dismissals that half the pitch was covered in shade as well. So I definitely would have went for the night watchman. And the other thing about a night watchman, if they can get through last night, their role's just as important today in the first 5 or 10 overs. If they can help get through this second new ball, that then frees Bairstow, Ali and those players up to play their natural game.
OK, we may well touch upon that as the morning progresses. But in the meantime, we've got Nathan Lyon mic'd up. Lino, have you got us?
Yeah, hi Mark.
How are you?
Yeah, well, how are you?
I'm good. I think you guys were just beside yourselves in the dressing room late last night.
Yeah, it was a good late reward. I thought the bowlers actually put in a pretty good effort majority of the day. It's a pretty good wicket, but to get those late wickets, especially Joe Root and then Johnny Bairstow, was pretty special.
There hadn't been much in it for you throughout the day. Pitch a bit slower, perhaps, than expected. It was hard graft.
Yeah, it certainly was. But there's a lot more in it than what the MCG offered. So that's a positive sign. But we just got to bowl well this morning in partnerships again and challenge our defence again, and hopefully get into the tail nice and early.
Were you surprised, Nathan, that Johnny Bairstow came out last night? Did you expect to see a night watchman?
Yeah, I did, because I know when our batters get scared, I get sent out there. So, but I definitely would have had the pads on and walked out to the middle there. I don't know how long I would have lasted, but yeah, I'm surprised that Johnny come out, but I'm quite happy he did in the end result.
What about when you're bowling? As you said, there's a little bit more on the pitch. Was there a little bit of natural variation yesterday too? The odd one seemed to really grip, and then the odd one seemed to go a bit straight, but there's a bit of bounce and a bit of pace in it for you too on day one.
Yeah, there's a lot more than MCG, but I was trying to bowl a few more cross seams to these guys as well, and ended up getting a couple of bite there nicely. But yeah, I was pretty happy with the way they come out, and to hold up one end and hopefully rotate our quicks with the other end was an important role for me to play yesterday.
Yep. Yeah, Lino, a lot of confidence shown in Steve Smith bringing you on straight away. That must be helping the way you feel. And I guess this Sydney SCG pitch, is this what you remember the Sydney Cricket Ground being like? Even, seeing some turn yesterday, you've got that bounce, but there's some dry patches out on that pitch now. I'd assume it's going to spin even more as the game goes on.
Yeah, I think with the new curators, Adam and Justin, I think they've done a pretty good job. I reckon the ground looks fantastic, Nick. Yeah, I'm expecting the wicket to spin a lot more as the game goes on. I'm surprised it didn't spin a little bit more with the amount of tackiness yesterday in the wicket, but I'm pretty happy with especially the likes of Mitchell Stark's footmarks, especially this end I'm standing at.
Okay, just a question about that outfield. Actually, while we've got you, the guy's falling, and Usman, and I mean, what's the problem there?
They landed on their knee and not on their hip. I didn't have a problem. I'll probably jinx myself now, but I didn't have a problem sliding on it. Yeah, so I think the outfield's in great nick. I think the whole venue looks an absolute picture. So I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest.
Okay, mate, can I take you back to the start of the day? Difficult to break through the England players. You get a couple out mid-20s, Cook out late 30s. It shows it's a day of patience, isn't it, with the ball?
Yeah, definitely. When we spoke about that, if we can build maidens together and challenge the English defence, and hopefully we'll draw a couple of false shots. I know Pat got a couple of nice early breakthrough there for us, but they probably weren't his best balls of the summer. But we just got those wickets through patience and bowling good balls to their batters.
Well, the quickies sort of thought it was a little bit too paced as well, because there's a bit of tennis ball-y bounce yesterday. So what was their sort of message? Cross the seam, bowl a bit straight. That was the sort of plan yesterday. They stayed pretty patient yesterday too.
Yeah, we spoke about it, especially off the back of Melbourne, about just bowling partnerships and trying to block the scoring and challenge these guys' defences as much as we can. There was a little bit tennis ball bouncy yesterday, but we saw with Mitch Stark bowling last night, he got a couple of kiss off the wicket, nice and quick with the harder ball. So hopefully Mitch and Josh and Pat can get a couple of nice ones this morning.
We saw Mitch struggling a bit. We've got the Gatorade tracker on him. Is he all right? Is he pulled up okay?
Yeah, no, I think both his calves were cramping, as were mine. So it was pretty. When you have 2-3 hour sessions, it becomes a pretty long day. So yeah, I think he's fine. He's bowling quite nicely here at the moment, and he swung that new ball last night. So yeah, I think he's recovered well, got some treatment, and hopefully he's right to go this morning.
He covered 19 Ks, mate, and that's going to take a lot out of anybody, particularly as he bowls with such pace. On a slowish pitch, of course, he takes the pitch out of the game, and that swing with the new ball, that is encouraging for you this morning.
Yeah, definitely. The way Josh and Mitch started yesterday with the second new ball was exceptional, so fingers crossed they can come out here with the ball's obviously still brand new. It's only, 2 overs old, so hopefully the boys can get in the right areas and get a couple of nice nicks for us, and hopefully our drippers are ready for us.
What's the plan to the tail? More of the same, plenty of chin music, knock them over cheap, or you're going to actually pitch a couple up at the stumps occasionally too? What's the plan?
I don't expect to see too many pitched up, to be honest. I don't think I'll be getting much of a bowl unless they get in. So yeah, it's exciting. It's worked this summer. So yeah, I can't see the plan changing too much.
Yeah, looking forward to that. It should be good fun to watch.
Great to talk to you, Nathan. Thanks for your time. Good fun. Have a good day.
Cheers, thanks guys.
Let's go straight to that England batting card and remind us where we are, because 5 for 233 could so easily have been 3 for 233. Where do you put the balance of the game, guys? Michael is suggesting it's now Australia's.
Oh yeah, I'm with Michael 100%. I think at 3 for 233, England have had a fantastic day. Those last 2 wickets being the 2 wickets they were too, probably their two best batsmen, Root and Bairstow, I think it swings a lot in Australia's favour. And then when you look at what's to come, Mo and Ali, who's really struggled in this series, and then Broad in next, and then Mason Crane on debut, and then Jimmy Anderson. I think the Australian bowlers, I'll be surprised if they don't just blow them away and bowl them out for less than 300. So I think Australia are in the box seat.
Yeah, I think you got Mitchell Starc back into the attack as well. I feel like they missed him in Melbourne because of that extra speed through the air. So even if it doesn't swing, Mitchell Starc will scare the tail.
Yeah.
I think he's he regularly, doesn't matter what form of the game, as soon as from number 6 and 7 come in, he's as dangerous as anybody.
And he picks up a few yards too.
Yeah.
Like as soon as the tail comes in, he goes from like 140 to up around 150 straight away. And he get that beak and just hones in onto the stumps when he bowls a good short ball. So
On the radar.
Look
All right,
out.
guys, thank you. Great stuff. We're going to take a short break. On our way there, there's a market update with Bill Baxter and Bet365.
Thank you, Mark. A day one full of ebbs and flows, and the market moved accordingly before settling pretty much where it began. Australia still $1.61 to win after their late fight back. England looking to repeat their 2011 victory at the SCG, $4.50. Same price the draw with sunny skies overhead. With a loss of 2 wickets very late on day one, England will be looking to stabilise and build towards 350. They resume on 5 for 233 with a line at 338.5. So take your pick, $1.90 to each that mark. England needs Dawood Malan to stick around and repeat his century from Perth. He starts again today on 55 not out and is $3.20 to score a century or more in the first innings. And it's an interesting contest for the current innings top batsman. Joe Root, dismissed for 81, is your favourite at $1.80. Malan at the crease on 55, $1.90, with Moeen Ali almost certain to join him next. For that market and more, go to bet365.com.au and please gamble responsibly.
Excitement of the first wicket at the Sydney Cricket Ground yesterday morning, understandable not just from Steve Smith but all around this ground. Huge crowd here yesterday, as there will be today and tomorrow. Tickets are sold out. Fantastic weather and the game fascinatingly poised. Now we've got a couple of our guys, Michael Slater and Mark Taylor, over at the CommBank Analyzer, and some thoughts on a couple of those English batsmen.
Thank you, Mark. Well, as illustrated last night with those couple of late wickets to Australia, it's been a bit of a frustrating time for the England batsmen in this series. I want to spend a little bit of time today to talk about James Vince and Mark Stoneman, Michael Slater, who to me look like pretty good players.
I reckon they're in good shape at the crease and they've been able to bat well and long for some periods, but haven't gone on to get that big score. But I agree, they look the goods and they've got a big future.
Well, let's see what they've done, the Australian bowlers, particularly to Mark Stoneman. They've really gone after him, particularly from about Perth onwards where he got a nasty one. From that moment on, they've really targeted him with the short stuff, and it seems to me he's had a bit of trouble adjusting to the bounce of the pitches over here.
Well, he came out after that test and said he'd never faced anything like it on a pitch like that. Short of a good length, was really shortening up. He couldn't come up with an answer. And as soon as you get hit facing the short ball, you know you're going to get a barrage. And a lot of his dismissals, and particularly the one yesterday, very much an Australian dismissal, suggesting that he has never got in sync with the pitches over here.
Absolutely. Well, that's how he got out yesterday. We were talking about bowling full to Mark Stoneman, May, looking for an edge. But this ball was a short length ball, which he tried to ride. In England, that doesn't bounce as high as that.
And you've got to let those go. You know, you can say be positive and try and play them, and that was Vince. Now, that was just after a drinks break, Tub, and that sometimes changes concentration, focus. He tried to pick up where he left off, and that was a bit fuller and it bounced a bit more, an effort ball from Cummins. So, again, an Australian dismissal, and that was a big error from him because he'd got it off to a really good start, like Stoneman.
Yeah, well, let's look what they've done for the series so far. And you can see there they've all got starts. Well, both of them have got a lot of starts. 250s each, 4 or 5 scores above 15 each, but no big score. they're averaging 29 and 28 each. Could have easily been 49 or 50 each.
Yeah, look, they convert 2 of those 50s into hundreds, or at least 1 into a big 100, and their series is different. Their confidence is different. You think of Vince, he got that 83 in the opening innings of that first test match. He gets run out, brilliant fielding, but he gets run out for 83. If he turns that into 130, 150 plus, his series is completely different, and one or both of them do average close to 50, and they've had a major impact in setting up that 450 total.
Yeah, so the bottom line is I think James Vince and Mark Stoneman will be better cricketers for the tour here in Australia. I look forward to seeing them back here in 4 years' time.
Oh, well, let's hope that's the case. While we're on the subject of England, let's just look at Joe Root here in practice just a moment ago. He's working on his slip catching. He's the guy in yellow. There's a deflection here, as I think it's Milan goes to his left. Is it one of the guys goes to their left? It hits him on the funny bone. There's a reason they call that the funny bone. It ain't funny to you, but it's very funny to everybody else. And off he goes, heading for the rooms. We think he's all right. No one seems to have showed him much love there. So we're assuming all is good. England practicing their slip catching. Steve Smith, one of the best slip catchers in the world, made a mistake yesterday. We're going to put everybody in position in a minute and have a look at it. But here he is. Milan comes down the pitch. Little edge. Maybe Steve Smith, I don't know, given up on it perhaps because Milan came down the pitch. Maybe not. Always difficult behind the wicket keeper's left foot. Easier with the bowler bowling around the wicket. Having said that, 1 or 2 questions to be asked, we'd say. A bit of spin for Nathan Lyon, which will be encouraging not just for Lyon but also for Mason Crane and for Moeen Ali. Ian Healy and Ian Chappell with me, having watched that closely. Guys, good morning.
Morning.
Let's go to position first up.
Rightio.
Tim Payne in the right sort of place as far as you're concerned?
Well, you see his marks. There's a line across here. He's quite deep, stands quite deep. He's about 2.5 foot lengths back. I used to be 2. So he's standing back longer than I did. And his right foot, when Nathan Lyon is bowling around the wicket and angling into a left-hander, his right foot was between middle and leg stump. So he's tucked in here pretty well. But he's coping well with both those conditions. That's where he was.
And do you think that Smith will have been blinded? Is he in the right place? Is he too narrow? What's the story?
Well, a couple of things. Firstly, for a left-hand batsman, right arm off spin and ball spinning away, I'd be around about 45. Steve Smith, I think, is a bit too fine. Certainly from here he would have got a better look at that catch, but then he had to, from that position, he had to move to his right. So, yeah, I'd be having quite a way to go to my right. The other thing is, Steve, and I'm struggling to even get my feet that wide. Steve Smith, well, this seems to be his foot marks. Now, if that's how wide he is, I think it's too wide because it restricts your movement. To me, it's just reach really from there. Whereas if you're about the width of your shoulders, then you can move further and you can dive. So he's very deep.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 metres from the popping crease. That is deep, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, to me, that's more the depth for the old SCG where the pitch was up and the outfield was down a little bit. But
to what degree, Heels, would you help first slip line up, or are you both just taking your own positions?
I reckon it's really personal for the first slip to the spinners. You get a feel for where they've been in the past, and when you do get a combination going, I sort of know where he usually is. So that's what Tim Payne and Smithy have got to get. They've got to get that combination going so that if it's unusual, he can pick it up. He can help him pick up his position.
If he's telling me where to go, I'm going to tell him to do his job and I'll do mine.
Yeah, exactly. We wouldn't even talk.
Never ask Chappell a question like that.
But I think, Mark, Payne could probably come out a little bit. He's tucked in here, which means he's got to tuck in there. So if Payne gets out to middle and off,
then he can go a little wider.
I'm going to cover that. I might cover that, Nick, better, and then he can go wider. And you'll go wider as the game wears on when it starts gripping too.
Let's have a little look at pitch scan, see if there's any change in the surface from day to day. Nice and dry. No, I mean, there's hints of moisture still beneath the surface. You reckon it would be more purple and black perhaps if it was very dry like Melbourne and Perth indeed? And there it is. Very little change. Hey? I mean, you talk about the old Sydney Cricket Ground pitches, but in the way this surf is played, not that much difference, is there?
No, it's looking, I think it's a pretty good cricket wicket. Also interesting, nice gentle breeze at the moment, but if that comes in, bowling from that end as a spinner is good value.
Okay, the England players thought it was a little slow, hard to force the pace on the ball. Anyway, it's live play when we come back in just a moment.
First half. A real good shot. Oh, he's got him. It's beautifully played on the back foot. Goes again. Got him! Yes, he has. Oh, that's very close.
You need to reverse your decision now.
Gone to 50 in nice style. And we must have a run out. No! They've got away with it. Ouch! Oh, no, it isn't. There's 50. Oh, it's taken it! Oh, he's gone! Hazelwood and Australia are finishing day one red hot.
Red hot last night and promising red hot this morning. Good day, everybody, and welcome to the Sydney Cricket Ground. We're here live for the second day's play in the fifth and final Magellan Ashes Test match. A beautiful scene here. Famous old buildings, the members and the ladies there, and to the right, the Noble, the Bradman, and all the players out in the middle, along with the umpires. We're ready for the off, and waiting in the commentary box are Michael Clark and Bill Laurie.
Thank you, Mark Nicholas. Perfect morning in the Sydney Cricket Ground. Crowd building up nicely. 2 balls to be bowled in this over. David Milan, the not-out batsman, 55. Moeen Ali at the crease. 3 slips to go and a point bat pad. Whoops, absolutely superb the ground. The outfield fast. Bit of bounce in the pitch. In good form, Josh Hazelwood bowling a tremendous line and length. He's away nicely. Whips it to mid-wicket. Happy with the single. Good morning, Michael.
Morning, Bill. Morning to all of our viewers. Yeah, nice blue sky here, the SCG. Hazelwood, he absolutely pumped to that last wicket, getting Bairstow last night. And Australia would be 5 wickets down. I think come last night, for that last half an hour, it was England's day. 3 for 220 was a great position to be in. Now 5 for 234. Just feel Australia well and truly on top now, picking up those last 2 wickets.
Yes, yesterday was what Test cricket's all about. 2-3 hour sessions. England were going well, and just with the second new ball, they knocked 2 over. That's the over bowled. It's 5 for 234. That's the batting card. Everybody got a start apart from Bairstow late in the day, and it's disappointing from the England point of view. You win the toss and 39, 24, 25 and 83. Not really good enough, and that's why they're behind the 8 ball. It's for Stark. Got the big wicket. Second new ball. Swung a fraction too. It swung in from off the leg, and the captain whipped it away, but didn't keep it along the carpet.
He was cramping late yesterday, but he found a way. Steve Smith gave him that second new ball, and he picked up the big wicket, the England captain, Joe Root.
I just can't understand why there's not a bat pad in for Ali. He's a little bit tentative against the quick ball. Got a man at square leg and mid-on regulation, deep fine leg, but he hasn't had a great series. Man should probably hopefully come into just a bat pad there, and even a leg gully early on. worth a try. There's 3 slips, go and a point. Regulation offside field for left arm swinger. Well, struck, but straight to mid-off.
It's a big test for Ali. Hasn't been in great form. Nathan Lyons has had his measure this series so far. Now he gets a crack at the second new ball. Fired up Mitchell Starc, and Josh Hazlewood needs to find a way to get through this new ball. I think this surface is certainly like that. There's enough movement, whether it be swing or seam with the brand new ball. Once you get through that first 10 or 12 overs, I think we've seen it's a good pitch for batting. There's his numbers. Not as good as you'd expect from a good player.
I felt a little bit sorry for Marinelli in Melbourne because he came out and he's not going to play some shots today. And tried to get some form, and then he finally thrashed one. It was half tracker and hit it straight to cover and got caught. He hit it well enough, didn't keep it on the carpet. And that's what happens when you're struggling.
Yeah, look, I think his intent was spot on. He came out and said, right, I'm going to back myself and play my shots. And I think that's the way Ali plays his best cricket. When he's aggressive, when he's looking to score. But unfortunately there, he's hit the ball too flat. It's 50-50. Do I go in the air or do I go along the ground? I think today he's got to be very organised and know what his plan is. If it's play your shots, that's fine. Take on Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazlewood. But it might be worth having a look for just a couple of overs. Give yourself 3 or 4 overs to get used to the conditions, and then back yourself to take these quicks on, and Nathan Lyon on. Greatest city in the world, Bill.
Well, it's certainly very nice today. Nice and sunny. Warm conditions, ideal for cricket. Not really a beach day, it's not that hot, it's just perfect. Sydney Cricket Ground at its best. Bad delivery and he misses it.
It's a bit stiff here, Mitchell Starc. Paces up, 141.5 Ks that delivery. Straying down the leg side. I think some balls are swinging and some balls aren't. So Mitchell Starc's unsure, where do I start the ball? Do I start it on middle stump and it's going to swing away, or... Let's see there, his speeds are... He's working into it, Mitchell Starc. First over today. Like I say, after some calf cramping late yesterday afternoon.
See over bowled, 5 for 234. Happy crowd yesterday. They really enjoyed the first day's play. Great to see so many children here, all dressed up in pink tomorrow. And McGrath Day. Hazlewood.
Yeah, big crowd yesterday, Bill, 44,500. Expecting the same today. The Richies are here. I think the Warns have turned up as well. Beautiful day.
Sure what he was trying to do there. It was a half pull shot. I think he cramped him. It was too straight. It wasn't wide enough to play that shot. He was lucky to keep it down.
Yeah, uncertainty. And that man back at deep square leg as well. Milan or no, he'll have to stay on top of this ball, keep it along the ground. It might have just went away a little bit off the pitch as well. As you said, Bill Laurie, just cramped him for room. Nicely bowled. Hazlewood willing to use that short ball.
Hazlewood doesn't give you much. He's very straight. Not too much width. Through him. Straight through him. Like a London bus. Big gap there. He went the big drive and beautifully bowled. He's in top form. Doesn't appear to have a lot of luck, Hazlewood. Beats the bat a lot.
goes underneath. Misses it completely, Milan. Went for the Yorker, Josh Hazlewood. Just swing back in as well.
Good line. A little bit of swing back too. He's got Milan thinking here. He's not sure whether to go forward or back. It's not out 55. Played very well yesterday.
He's going to try it around the wicket, Josh Hazlewood. So he's looking to make Milan play. He's got him out a couple of times with those inside edges. Caught on the crease, just pushing at the ball, getting the inside edge. Looks to me that's his plan. He feels there's enough movement now on this surface. While the ball's new, come around the wicket and try and bring the ball back into Milan.
Strange field here. He's got 2 out for the hook shot, mid-on. And a big gap. Singles everywhere. If he wants them, Milan, if he's up to it.
This is where Milan can actually walk into Hazlewood's line a little bit, maybe bat on off stump. So if he does get hit on the pad, he's going to be outside the line. And like you say, Bill, use that gap on the leg side to rotate the strike. Play it with a straight bat with that angle, and that ball will bun over towards square leg or mid-wicket to get off strike.
That's a fine over. 2 maidens in a row, 5 for 234. The Ashes, nothing better. Australian cricket or England cricket, one would suggest. "140 years of Test cricket, England versus Australia." Mitchell Stark's really all over the place with the second new ball. He needs to be up and full to both the left-handers. He's pushing it down the leg side, maybe looking for some swing. It's not happening. He didn't swing it much yesterday either.
Yeah, I just think the ball that he's swinging is the one that's starting on off stump and going further away from the left-hander. So that's probably just confusing Stark a little bit. He feels like if it comes out of the hand right, it is going to swing. But at the moment, a couple he's bowled to Ali have just straightened and gone down the leg side.
Short cover comes in.
Nice, that's nice just there, Bill. And that's the shape he's looking for. Just enough, just going away from Ali. The length's good, the pace is good. Look at that, just go away just a fraction. Nicely played from Ali, but there's enough there. Mitchell Stark can get in the right zone.
Well played. Struck that beautifully, but straight to the fieldsman. The short covers come in, just the 2 slips in a gully now.
I think I like it. That man there, Sean Marsh, is at short cover. I think I like him into third slip. This man here, Sean Marsh. I'd like to see him go back in here. Third slip for Ali. Why, there's just that enough swing from Mitchell Stark. I say the pace he's bowling is going to be it's going to be tough for Ali to get it to short cover unless he bowls a slow ball. I think a good thick outside edge brings a catcher in at third.
Well, that was obvious. He dropped the square leg back. He's given a bounce, but that was well played.
Yeah, nicely watched. Got out of the way of that quite comfortably, Ali. And I think that's the way he should play the short ball. I think right now he's unsure, do I take it on? The last couple of test matches he's tried to take it on, he's been unsure. I think that's the right way for Ali to go about his work today. Get under the short ball, sweat on something full, use his drive off the front foot.
Perfect conditions for batting. Second day pitch. True bounce through to the keeper. Get day for your shots. At the moment, the Englishman not playing too many shots. Moyen's got to get the scoreboard ticking over. He's the key for England.
They're short a few at the moment. Bill, 234. I think they'll need 350 in this first innings. With 2 spinners, they'll want Australia to bat last on this pitch. I just think once you get through the new ball, it's beautiful for batting. So they're still 120 short for mine.
3 maidens in a row. 5 for 234. The ladies stand on the left, the members on the right. The members were here early again this morning. They get their favourite seats. Been sitting there for years and years. Nicely played, soft hands. Just a single.
Off the mark today. Nicely played. More of that, I think, for England at the start this morning. Get the ball into the gaps. Ticking those singles over. Don't allow these 2 quicks to bowl 6 balls at the one batsman.
You mentioned about Australia batting last. I get the feeling if England don't make a reasonable score of 350 plus, Australia might only bat once. Such a good pitch and the outfield's lightning fast. So they must score runs in this innings. Keep some pressure on the Australians.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Bill. And I think that's why we said at the toss it was important toss for Joe Root to win when selecting 2 spinners. Made the right call in batting first. I thought 90% of yesterday, they were in such a good position. Played great cricket, good intent, worked their backside off, and then just that last half an hour, big wicket of Joe Root, and then Bairstow not sending a night watchman in, sending their main player in, probably their second or third best batsman, Bairstow. Australia picking him up early, and now they rely on these 2. Malan and Ali need to score.
Well played. Watch the ball all the way. As the more you look at these conditions and look at the Australian batting line up with Warner and Bancroft, this could suit him. You know, not quite as much bounce and ball coming onto the bat. Just a wonderful pitch to bat on day 2-3. Fast outfield.
Yeah, Warner loves batting here. 3 SCG Test match hundreds. He'll want a 4th. And now the form that Steve Smith's in. So if Bancroft and Khawaja can bat around those 2, they'll want to cash in once they get through the new ball.
See that there. Beautiful bounce, good solid defensive stroke. Ideal conditions, as it should be on the second day for batting. A little bit in for the bowlers, but the batsmen should be able to score runs fully if you're good enough.
Yeah, best day for batting, day 2, all around Australia. Might be a bit of moisture on day 1, but day 2's, particularly if you got the sun on your back like we do here today at the SCG, blue skies, certainly at its best today.
Nicely played, just a single. This is the 6th over with the second new ball, so Smith will be very keen to get another breakthrough. He's had a pretty good tour. He's made the big 100 in Perth, another 50. He really needs another 100 here to finish it off. Played some nice drives and pull shots.
Yeah, he's plenty of talent. He's looked good the whole series. Got a chance early. 34 when he was dropped off Nathan Lyon. Faced a lot of balls, 168 balls for his 56. He's looked solid once again.
It's the over bowled. 5 for 236. Toyota, what a feeling. Tremendous sponsors of cricket in Australia. 2 slips of gully, short cover and a point. No one only on strike again.
batting from Ali. Again, fraction straight from Stark. Gets on Ali's hip and tucks it away for one to deep square leg. Nicely played. It's a good change-up. He's faced a couple of overs straight at Mitchell Stark. Gets a breather up the other end now.
Yes, I'm not sure why Steve Smith's giving him a single. I'd rather him have a hook shot, and there's one man in the deep. You don't need two to mow an alley. It might work if he goes for the hook shot, but if he decides to let it go and just work the single, he can rotate the strike.
Yeah, well, this is interesting. He brings in a third slip for Milan, but he likes the short cover for Ali. There's a change up here. I wonder if Stark's got a different plan to Milan. We saw last night a couple of big dismissals. This was the first one. The England captain. Good catch from Mitchell Marsh at square leg. But the shot selection, it's there. The hit looks to me he's trying to get it behind square for a boundary. And then the big one of Bairstow. Not many balls left to go in the day. Hazelwood pitches it up. It's a nice delivery.
Now, that was very well bowled. Outswinger, drew him into the shot. That's what good fast bowlers do to new batsmen late in the day. That's well done. Magnificent. Just when he plays a decent shot. It's a great save in a gully.
Yeah, saves for Khawaja. That's gone really quickly. Milan with a big cut shot off Stark at good pace. Haven't got time to make a decision and to move here, Khawaja. Oh, it's a nasty length as well. Bounce short of him. It's a great hand. Save 4 for the team.
That's the way to play. Straight through the line. I'll pick up 3. Maybe just 2. A little bit slack running between the wickets.
Quick Warner, Bill. Quick there at mid-off. Little speedster. Mitchell Stark. Again, pitching it up, giving himself a chance. Didn't quite time it, Milan. Good shot, though.
Better length. Fuller, straighter. Almost a leading edge then. Closed hands a bit quickly. He shakes his head. He knows he didn't time that. But he's got to get on with the job. He's on 58. He's the key for England. David Milan. He's obviously a talent. Plays some good shots. He's driving the ball that's not full enough. Some good cricket that over, good save, a good drive. 5 for 239. Change the Randwick end. Nathan Lyon coming into the attack. Very steady yesterday. Didn't spin the ball a lot on the first day. One chance was put down by Smith and Slip. Very tidy, 2.3 runs and over for an off spin on the first day. It's a very good effort.
Yeah, I thought he was brilliant yesterday, without much luck. I feel England were quite defensive against him. Milan let a lot of balls go, defended a lot of balls, didn't try and take him over mid-off and mid-on once. So Nathan Lyon, 26 overs, just the 61 runs. Little outside edge for Ali, get him a single, and I like this from Steve Smith. Into the 8th over with the second new ball, so the ball's quite hard. He's gone to Nathan Lyon. 2 left-handers out there batting. Nathan Lyon spinning the ball away, and while the ball's hard, he'll get that extra bounce. I think this is an attacking move from Steve Smith. It's been brilliant to the lefties, Nathan Lyon, throughout this series. Feels a lot more comfortable. Some big spin yesterday, but there was enough there. Beat the bat on occasions. think you might see more spin today.
Bowling. Well done, Saucy. Well, Bono.
This is where I think Milan needs to find a way to put some pressure on Nathan Lyon. I think if he sits there and defends like he did yesterday, someone standing behind the side screen, I think he'll get one with his name on it. He'll nick it straight to Smith, so he's got to be proactive. Maybe use his feet, sweat on that short ball. If he hits down the ground, then I just think it's worth taking a risk early to get one over Nathan Lyon's head. Steve Smith, get him to push mid-off back.
Oh, that's super. That's the shot of the morning. It was up, it was driven beautifully all the way on the carpet. You should enjoy batting against an off-spinner on the second morning. Perfect batting conditions. Nathan Lyon's in great form. He threw it up there. Down he come. Spun out the rough and he still banged it through cover.
Yeah, that's brilliant from Milan. That's really good intent. Nicely bowled from Lyon though. Slower. Outside the off stump. Good execution from Milan. Nathan Lyon back on his spot.
Yes, he plays the bluff a bit, doesn't he? Typical spinner.
Very good, Gazza.
He thinks he's spinning at 3 feet and it's 2 inches. Throws the hands up in the air. Oh, he's straight through him. Asked the question, no edge. But beautifully bowled. Smith saying, well, we challenged. Lyon turns his back on the captain. It's the over bowled 5 for 244. 5 for 244 as Shane Warne and Ian Healy take up the commentary.
Thanks very much, Bill. Australia searching for that breakthrough this morning. Mitchell Starc has got the ball moving a little. Nathan Lyon in the attack early. Moeen Ali is not as aggressive. And then he plays a wonderful shot like that. First real shot in anger. Played pretty well though, Moeen Ali today so far. Looks a bit more under control, Ian Healy.
Yeah, good call, Warnie, and so he should. The wicket is flat, it's placid, and it's at its best. It's not going to spin as much as it will as this game wears on. It's not bouncing that high or fast. So get in, get behind it, and see what you can do for your team. 246 the total now. The Gillette One Day International Series should be a ripper. Two sides on the improve, looking to build for 2019 World Cup. First up, Melbourne Cricket Ground, January 14, Sunday. January 14, next Sunday. That's skewed in the air, but safe for 4. Oh, it's pulling up a bit. No, makes it.
Just as we said that Moeen Ali's been a bit circumspect this morning, 10 off 21, seen a couple of good shots. Especially when you got Darwin Milan in there, 62. He's played really well. He needs Moeen Ali to hang with him. Next we've got Tom Curran, who's only playing his second test, then Stuart Broad. And Jimmy Anderson and the debutant Mason Crane. The boundary brought up the 250 for England. So it's important that Ali can hang around with Milan.
That's beautifully worked, straight to the man at fine leg. So Mitchell Starc's got to be careful because Moeen Ali won't be flicking that to the man for long. It'll go either side of him as he finds more and more confidence. And he can really help Milan. Milan's been a barnacle. He was 16 at tee. And he
what? What's a barnacle?
He's just dug himself in on the pitch. They can't remove him. He's stuck on there. But he batted to 55. So what's that? 29 runs. What was he? 16, 39 runs in 3 hours. Yes, last night. Between 4 o'clock after tea to 7. And now he's got 2. Oh, that's a catch. Hey! Starc gets Milan's edge. And the 6th one's down, finally.
Wowee, what a catch that is from the skipper, Steve Smith. He stuck out the left hand and it just stuck in there. What a catch. That's as good as it gets. It's an edge, it was going down. Mitchell Starc finds the edge off Milan. Look, you can see it's on the way down. It's wide of second slip. Steve Smith, well balanced at slip. That's gone right in the middle of the hand. That's an excellent catch. Milan's gone from 62. It's 6 for 251.
We've got the barnacle. He's gone. 180 balls. And the innings is finished. David Milan. The victim, if you like, of a magnificent catch from Steve Smith.
Tom Curran's the new man, averages 17. It's only his second test match that he's playing. That's his first class career. He's made 1,000 runs. Oh, that's Steve Smith's catch. We're going to see that a few times today, and it's worth looking at a few times. As a slipper, there's nothing better than making a catch at slip. Rightio, get ready here, because it's going to be fast and straight.
Cross him and into the gap for 4. Not much control there. Stark has lifted. He's got one to angle across, and Curran still played the shot.
Yeah, 145 Ks at Mitchell Stark too. Yeah, have a look at this catch again. Look at that, it's going down. But look at the balance that Steve Smith has. His position, his balance. He's got relaxed hands too. If you have too hard a hand and you go at it too hard, that hits the hands and falls out. He's a relaxed hand. He's a good catch, Steve Smith. He's dropped a few.
Watch his left foot. His left foot is what provides all that balance. It's on the ground. It's keeping everything in check. It would have felt like slow motion, that. And he still had some territory to cover. He still had some power in that left leg that enabled him to roll properly and get the first wicket of the day. 6 for 255. Righto, Ali's got to help himself now. He could have helped David Milan by playing some shots and getting the run rate ticking, but Milan's gone, so Ali to lead the batting effort from here. Single first up.
Yeah, it's worth another look at this. You saw Ian Healy talk about the left foot, but look at the balance and the calmness at Steve Smith too. There's no panic. Just excellent catch. That's making a catch at slip, and that makes you feel really good as a slipper. But you know it's going to be wide, the 50-50 catch. He caught it behind him. Just the balance of what Steve Smith had in the position. Relaxed hands. Ripper catch. Won't see too many better this summer than that. That's as good as it gets.
Little dead ball there, so that's not a single. Steve Smith second slip. Watch Sean Marsh's reaction at first. Oh, he's out of frame. They are delighted, absolutely delighted to see their skipper cover so much territory so well. It's Curran back on strike.
I'll just show you one more angle of this. When you see slip fielders panic, you see the hand go out. Watch how late Steve Smith catches this. He catches it behind him, so he doesn't panic. He's got himself in a good position. He's opened his left foot up, and then look where he catches that, behind him.
Catch ball, Nathan.
So when he catches that, he's let it come. He hasn't gone out harder to his hand. Look at that there. Look how far behind him he catches that. Nice and relaxed. Super catch. And he's pretty happy with it too, and why not?
They're loving it. Now, Nathan Lyon's got some just extra pressure on Tom Curran, 2 around the corner, because he's getting some spin now. And it'll be inconsistent for a day or two. There's some marks that Mitchell Stark's worn in that Nathan Lyon will be aiming at. Up in front of Tom Curran's eye line, there's 2 that we can see already, and a bit of a trail.
Lovely, Lino.
90 overs bowled now, 6 for 256. Banging buckets at the HCG. It's a game they're playing all around the country during this cricket summer. Mitchell Stark now. He hasn't got Moeen Ali smiling as much as those spectators, but he's fighting hard. Another one to start the over. The viewers' verdict. We've got the Gillette viewers' verdict. The question, what will England's first innings total be? At the moment, they're 257. It's settled around 313, Warning. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the way this tail is battered. We know Stuart Broad got a 50 in Melbourne, but besides that, he hasn't really done much in this series. So a lot depend on these two. I think Australia will fancy their chances of knocking him over less than 300. It's important the tail wags. It's quite a warm day out there. The bowlers, and there's still a lot of overs to go today. 89 overs after this, so still a lot of bowling to be done out there. So England really have to make these Aussies stay out there. It'll get a lot easier as well. The Aussies have bowled so well to the tail through this series. Mitchell Starc wasn't there in Melbourne, and they wagged a little. But he bowls exceptionally well to the tail. It's nearly nose or toes, isn't it? He bowls some good bumpers and then follows up with some wonderful Yorkers at the stumps.
They've been really economical at the top order as well. They haven't really penetrated. They haven't had them fall for nothing at any stage. They've worked hard through the top order and given them nothing whilst they've been doing that, and then gone body bashing at the tail. So pretty impressive group.
Yeah, you think about it yesterday, 233 in 80 odd overs yesterday. Australia never let England get away, even though they played well. They just never let them get away. Moeen disappointing, just fiddled at that one. It's one he could have let go. It was short enough for him to let go. Didn't have to play at that.
And Mitch Starc had a topsy-turvy day of his own yesterday. His pace was down. There was concerns about his foot, but it didn't seem to be that. It was more calf at the end of the day. Then he comes back and gets his wrist release right, even though his pace is down, picks up the wicket of Joe Root.
Yeah, well, we were lucky enough to have Nathan Lyon mic'd up in the warm-ups this morning. We asked him that question in the build-up about Mitchell Starc, and he said that he had cramps in his calf, and so did Nathan Lyon. He was 2 3-hour sessions yesterday, so it was hard work for the players. Here's Mitchell Starc's lowest average match speeds in Australia. In Sydney, it's as lowest as here. Yeah, yesterday at stages was around the mid-120s.
So averaged out at 141. England would take that. But still, he showed his versatility to sort of be aware of the issue, then deal with it, and then conquer it at the end of the day. So days when your pace is down and you mightn't be feeling great, it's good to be able to get a wicket, an important wicket for the team, and move in. That was 144. He's getting everything ready, Tom Curran. He's played a couple of shots. He's been a couple of leg byes, a dead ball. And he's picked up another one at least. It's 6 for 260. But this is important as we speak. To this partnership, Moeen Ali's at the non-strikers end. Bowling to Tom Curran is Nathan Lyon. Now that graphic will show that Moen's a bit of a bunny for Nathan Lyon. Yet they're giving him a single now.
And not just to Moeen Ali, Tom Curran. I can't believe he's got deep mid on and that to Tom Curran there. Just an easy single off the first ball of the over. And now he's still got a deep mid off. 4 people on the fence. And Moeen Ali, as you just said, Nathan Lyon's got him 6 times. They should be crowded. Bat pad either side, make him feel the pressure. To have all these fielders out on the fence, I find very odd. Look at them all. So that's a joke. Easy single like that. Shouldn't be able to do that. Got to keep him on strike.
No, they want to get his confidence up. Get him into the one days, full of confidence. Nail him. Get it tight, get some pressure on, and get him for a 7th time. Oh, beats the outside edge. That's the variation we're talking about. Sometimes it'll hit some foot marks, sometimes it won't. Sometimes it'll spin out of them, and sometimes it won't.
A nice line there from Nathan Lyon. Made him play at the ball. Not sure how far the ball's going to spin.
Catch! Big. Both sides here, guys. Both sides. Beautiful, Gary.
Nice pace too. Anytime I think Nathan Lyon bowls under 90 kilometres an hour, he really does get that purchase. He's got good change-ups. He can bowl a quicker ball. He can still spin the ball when he bowls faster. Under that 90k is where he gets maximum spin.
Clever bowling. There's a big gap to the left of screen. They want Curran playing at that. 6 for 262. The Sydney Vista, favourite city of plenty, Shane Warne.
Beautiful harbour, great place to visit. Look at that, looks beautiful. Blue skies, the high-rise buildings of Sydney, the harbour. Great to get out there a boat for a weekend. Come up and visit, then the beautiful Sydney Cricket Ground. And it's nice to see the sun shining for once up here too. Just have a look at this. We're talking about Nathan Lyon's pace last over. Have a look at the shape and the line. This was 85 kilometres an hour. Draws the batsman Tom Curran forward. It's spinning back into the stumps. Look at the revs on the ball. I like it when Nathan Lyon bowls a fraction slower and bowls that line. He seems to really get the spin. Excellent delivery. More of that to the tail. It's fine to bowl those faster ones and push them back, but that should only be a couple of balls and over. And the majority, like 4 balls and over, should be that pace, the slower pace we saw off Nathan Lyon, and then a couple of quicker ones.
Have a look at Steve Smith, first slip. They're getting really keen to get rid of England. It's a great delivery. Watch Smith. Oh, now that could have gone anywhere. That inside edge could hit the knee roll and go up and be caught, but it hit the down slope of the knee roll and went down. So Curran has to be careful. And if he's going to drive through that, I just wonder if Nathan Lyon can get him driving at that. Needs to be a little bit fuller, a little bit wider maybe. There's a huge gap that will be enticing him to play that shot in the hope of it bowling him. Some problems with crowd areas. It's a massive side screen now that covers half the stand. Stark bowled 5 overs this morning and Hazelwood's into the attack to replace him. Moeen Ali is on 15.
Bowled well again this match, Josh Hazelwood. I think we've all been talking about, man of the series and all that stuff. It's pretty hard to go past Steve Smith for that. But as far as the best bowler on either side, I think Hazelwood's been the guy. I think he's been outstanding in all the conditions. He's looked threatening all the time. His pace, I've been very surprised. His pace is the quickest I've seen Hazelwood bowl. At some stage got up near 150 Ks. You can tell by the way he runs in like that, when he runs in hard.
I think he's learned a lot about the short ball too, and delivering the short ball this series. It hasn't always been natural for him. He's a back of the length bowler, so in England he's got to pitch up more than his instincts allow him to do that. He's learning that, but also banging it in Australia. He's sustained some good pressure at the bodies of English batsmen when it's been needed, just like that last one. Moeen Ali couldn't duck. He didn't want to play it. He just had to sort of ride it late.
Well, I think that, as you rightly said, Ian Healy, when he really has worked on that short ball, that bumper, he's always had a pretty good one. But I think he's really used it well in this series. And when you're so economical and you're bowling so accurate all the time, that surprise element of the bouncer can have a lot more impact. We've seen Pat Cummins be the enforcer and bowl a lot of it. Mitchell Stark bowl a lot of it. But Hazelwood sort of is more of the surprise element of that short ball, and he's got it on the money more times than not, which has made it more effective.
Good shot. Well fielded from David Warner to Maiden. 6 for 262. Nathan Lyon starts the 94th over. Good shape again. See, this is the gap. Have a look at it. They're asking him drive against the spin and against that flight that way. See how you go. He does. He does it well, but just a bit square.
Perfect. This is a better field. He's brought mid-on up as well now, so it's inviting Tom Curran to hit down the ground. Nathan Lyon's dropped his pace. Nearly every delivery's been under 90 kilometres an hour, up around that 88, the last one. So he's teasing Tom Curran. He's bowling slower. He's bowling a bit wider of off stump, encouraging the off drive. It's good. That was a change-up. That was a flatter delivery. It's still slower, but it was just a change-up in trajectory. Look at this last ball. You can see the change-up, just a flatter trajectory, trying to push the batsman back. It wasn't quicker, so it was still a good delivery. Right, now to Moeen looking at the field. He's brought mid-off up now to Moeen. This is better.
Good ball, guys. Beautiful, Gaza.
So there's right-handers, bowlers, footmarks that Lyon and Mason Crane and Moeen himself will be able to aim at when they're bowling to left-handers as well. Let's see what this one does.
This is the edge that Nathan Lyon has over Moeen. You shouldn't play at that. And because the bowler's got him out so many times, he's just pushing at balls that he shouldn't push at. He's drawing into shots he shouldn't, no need to play. It's 6 for 263.
Runs are at a premium again. The Australians are economical in the commentary box. Ian Chappell and Mark Taylor.
Thank you, Ian Healy. Yes, 1 for 30 today. There's the summary. That one big wicket of Milan, the one Australia were after too. Now they've got the tail, or the start of the tail. Tom Curran's good all-rounded. Played a bit of one-day cricket for England. Only into his second test. Goes after it, can't find the gap. That's fair enough. I think someone in this lower order, it might be Curran or Broad, got to come out and play some shots, get that scoreboard ticking over. Morning, Ian.
Morning, Mark, and hello to all of our viewers. Notice there Josh Hazlewood at the top of his mark, just having a chat to Mitchell Starc about the shining of the ball. Probably asking him which side that he'd been shining. And on that occasion, it was Starc who did the shining of the ball before he tossed it to Hazlewood.
In the air, but just right a mid off. It's pretty well hit. It may just go. Yeah, it will. It's almost a chance. Jackson Bird's out there, 12th man. Wasn't that far to his left.
Well, he looks like a player who hits the ball in the air a lot. If you're going to hit it in the air at catchable height, sooner or later someone's going to grab one. Joe Root found that out yesterday, late in the day. He looks like a shot maker, Curran. He hasn't played too many defensive shots since he's been at the crease.
Yeah, I like his intent. The fact that he's looking to score, I think, is a good sign. He's just got to try and get that a better stride in when playing that shot. Both the two drives hitting this over. That was the first one he hit to Jackson Bird's left, and then the actual one that was in the air. Not a lot of foot movement after the ball was bowled. Just really throws the arms and the bat at the ball.
Their lower order has been decimated. The original thinking before the Ben Stokes incident in September, they were probably thinking Stokes at 6, Bairstow 7, Ali 8 and Wokes at 9. Now that's a really strong lower half, but it's been decimated with the loss of Stokes. And now you've got Wokes injured.
Yeah, and then Broad at 10 in that batting order you were talking about, Ian Chappell, who's made a Test 100, made 50 in the last innings at the MCG. That's a better shot. That was more control on that occasion. Won't get a 4. It was a nice looking shot.
For all the problems they've had on this tour, England, they've probably made some gains. There's some young players who have shown that they've got the ability to play at this level. Now, whether they've got the temperament, that's the next thing. But you've got Stoneman, you've got Vince, you've got Milan, you've got Curran, you've got Overton, all good young players who, well, not, some of them a little older, but mostly good young players who've shown they've got the ability to make it at this level. It's just a matter of the temperament.
Tucks away the onside. It's nice and compact. Just the one. Good call. 6 for 270. A lovely day here in Sydney. SCG just about full again. Development going on over there in Moore Park at the moment. A lot of parking in that area for the matches here at the SCG. Nice use of the feet. That's a good shot. It's a big gap that Ian Healy was talking about a moment ago in the covers, and he used it nicely.
He certainly doesn't lack confidence, Curran. Got well out of his crease on that occasion to get to the delivery on the half volley and then made the most of it. That list of England gains that I just gave, you could probably add Mason Crane to that if he has a decent debut here at the SCG. He looks all right.
That's at the onside. Yeah, I think, as you say, a lot of positives for England. We're talking about James Vince and Mark Stoneman on the analyzer, Combank analyzer earlier this morning. They both look to be pretty good players to me. And they've averaged 29 and 28 for the series, which is obviously not high enough for top order players.
Yeah.
He's got it behind point. That'll be another couple. But sometimes you look at players and they might average 25 or 30 in a series, and they scratch their way to that sort of average. I think those two look okay to me. They've both played really well at times. They just haven't found a way of converting a lot of starts, which I think through time, hopefully they'll come back again in 4 years' time as better players. I think that's when the experience they've gained on this tour will serve them well.
There's a lot of people jumping up and down about the fact that they're getting starts and not going on with it. But what you got to realise, when you're up against a really good attack, and that's what Australia have got, that happens a lot because, they'll bowl you a good one and you're never really in as a batsman.
A bit of an inquiry from Nathan Lyon, but Tim Payne was heading down the leg side. Yeah, I was looking at some figures earlier today about conversion rates. And see, Steve Smith now got 23 Test match hundreds and something like 22 50s. A lot of Joe Root 13 hundreds and 36 50s.
Get on there.
But against Australia, you're a chance of getting out when you're 75, a higher chance than against other sides. Now, hang on, there's a little bit of an inquiry out in the middle from Steve Smith. Now, they want to know if he's called over because one of the bails is off. Now, I'm not sure if that's from the batsman or whether the ball rolled back towards the stumps.
Come on, then.
It seems to me that Josh Hazelwood's happy with it to get on with the bowling. Let's have a look. He's got his bat. Well, his bat's down there. Now, I think he's home anyway, and I think there may have been a call of over before that happened anyway, which means the ball is dead. Either way, Tom Curran's fine. In the end, there's been no review or referral or I think or even a look from the umpires. Let's just play on.
Now the bail's fallen off without Tim Payne's help.
It's a nice shot. Just be a single. He's handling that shorter ball better, Molinelli. Well, for those of you who may have missed yesterday's play, England won the toss and elected to bat first. Mark Stoneman was the first man out. Pat Cummins caught behind. And then James Vince just after the drinks break. They're the two we were talking about a moment ago. Both got 20s. Looks good. Alistair Cook after 244 not out. MCG originally given not out and then out on review. And then the last, 10 minutes of yesterday's play. That was Joe Root and that was Johnny Bairstow who got a beauty. And this morning, an excellent catch to Steve Smith, the Australian captain, removed David Malan. He played well for 62. And back live. Oh, he's got that away. Dave Warner's at leg slip. It wasn't that far from him.
Yeah, that was a get away from me hook, that one. So Ali has moved along to 16. Curran 21 from 30. This partnership is worth only 27 and Curran's got 21 of them. He's not hanging about.
And just judging by that last delivery from Josh Hazelwood, I think he's going to get a few more of those. It's what Australia have done to the tail of England throughout this series. They've gone after him with a short one, fended that away, and fortunately got it wide of David Warner at leg slip. It's almost off the edge. It is straight off the edge of the bat.
I'd call that an involuntary hook.
In the air, but safe. Good shot. Down the ground. Should get two.
It's a much more sedate Moeen Ali in this innings than what we saw in the second innings at the MCG. It was almost like his brain clouded over at the MCG. Wasn't any rhyme or reason to that innings. And certainly it didn't look like there was any permanency about it. But this innings, much more controlled.
Good pace. Josh Hazelwood, that flew through. Just that short one, a lot of them really aren't coming off that quickly. But that one took off a lot more than the previous couple he's bowled. Where Tim Payne takes this.
The quickies used to, I talked about the old SCG this morning when we were talking a bit about slip catching, and when what I class as the old SCG was when the pitch was raised quite a bit above the outfield. And quickies loved it.
Oh, it's down to third man. That'll be four. It's off the edge. But it's a boundary.
Again, a controlled shot from Moeen Ali. Yeah, the quickies loved it because the keeper was standing back a long way, and because the outfield was so much lower, the keeper was taking a lot of balls above waist height. Quickies loved to hear the ball smack into the keeper's gloves and see it up above the waist, up around chest and head height.
Yeah, well, bowling from this members end or northern end, it used to be a huge drop off down to the south there. And Tim Payne standing. It's a good shot for none there. Stand back there a long way. In the old days, it's much more even these days. 6 for 284. Plenty of bucket heads out in the crowd. Always nice to see a lot of kids at the cricket. Shot back there towards the city. You've got North Sydney on the far side there of the Harbour Bridge. Luna Park not far from there either. You'd like to be out there, chaps. You can catch fish around there. I know you're very keen on your fishing.
The only fish I see, mate, are what you get from the local fish and chip shop.
Oh, they've got to get them from somewhere, haven't they?
They don't come via my line, I can assure you of that. You were talking about the development over in Moore Park a bit there, and a bit of parking. They're going to need it because there's an upgrade to the stadium, to the football stadium next door. We're going to get some rugby league matches at the SCG.
That's out. Oh no, it's dropped. Should have been out. Pat Cummins is the culprit. It was straight to him. And that should be held at this level.
Well, that was a reckless shot from Curran. He's been aggressive, but that was unnecessarily aggressive. Nathan Lyon not having much luck. That's the second chance that's gone down off him.
Ball, guys. One ball, mate.
He's got none for 76. And that should have been 1 for 76. Pat Cummins normally a pretty safe outfielder, not on that occasion.
Oh, beautiful, Lino.
It was Smith who dropped the catch yesterday off Nathan Lyon. So no luck for the offie.
Tom Curran can hardly believe his luck. He's taken some very good catches, the fast bowlers of Australia in the series, particularly in the deep.
Catch!
Another little pad bat or bat pad. Falls safely. In the end, it's a maiden. But frustration for Lyon. 6 for 284. Well, never the ideal time actually to bowl after you've just dropped a catch. Pat Cummins, maybe he was just told by Steve Smith prior to that last over that he was on. Mind might have been elsewhere. And all of a sudden, sure enough, just when you switch off for a ball or two, a catch comes your way, and down it goes. And now the old theory that Alan Border used to use a bit: if you drop someone, you bowled on. Yep. It's got it, Cummins. Oh, it's up in the air. Mid-on. No! Another one down. This time it's Hazelwood. Well, that's 2 and about 3 balls that should have been held.
Well, he had a lot of ground to cover, Josh Hazelwood, but he got there comfortably. It was a top edge attempted pull shot. Just got there comfortably. Oh, it's gone right through. Virtually didn't touch the hands. AB's got a bowler at each end now, Mark.
Well, they've both been dropped. I think you're right. I'm not even sure he's got a glove on that. Well, can't believe that. 2 of the fast bowlers, and we've said quite a bit throughout this summer, 2 very good athletes. This is Pat Cummins first at mid-on. Flat one. In and out, and then Hazelwood also at mid-on. Different sort of catch. It's off the toe of the bat. It didn't go all that high because it was off the toe. Oh, he's got to hang on to that.
Not sure why he was trying to catch it so close to his chest. It was almost like there was a little bit of panic at the last minute about the catch for some reason.
Yeah, well, he definitely sort of overran it, didn't he? I think he may have thought initially that he had further to go. He had a bit to do, no doubt about it. But you can see it's sort of off the toe end towards the bat. Fairly clear sky, that might have had something to do with it, but he sort of overruns it and he gets too close to him in the end. But, oh, gee, I think at most levels of, well, first grade cricket or above, you expect those to be hung on to. There's no one out there. Get at least one. Look for two. I settle for one. Oh, well, some missed opportunities for Australia. Pat Cummins, he's wearing one of our Gatorade trackers. That's what he did yesterday. Pat Cummins, best part of 20 Ks. He bowled 17 overs yesterday. And we've worked out that about over half of that distance is done through bowling. The other half in the field. 114 efforts of 21 Ks or more per hour.
He's done a half marathon, nearly.
Well, it's been an extraordinary morning, really. We've seen a great catch from Steve Smith that will start the innings off, or start today off, should I say. And often that gets the ball rolling. Things tend to happen for you once someone does a brilliant thing in the field, like Smith's catch to remove Milan. And then we've seen two go down that you'd expect to, well, probably 19 times out of 20 are going to get hung on to. Another single. It's 6 for 287. Playcricket.com.au is the website to go to for the all-girls cricket leagues. Playcricket.com.au is a website to go to for if you're just looking to play a game of cricket. You'll find out plenty of information there.
Ball, guys, small ball.
I think with Moeen Ali, there's a tendency to just hit the ball rather than actually try and place it. Last over, last ball of that last over, hit it straight to the man in the deep. He's a good timer of the ball. Picks up an easy single on that occasion. But there was a lot of territory on the offside where he could have hit the ball, could have gone for four, or at least a couple, but he hit it well, but he hit it straight to the man in the deep. So it results in just a single. As I say, he doesn't seem to concentrate on placement. It's just hit the ball.
Yeah, well, the Australians have been kicking themselves. Probably should have both these batsmen out. And 8 down for under 300 would be an outstanding result. Considering England at one stage were about 3 for 225. And really had an opportunity here to knock England over. Just have a look at those drop catches again. You expect Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood to hang on to both of these.
Ball, Dave, ball.
Not sure Josh's was a knock on, was it? I don't think he got a hand to it.
Yeah, play on. Play on. It's off the knee.
Ball, Nathan.
That'll be drinks. I think it's 6 for 288.
Well, in Perth, the Aussies wrestle back the Ashes. In Melbourne, they staunchly denied England's best efforts. Here in Sydney, will it become 4-0? Ashes to Ashes pays tribute to Australia's emphatic series victory. And at less than $1,000, it's the best value team-signed memorabilia in years. Each edition was personally signed by the Australian squad and is strictly limited to just 100 editions. Don't miss out. Secure your tribute to Australia's cricketing dominance now by phoning 1300 676 020 or visiting officialmemorabilia.com.au. And we're underway after drinks. Cummins again. Australia trying to make amends for 2 easy chances going down. And it's a big hello to Michael Clark.
G'day, Michael Slater. G'day to everybody. And yeah, a couple of sodas, as we call them, in the game of cricket. This one straight to Pat Cummins, who's a wonderful fieldsman. Maybe a little lapse in concentration. Now this one to Hazelwood goes up in the blue sky. So no clouds, or not many clouds around. So he might have just not picked it up or just misjudged it in the blue sky. But yeah, 2 absolute sodas for the Aussies. They'll be disappointed with that.
Goes in the air again, Moeen, so he's going to keep playing the shot. He plays it better. And every batsman in this English lineup has got a start. So we've got 2 20s out there at the moment. Ali 27, Curran 22. And it's about one or both of them actually converting them into a big total. If they want 350 plus, one of these 2 needs to be out there for some time.
Every run's so important for England right now. Only 290 runs on the board on a really good batting surface once you get through that new ball. So Joe Root will be sitting in that change room as we see a change in the field from Steve Smith. Second slip comes out, Sean Marsh I think it is, comes out to square leg. Steve Smith just pushing him back a couple for that short ball. Yeah, Joe Root will want 350 minimum, I think, on this surface.
Tries to go the other way. Willing to play the shots. It was the drinks break yesterday that brought about the wicket of Vince. So just a lapse in concentration and not getting yourself set again. But Ali with a different proposition today. He's been well out of touch. If Wokes was fit, he probably wasn't playing this test match, but he was selected again and shown faith. And he started the series okay with a 38-40. Their starts, 25 in Adelaide, and then not much. And the 20 in Melbourne was trying to play a million shots and scorch his way out of the doldrums. And in the end, he got out to Nathan Lyon again. But it was a different tactic, I suppose, coming to the crease, knowing that you're not scoring well and thinking, well, I'll just throw caution to the wind and play big shots. But it was reckless. I understand the intent side of it, but he just was taking on too big a risk and ultimately got out caught at short cover. So if we go to Melbourne, we'll show you the dismissal. Cummins has got 2 wickets, should have 3. And flayed through the offside. All he does have is a real snap of the wrist and hands through the ball. Didn't quite get hold of it.
I feel like the pace of the Australian quicks have really put Ali on the back foot, so he's felt like he's had to do more to Nathan Lyon. As we see here, on the up, West Indian-like. Back foot drive. Gets himself a couple, but this is how Nathan Lyon got him. But it was his intent in this innings that I liked. Just that shot, he's half and half. Do I go in the air or do I keep it along the ground? Had to make a decision, one or the other. Fortunately, he goes in between and Sean Marsh takes a good catch at short cover. The end of the over, 6 for 292.
So that's how it looks. Apart from Besto, he got a beauty late last night, and that finished the day in great fashion for Australia. It was a fine line. It was almost going to be Australia in the sheds with England 3 down. And then that second new ball produced 2 wickets. So they walked in feeling like it was their day at 5 down. But Besto, the only guy not to get going. always some thought, and I'm not sure what your theory was on the night watchman, but yeah, I think it's overrated at times. But if you've got a few overs to face, then the next best batsman might be the one to get through. But there weren't many overs to go. And if that was the night watcher getting out, then Bairstow starts today.
Yeah, look, I think in that situation I would have been pushing as captain for the night watchman. I used to try and communicate with the batsmen as well and allow them to make that call, and it seems to me that Joe Root was out batting. He was the man that was out, so he certainly had no input. So it seems to me that Bairstow would have had a conversation with probably the vice-captain and the coach and said, no, I want to go out and bat. With only a couple of overs left in the day, I think the night watchman's job is so important to save someone like Bairstow getting out. But then the other thing, especially against the second new ball, I thought his role this morning would have been just as important. The night watchman could have batted for 5 or 10 overs this morning, saw that new ball off, would have been very good for England. But in saying all that, Johnny Bairstow could have walked out today and got that same ball and nicked it straight to Tim Payne as well. So I just think the sun on your back, it's certainly more comfortable coming out and starting your innings in the morning with that sun shining versus last night when we had a shadow across 3/4 of the pitch. Tough conditions to come out and start in.
Yeah, such is the nature, I think, of Bairstow's confidence that he probably just said, no, I'm out there. I'm the man to get us through. And can't help but feel the first ball off Hazelwood in that over smashed an off-drive for 4. And it was a beautiful stroke, and in a way, well, it showed his intent, but in a way it worked for the wicket as well, because he was trying to be positive. And I'm sure the ball he got out on, he thought it was exactly the same delivery. It just swung late. It was maybe a tad shorter. It's 2 from the over. It's 6 for 294. Cummins to continue. Still ruining his drop catch, and then Hazelwood's off his bowling. So Steve Smith's probably still shaking his head as well, thinking, what on earth is going on? And it just goes to show the expectation at this level is those catches are just swallowed, but every catch is difficult, I suppose. That's the theory, isn't it? Some are easier than others. I know that's what you said to me off here. Some are easier than others.
Yeah, well, I would have thought Steve Smith, the one he caught today, was a little tougher than what we've just seen from Cummins and Hazelwood. But going back to last night, Michael Slater, you're talking about Bairstow.
Yeah, off the mark with this. Little bit of shape, but then it straightened up, and that's a beautiful shot. And at the time it was like, that's not bad. Now here's the wicket, and he's pushing it that way. He didn't try and go as hard at it, but out of the hand, I reckon Bairstow thinks that's exactly the same ball. The boundary is slightly fuller, but the line is exactly the same, subtly shorter, the wicket ball, but hooping away late. And that's all it takes. That's really good bowling.
The hardest part about batting, that shot selection. You feel it's in the exact same spot, and you see there's just enough of a difference. That ball that you hit right out of the middle of the bat is half a foot fuller, and you bring the length back a tiny bit, and that's the one that's just got a little bit more time to move away off the pitch or in the air. And credit to that man there. It was an absolute peach. It was a good delivery.
Yeah, no, it is smart bowling, and so that's why I say I think that drive actually aided the wicket for Hazelwood. And Bairstow thinks, yeah, I'm going to be strong with my intent and be aggressive late in the piece. And on the right, you just see it's subtly different, but it just moved a little bit more. And because it's a bit shorter, that movement's accentuated, and that's what grabs the edge. So Cummins now, he put one down, but he can make amends with the outside edge. Terrific bowling. In Australia, there was a bit of frustration, but now they can celebrate the 7th. Oh, It's a rip snorter.
That is a Jaffa. Takes the glove of Ali. Again, it's that short length. Comes unstuck, Ali. He's been unsure. Do I hook? Do I pull? Do I duck? This one he tries to ride. Pat Cummins gets him with a really good delivery. Ali gone for 30, 7 for 294.
There he is, Cummins. He's got his third. He continues to bowl very nicely throughout the Ashes series. He's proven his fitness. He's had a wretched time with injury over the years, but he's back. And obviously was probably trying to lift a little bit after dropping a catch that he would not normally drop. He's got such good hands. And there's another start walking back into the England dressing room. It is cruelling their big total. And they've only got themselves to blame. I suppose the other thing to add is that the pressure is always on with the Australian attack. There's no relent. There's a number of attacks around the world where you get through a tough spell from the openers or a spin bowler and a quick, and then there's a bowler that you fancy to score off more, but the Australians don't give you that. You're always having to concentrate so hard. Oh, that's nearly taken. That's probably a half volley into Bancroft. It's so close to being taken.
Says no straight away, Bancroft. See Stuart Broad fends it off. It's a good effort. Back pad. Oh, would have been a beauty. Would have been an absolute beauty. Unfortunately, he knows straight away.
He holds his ground well, doesn't he? Stays low. There's too much concern from him that he's going to get one pulled into the body, which is intimidating, but that's just a flick to the onside. And Broad, can he repeat what we saw at the MCG? Oh, that one's nearly caught as well. 7 for 294. Have a look at the second opportunity, and he's not too deep. He's standing where he should. This was a dead bat, and it didn't have any carry on it. But, he's very good in there. Came in with a reputation. Sometimes wonder whether you want a bat pad reputation.
Not a fun position.
It's a tough position, isn't it? And David Boone made it his own. Justin Langer was really good in there. Now, those who want it are almost moving forward rather than if you're not a natural in there. It's all a bit intimidating, but it's a very specialised position. It's 2 slips in the gully. Here's Curran, and there's an edge through the gap. So Steve Smith contemplating another catcher. Probably thinks he should have now.
Yeah, Mitchell Marsh into the attack, and Slatch, you were talking about picking your bowlers, and this is the bowler I think England have got to have a crack at. Yeah, you might nick one, you might get out, but I just think with the 3 quicks and line, the way they're bowling, I think Curran's got to have a real crack here at Mitchell Marsh. Try and get this total to 350. Just the 2 slips for Steve Smith. Can't believe it's gone into the gap. I think, particularly with this field as well, it's quite an aggressive field. No one at mid-on, no one at cover. You can see the England batsmen play a few shots here.
Well, he thought of going at that one. So Curran might be thinking that exact thing. He gets the boundary first ball. Streaky, but yeah, he's the lighter of the quartet. If you bring in the 5th bowler, that's the wicket again. It was a beauty. It was a beauty there from Cummins. He does bang them in at times, but that one was just on the money, angling back in, committing the stroke. And it's all too late. When you commit and shape up to that, it's all too late. You can't drop the hands.
And what makes that so good is the angle from around the wicket coming in at the body of Ali. So he tried to get out of the way of it, but he had nowhere to go. He could only fend off. Look round the wicket from Cummins, angle right in. That's over middle and off stump. So he's stuck. He can't move his feet. And at that sort of speed, as soon as you hesitate, oh, I forgot to pull, or oh, I didn't duck, it's gone. It's too late.
Last time a pull shot, and he gets it out to Nathan Lyon in the deep, just the one. The preference is to bowl at Broad at this stage. Yeah, I mentioned that mighty effort at the MCG from Broad. He was a 100-run stand with Cook, and it changed their total, obviously, but it was something that we haven't seen throughout the summer. The tail has just capitulated, and they've lost 4, 5 and 6 wickets very quickly, England, to really knock around their first and second innings total. So mainly in the first innings, that sets up your test match. The 56 was pretty special.
Well, they need it again today, England. They need a little, even a 30 or a 40, just to hang around, play some shots, keep your scoreboard ticking over. 299 now, England. And again, I think to someone like Mitchell Marsh, he's got to take him on.
Bad flies.
Bad flies here, mate. SCG.
Yeah, SCG. They're big too, aren't they?
Big.
Like
Come all the way from Hawkesbury.
They're like Sparrows. Oh, Hawkesbury. I don't think Airguard was strong enough out at Hawkesbury.
Certainly didn't work. Benson's Lane, I remember playing a bit of club cricket there for the Magpies, and yeah, plenty of flies.
It was always a good deck out there, though. Always pretty flat, quick outfield.
And if you were in the field, you could play all 3 grades. 5th grade, 3rd grade, 1st grade, so you could watch if you're fielding, you get a bit bored, you could watch your mates play.
So close to the outside edge, so Broad jumping around.
It's going to be short, has to be short with this field that Mitchell Marsh has got. 2 out on the hook, bat, pad, leg, gully. That's the length that Mitchell Marsh is going to bowl. Stuart Broad's got to find a way to score, whether it's step away, play the pull shot. He played the pull shot well in Melbourne. He can't be in between. He can't be fending like that.
There we go. He knows what's coming. They just pepper him. And sometimes I think Australia, in Melbourne, I thought they stuck at it for too long when it didn't prize the wicket early. That's 300 up for England. Hard fought as well. It's more than a 300 pitch. It's a bit quicker today. They're going to need every bit of 300 and more. You can see Australia batting well in these conditions, unless the England bowlers can just keep applying that pressure, get the new ball talking. But yeah, I just wonder whether that short approach to the tail enders goes for too long if it doesn't get the early breakthrough. There's another one. That's the end of the over. So 7 for 3. So that's how it looks. It was a quick start from Stoneman. Cook was looking solid. He drew the new ball. He was digging himself in. A few cuts away too, starting to launch himself a bit against the line. Vince, good start. Joe Root late yesterday. He didn't do a lot wrong. He flipped it well. He timed it. But if you hit it in the air, there's always a chance someone can take the catch. Cummins continues. A strong workload for Cummins, which testament to the hard work and the fitness he now possesses. There would have been concern, I'm sure, with all their database that they monitor workloads, but they've stuck with him right through the 5 tests. There it is, straight in the air. Can this one be taken? It's going to fall short. It was a big hoiked shot to the onside. And Steve Smith, always animated. You can see what he's feeling.
He wanted it, Stuart Broad. It wasn't that short from Pat Cummins. It was probably right there for him to take over mid-wicket. Gets it high on the bat. Mitch Marsh can't get there. Running in from deep backward square leg. And the other thing about Cummins is I think more than half the balls he's bowled in this series have been short balls. So that takes it out of you even more. His body's pulled up fine. He's certainly fit and healthy at the moment. Been in good spirits the whole series, and he's wanted to play, in particularly this Test match.
Yeah.
Wanted to play in Sydney.
Yeah, I like it, mate. That one's, again, you've got the batsman running away to the onside. Yeah, but the workload's strong, isn't it? And I like the approach from the selectors. In previous years, the Cotton Wolves come out very quickly with the fast bowlers. And that's what he's done. Distance covered, 24.4 kilometres, and that was 20 yesterday, basically, and he's almost up to 5 today. So with our GPS tracker, it just gives you an understanding of ground covered in that are run-ups and sprints and, you know, chasing the ball in the field. And it's quite amazing when you understand how far they travel through a day's play. Don't you think previously, as that one gets squirted away for a couple, bowlers have been protected a lot in previous years, but I do like the Australian approach here. They've gone back to the best bowling attack for the 5th and final, and if one of them breaks down, you might think, oh, that's a silly move because they've regained the Ashes, but it just shows that they want to finish this series off in a big way.
I think it's a no-brainer in a test match. You've got to play your best bowlers. There's no resting policy in a test match. Guys are fit and they're in your best team. I think on occasions they've used the resting policy as a method of dropping someone as well. I think if you're fit and healthy, this attack wants to play together. They want to play all three forms, and I think there will be stages through the one-day series or the T20s where they might have to make a decision on giving someone a game off. Or the one thing I always felt when I played was you train so much. If you're not playing, you're training. So why not give a player a day off training versus a day off a game?
There you go. It's not a bad option there. Gillette setting up a bit of a shave. That's a good delivery. I'm not going for the dry shave. No, that's ridiculous. That's rash material. Yeah, that's better. None of this makeshift for the camera. Now we want the proper stuff. There we go. That'll be the 5-blade.
He's missed a bit. He's doubling up here. This is third time lucky.
No, he just missed a bit this morning. He's just getting the rest off. You're every second day. You need to get down there. There he goes. He's got hold of it. It's 6. Fight fire with fire. And it pays off. So it's going to be very entertaining. Australia trying to finish the innings. They need 3 wickets. But that's a blast from Broad. 7 for 310. Here we go. It's Broad. And he got hold of that one. That would have felt really good. He's jumping around. And that's one to the batsman. Well played. That's courage. He moves to 10. There's Sky delivering it far away though. So 7 for 310. Change in the commentary. Ian Chappell. And here's Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Slats. Good strike by Stuart Broad. That is the shorter of the boundaries. Runs as well. Good thinking from this pair. They're both predicting the short ball. In Broad's case, it's almost a certainty. So if he can keep out the odd pitched up one, he knows he can flail away at the others. Current 2 now.
It's something they probably should have been doing earlier in the series to thwart the short pitch to Salt on the lower order players. Certainly Broad, I've been surprised that Broad was standing and playing. I think he's much better when he plays either the pull shot or slaps it over cover.
If that's hit the bone, that hurts even more than if it's hit the flesh. And he's a tough boy, Tom Curran. Brought up in country Zimbabwe. English mother, Zimbabwean father, who's a fine cricketer, of course. And like so many cricketers from that part of the world, they're really up for the battle.
Was almost out of the Alan Davidson playbook. He always reckoned hit the opposing fast bowlers in the calf. Don't worry about bouncing them. Hit them in the calf so that you really deplete their effort when they got the chance to bowl.
You've got to be pretty accurate. Hit them in the calf, and that's certainly something we can say about Alan Davidson. one of the most remarkable records of any bowler ever, up there with the very best that's ever been.
Yeah, he was a very, very good cricketer, Alan Davis, and very good all-round cricketer for New South Wales and Australia. And had the, I'm not sure it was the fortune or misfortune to bat against him as a young guy. Fortunately, Davo was right near the end of his career, but he was not quite as quick as Mitchell Starc, but he could swing the ball a lot, and his bouncer was always very well directed.
And remarkably, his 186 wickets came at just a tad over 20 apiece. Broad's controlled that one really well, hitting it down, not trying to hit it too hard. Have a quick look at Davo. That's that great English player Peter May getting out to Davo there. And then Tony Locke.
One of the things that stands out with Davo is those broad shoulders.
And Fred Truman bowled out, finding it all most amusing. Good mates in the age of chivalry. 4 runs. Oh, Tom Curran rocking along here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. It's 7 for 320. So already this partnership worth 26. The 7th wicket falling at 294. 38 now to Curran, 11 to Stuart Broad. 3 men are back, long leg, square leg. Well, 2 square legs really, one just behind, one in front of square. So Broad, very smart, smashes it past mid-on. Terrific counter-attack from England in the Sydney sunshine.
Very smart, because 2 of the men are behind square leg. The big gap is wide of mid-on, which is exactly where he's hit it. The other option for Broad is to go through the offside. Got an acre paddock out there. Work on the theory that you hit them where they ain't.
Well, it's flattering for Broad that there are 4 men on the boundary and only 3 attacking catchers, a slip, a gully and a short leg. It's well directed into the rib cage. That's a much harder ball to try to pull. It's a problem for Cummins for sure, is that there's nobody in front of square on the offside, so he's reluctant to pitch it up at off stump. Broad's got a good eye, he's a natural timer of the ball, got a good back lift, so he's likely to hit through the ball and score if it's his day. Not always his day, but when it is, he can be effective. There goes Broad again. Look at that. Couple of maximums. And they're really hurting the Australians here.
Well, this is why it was always the best option for Broad. By doing this, he's not getting so many balls into that awkward area where he's had trouble almost holding out at bat pad. Now his only danger is holding out at long leg. But he's such a good timer. If he gets it anywhere near the middle, it's going to clear the boundary.
Good, interesting on that replay to see how long he's watching the ball for. Not turning his head away and swatting at it. They've scored 36 now off 21 balls.
Well, that's the other thing about playing these shots. to play those sort of shots, Broad has to keep his eye on the ball. And by keeping his eye on the ball, he's less likely to get hit. Plus, he's doing some serious damage on the scoreboard. 21 or 14, just the 1-4, but 2 6s. Partnership, 36 from 24.
Dropped well short. It's unusual cricket, let's just say that.
I think it's overdoing the short stuff. It's costing runs, and there really is an opportunity to clean bowl Broad. All right, you perhaps need to put someone in the cover region if you are going to bowl the Yorker. And I really do think you've got to mix it up a bit.
Yeah, you're immediately taking 2 main ways of getting him out if you don't bowl at the stumps. Oh, what a great take that is, a flying Tim Payne. And the other point is, if you don't set anybody in front of square in the offside, it affects the bowler even subconsciously. It's at 7 for 3-3-1. Well, when Trevor Bayliss talked about Tom Curran coming into the side, he talked about looking for guys who had a bit of tick-up, a bit of attitude, and Tom's certainly got that. 37 now from 59 balls out there, been out there an hour and 25 minutes, so that's an immense contribution. Nathan Lyon coming into the attack. Very rare that an innings goes by without Lyon taking a wicket. Maybe he will here. The left-handed Broad is on strike. Good run. That's good cricket in itself.
Broad has finally found a way to become a real nuisance at the lower end of the order. He did it in Melbourne with a half-century. Now this valuable partnership. If England can get it up 350 plus, then you've got a reasonable tally on the board.
Ball, guys, ball.
And they need that because they've got 2 spinners, so they're relying. They'll be relying a lot on the twin spin threat. So with a couple of spinners, you need some runs to work with.
Nice stroke. Pretty good stop by Lyon as well. If it's got the ankle, that knobbly bit of the ankle, that's sore.
It's hit hard. Oh yes, he's got the ankle bone, bit of shin probably with it. Either one, it hurts.
Oh, there was a great groan around the commentary box behind us there. Oh. Right on that inside part of the ankle.
Yeah, you might be asking Nathan Lyon, was it really worth saving 4 runs? Especially, I reckon by tomorrow it could be pretty sore. I had a good look at Mason Crane bowling in the warm-ups this morning. He was, giving it everything, and I was very impressed. Bowls at a good pace, gets a bit of curve on the ball, and he certainly spins it hard.
Yes, great.
That's exactly why that man's positioned there. That left a big gap around square leg, encouraging Broad to play that sweep stroke. He likes to play it, that and the slog sweep. Well, they've covered the slog sweep with the man at mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, but no one at square leg, so they're hoping for a top edge. They're leaving that gap to encourage Broad, and that's another good stop. Real mixture of cricket this morning, some very good, some very bad, and all of it highly entertaining. 7 for 3-3-4. The KFC trivia, the last player to take 5 wickets in an innings of a SCG, 5 wickets in each innings, that is, of a Sydney Cricket Ground Ashes test. Well, McGill did it in 1998, that is for sure. He took 12 in the match against England. Broad again, and safe.
I'm a little surprised that Broad hasn't tried to go through the offside. He's only looking at the onside at the moment. Pretty hard to hit that one through the offside. And Pat Cummins going for as much height so that the top edge would go very high. Yeah, Stuart McGill. Certainly remember him getting a big haul.
That's a couple of A's, isn't it, from us two, I think.
Would be appropriate if it's him, because he's had a lot to do with Mason Crane's development while he was playing for Gordon in the Sydney club competition last year. Stuart McGill worked with him a lot and was very impressed with young Mason Crane.
Yes, they were together on Friday mornings throughout the summer. They met here at the Sydney Cricket Ground, either the indoor or the outdoor nets. And they did a lot of technical stuff and a lot of thinking too, a lot of talking about bowling. Wrist spin. And here is McGill in that match in the 98-99 series. Big spinner of the ball was Stewie McGill.
Yeah, put a lot of side spin on it. He also delivered it from fairly round arm, but you could see there, it gave you a good clue how much he was spinning the ball. Five for 57 and 7 for 50 in that 98-99 test.
That's out. Well bowled. Pat Cummins in the end. Better area, that. Sort of rib cage area. Comfortable catch for Cameron Bancroft, and an important wicket because that partnership was really niggling away at the Australians.
Once again, we see how hard it is to control the ball when you're standing and playing and the ball is at about head height. It's a good knock. England 8 for 335.
Fourth wicket for Pat Cummins, 4 for 73 now from 22 overs and 4 balls. First class career for Mason Crane, because this is his first test match, so there's no test career record yet. Played 30 first class matches, averaging 12 with the bat, best score of 29. Very wholehearted cricketer. And he's off the mark. First ball in Test cricket.
Well, that'll ease a few nerves. Pat Cummins really has put in a big effort in this innings. 4 for 74 now from 22.5. A very well-directed short one. Playing it right in front of the face and straight into the hands of Bancroft.
Very good performance from Tom Curran, 39 precious runs. Just trying to put myself into Mason Crane's shoes and think how his heart must be pumping. It's 8 for 337. .26 to Broad and Crane off the mark. Just James Anderson to come, and the scorecard is, well, does illustrate extremely well the problem England have faced often in the series. People getting in, getting out, nobody going on to the 100 or even the big 100 that makes such a difference in setting up a test match.
You do see that a lot when you're up against a really good attack where there's no let-up, and there's certainly no let-up in this Australian attack with Nathan Lyon bowling so well.
Good work, Crexy.
I was just thinking of Mason Crane and how his heart must be pumping away, and slightly clammy hands. Came marching out to bat, not shy of the challenge. At every stage of his career, wherever he's played cricket, he's embraced the challenge. But today, a test match at the Sydney Cricket Ground, where he played club cricket for Gordon last year, got a game for New South Wales on this ground. But this, of course, is the biggest leap of them all.
Ball, Nathan, more ball. Come on, lads,
A
9.
slight change in the field placing. They put a man on the boundary at deep backward square, but kept the man at backward square leg at 45.
Ball, Nate. Lovely, Gaza.
And just out of reach at the man at 45. And it's gone Broad's way a bit. But as we were saying, Curran's runs are valuable, so too Broad's, because there's 28 of them now from just 25 balls. England have upped the scoring rate. They were around about the 2.7 mark yesterday. They're above 3 and over now, which means they're around 3.3 today. Oh, what a delivery from Nathan Lyon, just getting it up in the air a bit, dipping it, spinning it and bouncing it. Bodes well for the game. 8 for 339. Right, Michael Vaughan is here, Shane Warne too, and Bill Laurie.
Thanks, Mark. Exciting cricket, Sydney Cricket Ground. The tail wagging for England, some big hitting. That man Broad doing the job again with the bat for England. Handy runs, 8 for 339. The crowd on the edge of their seats because they could have been bowled out this morning, but the tail has wagged. Cummins charging him. Hey, just wide of bat pad, and it's all happening at the Sydney Cricket Ground, boys.
Well, it certainly is, and the Australians continue with this tactic of going short to the tail. If you look at Broad, 28 from 26, 50 in the CG just a week ago. And the young lad from Hampshire, he wouldn't have seen much of this in the county game, round the wicket, 80-odd miles an hour.
Stuart Broad, well over 6 foot. Deep fine leg, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg. Over the top, misses.
Good afternoon, everyone. Look at that legend there, Bob Hawke on the left there, ex-Prime Minister of Australia. Known him for 40 years, and he loves doing this every year. He's bought his own beer today. The crowd get behind him to sort of say, rightio, Bob, get it down in one. He's just warming up to it at the moment. He's just getting ready for it. He's building himself up for it, Bill. It's a big moment, that, in the Sydney Cricket Ground. Don't forget the wickets, the runs, the Richies, everything. Bob Hawke necking a pint.
He's doing a Shane Warne, he's posing.
Oh, come on, Bill. Come on, Bill. I've known Bob Hawke for 40 years. He taught me how to bowl some leg spinners on his tennis court. It's now or never, Bob. Oh, he's ready. He's waiting for it on the big screen. Here he comes. Go on, Bobby. Show us your technique. Here he goes. Simple. No, doesn't sip it. He gets it down in one. Look how quick he is. Oh, hang on. He hasn't finished yet. He hasn't finished. Well, he is 88 years of age, Bob Hawke. Give him a little bit of leeway. He's 88 years of age, Michael Vaughan.
Look at
it, he hasn't finished yet. He's just having a little pause.
Well, you've got to say it's a pretty poor effort, isn't it?
Well done, Bob. Great work. Super stuff, Bob. Happy New Year to all of you.
Cummins charging in.
Wait there.
Well played.
Yeah, you look at Tom Curran, the way that he's played this morning. It was terrific to see, Bill, wasn't it? Young player, playing a few shots.
It's been a terrific morning. You've seen it all now, haven't you, Michael? It's all happening on Ryan's Wide World of Sports. Here it goes. It's rid of the keeper. It's all out. I don't know. This tail has wagged. The Australians have bowled short. Use their feet to the spinners. Flick through the slip cordon. Another one over the top.
Yeah, tremendously young players coming out and just enjoying the stage. It's a huge moment, playing in an Ashes series, big crowd, huge audience, and Tom Curran looks like he's made of exactly the right stuff.
Yep. Nicely played. Coming back for the second, that's good running. Well done. Crowd loving it on the edge of their seats. Handy runs for England. Run rate's good, 3 runs per over. Nathan Lyon. Now to Stuart Broad. There's 1, 2, 3 men in it deep. He'll take them on if it's up. Doesn't time it.
Yeah, I think you're right, Bill. I think if he just gets one a little bit higher, Stuart Broad will try and hit Nathan Lyon over mid-on. It's the vacant space for him.
There he goes, into the gap, racing down the hill. Good chase. Well fielded.
That's a slow outfield, so that's 346 for 8 that England have is worth a bit more than that.
Lyon, none for 86, 2 chances of being dropped off his bowling. Still throwing it up. He's got a big opportunity here to pick up a tail. There's a man at deep mid-wicket, backward square leg. Broad goes, bang. Smith will get this. He's back. He does. Nathan Lyon strikes a big wicket just before the luncheon break.
Yeah, he deserved that, Nathan Lyon. He's bowled well. He's into his 37th over. It's his first wicket, 1 for 86. He's bowled a lot better than that. Stuart Broad through the bat. Plenty of short stuff from the Aussies. He's got a couple over the ropes. He found the boundary a few times. It's a good wicket for Australia to get. 9 down now, England. Stuart Broad goes for 31, and it's 9 for 346.
James Anderson. Not the best number 11 in the world, but his average is 10. And he's got a chance here against the spinner. We'll enjoy that more than the pace. Wonderful bowler for England. Should bowl reasonably well on this pitch second day. There's a bit of pace and a bit of bounce.
Well, you always felt once that space became available over mid-on that Broad was going to continue to try and hit it there. Just a nice slower ball from Nathan Lyon, a bit higher, a bit wider.
Yeah, I got one, you can see him say. Right, Nathan Lyon might just knock him over first ball here.
Ball, Nathan. Good, Gazmo.
This is 37.
Bowling, Gary.
It's the over bowled. 9 for 346. good morning for England. 4 wickets for 113. That's handy for the lower order. Playing a miss. That was quick.
Well, I think with the way that Cummins has bowled in the series, he deserves a fifer. He's yet to get one. Well, with decent pace, you probably could say that he's bowled too short, if anything. If that's the one little bit of criticism that you would air at Pat Cummins, he could get the ball fuller more consistently. But he's a terrific athlete.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. I think that's just the role at his side. Yeah, I think Steve Smith used him as that enforcer type role and bowls the short stuff.
Said it all day yesterday. Sydney Cricket Ground, when the sun's out, it's magnificent. Both the batting side and the fielding side. Boundaries are not too big. Cummings pitched short. 65.3, which is a lot on a good pitch. But his figures are good. There's a run out. Oh, how silly is that? That's it. In review. That's what normally happens when the number 11 comes in. There's some fast bowling around.
Well, Jimmy Anderson couldn't get up the other end quick enough here.
Not sure where he was going. He hit it straight to the fielder. Don't think he saw the fielder. He might have thought it was the umpire. I think he was a long way out here. Yeah, gone. It's a good take from Bancroft at the stumps. That'll be out. That'll be the end of the innings. All out for 346. There it is. That's out. That'll be definitely be lunch now. 10 minutes early, but that'll be lunch. England dismissed for 346. Mason Crane did well. It's been a good morning's cricket, Bill.
Super morning's cricket. Wickets falling, runs scored, 1 and 2 sixes, 346 is a reasonable score. 112 overs, but conditions are perfect.
Yeah, it's a good pitch. There's a little bit there for the spinners, and if the likes of Mason Crane and Moeen Ali can get it right, they have a sniff here. 346, not a huge score, but with a slow outfit, it's probably worth 400. The Australians in the field, they were disappointing. Cameos from Tom Curran and a little bit from Moeen Ali. It's been a decent effort from the England side.
So players go off, take a short break and come back with the cricket show.
What's up in the air? Gone. No, another one down. Oh, he's got him. There he goes. He's got hold of it at 6. 0.5 with 5. There goes Broad again. Look at that. Tell for a ball. Well done, Bob. Great work. Super stuff, Bob.
It's a short ball. Raven moves back and falls fastly past square leg. So this is cricket.
Victory to the Australians by 8 wickets.
He's got him! Got him! Round! He's got 2! Beautifully caught! He's done it! That is an excellent 100. The last ball, can you believe that?
A very good afternoon and welcome back to the Sydney Cricket Ground for the resumption of play on day 2 of this final test match in the Magellan Ashes series. Australia about to bat. Cameron Bancroft is about to face the first ball from James Anderson. Safely through to the keeper, 3 slips and a gully in place. And for those of you who may not have been with us earlier today, England bowled out for 346. James Anderson bowling from the Randwick or the southern end of the ground. And 346, I always think a total like that is a really good 50-50 score. Generally leads to a good game when the side that bats first makes them that 300 figure. It's a good score, it's not a great score. Both sides still very much with a good chance of winning the game. And good afternoon to Ian Chappell.
Good afternoon, Mark, and to all of our viewers. Yeah, I think what happens with a score like that, the fielding side, you realise, right, we've got to bowl really well, we've got to field really well now to stay in this game. And if the side bowling second does bowl well, then that's when you get the really good game of cricket, really competitive. But I'm with you, 350, if you get them fairly quickly, you'll win more than you lose if you bowl well.
It's quite an unusual looking scorecard, isn't it? I was just trying to count the scores between 24 and 40. There's 6. The 24, a 25, a couple of 39s, a 30 and a 31. 6 scores between 24 and 40. An 83, a 62. Only 2 bats are missing out. You generally expect to see at least 100 when you see that many starts. Well, that's off about middle stump, I reckon, judging by the reactions from the slips.
Good start from Jimmy Anderson. He's making Cameron Bancroft play. The exception, I think, Mark, with that sort of scorecard is when you're up against a really good bowling attack, and that's what I would class Australia as, a really good bowling attack, and that's when you're likely to get a scorecard like that. Because there's such a good attack that you know that they'll bowl a good one, and it could happen any time. Just because you're set doesn't mean that you're not vulnerable. You're always vulnerable against a good attack like that, especially when it's got variety.
Yeah, we were chatting about earlier, weren't we, with someone like Joe Root. He's got 4 half centuries in the series, but no hundreds. But Australia have kept at him the whole time. They've never just given him 100 once he's got to 50. Pressure has always been on. That's amazing. There's David Warner on the way out to bat a moment ago, just touching the plaque there in memory of Philip Hughes. Warner would have played a lot of cricket with Phil. I believe that they've just opened the bridge, I believe, at Maxwell, which is on the highway, just probably about an hour south of Coffs Harbour. And I believe they're going to call it the Philip Hughes Bridge. I hope I've got that right, in memory of Philip, who was born in Maxwell.
Yep, the Maxwell pub there on the way to Nambucca Heads. I remember it well.
Yeah, only about 5-10 minutes away from Nambucca. It's a lovely part of the world. Warner's away. Good running, good cricket. Well, I've just been informed that the bridge was open in December.
Warner very keen to get off the mark. Hill was such a busy player, but it's a good ploy. Get off that Nord as soon as possible. And he wasn't hanging about.
Well, I think the other thing with David Warner, he is such a 4-hitter that I think often people in the ring are saving the ones tend to sit back a little bit for Warner because he tends to hit the ball so hard. So if he plays like that, he can also pick up those singles a lot easier than some other players where the ring fieldsmen tend to walk in a bit quicker. Oh, right through him. There's that line again, around and off stump. That one nips back and it finds that gap between bat and pad again. Good bowling for Broad, good length, and an early strike for England.
Well, that's just what England want. Couple of early wickets with 2 spinners in your side. You need some early wickets with the new ball. Broad just gets that one to move enough to beat the bat. Bancroft looking for the drive. That was a good delivery. Australia 1 for 1.
Good day. for Stuart Broad so far. Good feeling with the bat, made a quick fire 30. And now wicket number 399 for the English quickie. Bancroft, not a good feeling for him. It's a duck. So the new man is Usman Khawaja, average of around about 43. Struggled a little bit in this series. Made some decent starts without making that big score. Broad around the wicket. Good line too, really good line. We talked quite a bit about Cameron Bancroft before this test match started yesterday. We talked about that issue he has around about there. You can see there that he's falling across front of the stumps. The foot sort of goes towards cover there, and the bat's sort of going towards mid-on. So there's always that little gap between bat and pad, and if there's a little bit of movement, and that moved a little bit back into him, it finds that gap. Khawaja's away.
You often find with Broad, if he gets a wicket early, he gets on a bit of a roll. He's certainly charging in at the moment. His speed is up to nearly 140. But he has this habit of taking wickets in clumps. And it quite often stems from a good start, getting a wicket early. Gee, that seam was perfect for just a little bit of movement back in.
Right on the spot too, the confidence is up. It changed a little bit in Melbourne for Stuart Broad. He bowled well, took 4 wickets there, then got runs in the second innings, or should I say in the England innings of that game. There's that 4 for 51. Then he made some runs, then a 1 for. And now a wicket here to start in Sydney on the back of some runs. Nicely placed. There is a man in the deep, as there has been throughout the series for Warner. So keep that to 2. It's good over though. It's 1 for 4 Australia. So an early strike for England. Those test wickets for England, that is. Anderson 5.22, and there's Stuart Broad 3.99. 1 away.
That was 3.99. Comprehensive. Bowlers love to get wickets like that.
It's just interesting to keep an eye on. Admittedly, Cameron Bancroft hasn't got going. He's on naught. Just watch where the foot is and where the bat's going. Foot's only a short stride, and as you can see, he's falling over. There's no real balance on that front foot, and the bat's heading towards, well, probably towards David Warner, the non-striker. To play down the line of the ball, he's got to hit that back towards Stuart Broad. And you can see the bat's finishing up, heading towards wide mid-on position. That just creates that gate between bat and pad. And it's been an issue that Cameron Bancroft was been exposed, I think, in this series. You can see this is where he's fallen throughout the series to the quickies. You see, it's where you're going to get a lot of test bowlers bowling. Good length on or around that off-stump line. You can see those balls are all sort of hitting in towards the top of off-stump. All those balls are pitching, and they're heading towards top of off. If they move slightly away, it's going to bring in the edge. And if there is a gap between bat and pad, which there is with Bancroft, and the ball heading towards the stumps, bowled and LBW is always in play, and he's been bowled a couple of times in the series. He's fallen LBW. He's also nicked 1 or 2. So he's got some work to do there.
hasn't happened often for England in this series. An early wicket, really get them going. If you knock a couple over with the new ball when you're relying a lot on spinners in a match, it's a big help.
Well, you're right, Ian Chappell, about this pitch. You always feel it's often a bit more of I'd say a patchy look, but it's not your classic like Adelaide Oval at the moment. When you go there, it's generally all the one colour, and the grass covering is generally very consistent. Here, not quite as consistent. The soil is often exposed more where the bowlers follow through. You get a little bit more unevenness with the new ball. 1 for 4. Well, perfect day for cricket really today. High 20s, bit of a breeze blowing. England made 346, Australia 1 for 4. Here's Broad. There's just that little bit of movement, as you'd expect with a new ball.
So he's consistently over 135 kilometres an hour, Broad. You can see it in his run-up. He's really charging in. He was charging in before he got the wicket. The wicket certainly hasn't done any harm.
Good length again from Broad. Bowling a nice full length with this new ball. Trying to bring the batsman forward.
And I think that's been part of the big improvement in Broad. He had a horror match in Perth. Could well have been suffering a bit of a knee injury in that game. But I reckon he bowled quite a bit fuller in Melbourne. And he's continuing in that vein here in Sydney. That's a very good length to be bowling in Sydney. A little bit of movement either way causes the batsman a problem.
A single for that. I think that one of the problems that England have had, and with Anderson and Broad, is that they haven't bowled that well with the brand new ball, and they've got it much better, as Ian Chappell pointed out. I reckon in previous matches they've bowled more balls at sort of that length there. That sort of, it's not bad length. You're not giving away a lot of runs, but you're not getting batsmen out. You can see they're a good metre or two fuller. Well, certainly Stuart Broad is today anyway, and that's been the big improvement in the last couple of test matches. That's a good ball as well. It's a nice shot from Khawaja. That's exactly what you want as an opening bowler. Bringing the batsman forward, and it's not quite a half volley.
And I think that particularly applies to Stephen Smith, because he'll play you off the back foot till the cows come home. He loves playing off the back foot. And England have got to find a way to drag him forward a bit more often.
England persisting with that field of that man, the deep. They've got Moeen Ali way out, big right of screen there, saving the boundary through the offside. And it's something England have done right throughout this series. They've cut off his boundary to that man, the deep there, in the right of screen. That's Moeen Ali way out there. And right throughout this series, they've sort of said to David Warner, we're not going to allow you to hit all those boundaries that you like to hit out in that area. A good battle. Good new ball bowling. A couple of left-handers out there at the moment, Khawaja and Warner. That's nicely timed. That beats mid off that one. Mason Crane is after it. Oh, and 2 only. Be almost 3 there. We've talked a bit about a Gatorade tracker. There's Usman Khawaja, what he's done to date. That's over the first 2 days in the field. So 12.2 Ks he's covered. We were talking about Pat Cummins earlier today. He was up to around 20 Ks, obviously as a bowler. Doing a lot more. This is where Khawaja will start to click up the Ks. Well, he certainly hopes he will anyway. I'd like to think that by the end of the day that's going to be well over 20 if he makes 100.
50% of Pat Cummins, that's why you become a batsman, not a fast bowler. And if you're a first slipper, it's even better. It's probably, about 50, 60 Ks?
I'd like to try and keep that below 10 for the match in the field. You don't mind actually getting them when you hit a few runs, do you? You don't mind racking up a few Ks there. Ooh, that's nicely bowled.
The good thing about being a first slipper is all the Ks you do, if you do any at all, they're all walking from first slip to first slip.
They reckon we're dumb, Chappelli. That's what they used to say. It was always a nightmare, though, when they bring the helmet out. You actually have to go back a couple of steps to get a helmet as well. That always added to the distance, didn't it? Oh, it's good bowling from Anderson. It's nagging away around that off-stump line.
The other big advantage was you didn't cop all the abuse the blokes down on the boundary cop. Or if you were copping it, you didn't hear it out up in the middle.
Is that what happens in the deep, does it? I didn't find out much about that. Try to stay away from the fence.
Young days, mate, I was a boundary rider. Well, when you got Bob Simpson in the side, you're not going to get first slip.
Well, see, I was lucky because Simo was coach when I came into the side, and I told him straight away I was a slipper, so straight in there. The boys used to call it the Golden Wing Lounge. Now the Qantas Club, I think you'd call it. It's good stuff from Anderson. Good length from both Anderson and Broad so far. It's 1 for 8. Broad to continue. Just looking at that field for David Warner. There's only a mid-on and a deep backward square on the leg side for Warner. You see the 2 left of the screen there. Doesn't leave him a huge margin for error. It doesn't really allow him to attack the stumps all that much. 3 slips, a gully, there's a short point, a catching point, mid-off and deep cover, all on the offside.
It's a big deviation from where they started the series because they started out sort of aiming with a bloke like Broad in particular, angling in from leg stump, not much closer than middle, trying to restrict him from hitting balls through the offside. So it's been quite a change in plan.
Well, that's 4. There's no one down there. I think a bit of glove, maybe a bit of thigh guard, and races away for 4.
You see that quite a bit in the England side. Johnny Bairstow chasing balls to the boundary. I was watching him do the sprints this morning. He's certainly one of the more athletic amongst the Englishmen. And he was doing a bit of ground fielding. His throwing was excellent. So he's quite athletic. Bit of an edge onto the thigh guard. Maybe that's why he was doing the sprints.
That's well bowled. Just a hint of movement back into Warner there.
I just noticed the black armband on Johnny Bairstow's left arm. It is. It's the 20th anniversary of his father's death. David was wicketkeeper for England and Yorkshire, exactly the same as Johnny. Sadly committed suicide 20 years ago to the day.
See for Khawaja now that the line's pretty much the same. Stuart Broad, there's an extra man on the leg side for Khawaja. The man at mid-wicket, because he does like to work the ball to the onside. And the man who's at deep cover has come up. See, the extra man there is at mid-wicket. And that does allow Broad to bowl a little bit straighter to Khawaja and gives him a little bit more protection in an area where Khawaja is fairly strong as a batsman. Good line, good stuff. 1 for 13. Now the England Army may have the Barmy Army, but KFC have come to Australia's aid with the HSC Buckethead Army. You're ready and raring to bring the noise. Join the Buckethead Army and you can play the Bang Your Buckets game. Simply go to the HSC, no, not the HCG, should I say. That's what my daughter was doing last week, the HSC. The hcg.com.au to take part in all the fun. And don't forget to bang those buckets.
Anderson, as always, very tidy. He's in his 4th over. 2 of them have been maidens. He's probably been at the stumps a bit more at the start of this spell than he has with the new ball in other games.
No. Doesn't bowl a lot of width, does he, James Anderson? See a lot of short, wide stuff. You can see there, it's a bit what I was saying a moment ago about Stuart Broad. I'd like to see him still bowl a little bit fuller than that. It's very hard to score from at that length, and he, as I said, he doesn't bowl a lot of width. There's not a lot of balls wide of the stumps there. Just a couple early on to Bancroft and the left of screen was swinging away, but generally he's pretty tight. No. You can see that delivery there. It's just a little bit short. Warner and Khawaja are comfortable, look more comfortable when the ball's that length. I'd like to see that a couple of metres fuller.
And I think the pitch map was backing up what you're saying, because I think there was only about 3 or 4 of those deliveries that went on to hit the stumps. The rest were all passing over the top of the stumps. Whereas Broad was more in the 6-metre region.
That's better. Brought Warner forward on that occasion.
Warner giving it the full face.
Gets that through. It's not out of the middle. Pick up 2. And that's 1 for 15. So Australia 1 for 15 and apply to England all out 346. Changing the commentary, Michael Clark has joined Ian Healy.
Thanks, Tubbs. Strong in-form batting lineup to come. they've all contributed nicely to a series victory, and Khawaja would like to be the head of the list today. Broad's length has been excellent, and that's why it's taken 7 overs to score just 15 runs. Bancroft cleaned up after some very good bowling, giving him nothing.
It's a good delivery from Broad. He's full and straight, bit of angle in, comes back off the pitch. Again, it's what we've spoken about with Bancroft. Straight front knee, front toe going towards cover. It's a pretty good ball to get, though. Give Stuart Broad the credit he deserves. That's the area they're going to continue to target for Bancroft.
Very excited. Huddle too there from the English team. Their confidence is up. I haven't seen Alistair Cook so buoyant in a huddle like that for a long, long time. So really good. They've got an early wicket. Looking for a second one. Maybe more.
Yeah, I think their chance is to try and get a couple with this brand new ball. They've got to get Steve Smith in the first 10 or 12 overs and attack him while the ball's new. If they don't, Khawaja and Warner can build a bit of a partnership here. Smith comes in when the ball's old. They're going to find it hard. Bowl Australia out.
And that's what's been happening. Even though Khawaja and Bancroft haven't, probably not, happy with their series. Khawaja's had 250s. They haven't been 3 for nothing, 3 for 25 or anything like that. England have really had to labour through the top order, even though they weren't scoring the runs they'd like. And that's at least one good thing. Is it to be Usman's day today?
He looks good. Again, Khawaja, I'll probably say that every time he bats. He's a stylish player, got all the shots. I think he started really well. So as you mentioned, Ian Healy, if you can finish the big 100 here at the SCG, those numbers don't look too bad at all. A couple of important 50s. And we know how good David Warner is at the SCG, his home ground. They got their work cut out, England, trying to get one of these two out before they even get to the man in form, Steve Smith.
Milan out for 62 today. 180 balls, just edged one to be spectacularly caught by Stephen Smith. Second slip. Packed offside field now. He's in catching cover. And there's a deep cover way out to the right of screen. So Broad looking to protect the boundary and keep it across David Warner. Just like that.
Yeah, it's nice bowling. 7-2 field, so he can't afford to get straight at all, Broad. I like that he's gone back over the wicket, though. They started around the wicket to Warner. I think use that angle across him. Get him to try and drive, whether it be front foot or back foot. You can bring the occasional ball back in. It gives you a chance at LBW, but I think just in general, that angle across the left-hander is a weapon the right-hand bowlers should use to Warner at the start of his innings.
Oh, too straight. He's going to pop it into the mid-wicket area and go for 2. Look at him go. Khawaja responds beautifully. 1 for 18. Running between wickets so important, and in a partnership. So if David Warner, who's got supreme pace, wants to take some quick runs, Usman Khawaja's got to be anticipating it.
Moeen Ali into the attack very early here from Joe Root. Don't mind this either. 2 left-handers. Khawaja struggled to Ali. We'll get a good indication to see how Dave Warner's going to play. Is he going to take it to him, or is he going to continue to play quite defensive like we saw in Melbourne?
And will Usman Khawaja get through him? Out to him early in Brisbane. As soon as Usman came out, Moeen Ali was on and round the wicket. It's happening again now. He's well and truly into the series, so can the footwork start to flow for Khawaja?
Yeah, I thought Usman's intent in Melbourne against Ali was how it needs to be. I think he took one downtown, hit him for 6 straight back over his head, but I think he had plenty of energy. He was looking to score, really positive. Not much spin here at the moment. middle of day 2 in this SCG pitch. So I think if Khawaja keeps that same intent coming down the wicket, he knows the ball shouldn't spin past him if he can get to the pitch of it.
Yeah, well played. Well played. A little hairy moment there, wasn't it? A few people in the commentary box went, oh.
Yeah, never in doubt, Hills. Good batting.
He bailed out of it and defended.
Nicely bowled, saw him coming. But that's a great example. There's not much spin. So you feel safe doing that, coming down the pitch. Again, just gets in the bowler's mind. Lets Ali know that I'm not going to sit on my crease. You can't bowl the same ball at the same pace every time. I'm going to make you change, put some pressure on you.
Just wants to come at the ball, though, doesn't he? When he did advance then, he was coming down the pitch rather than towards the ball. Just needs to be careful. Made a good adjustment. You saw where that back foot had to push off from. Way outside leg. Got there. Yeah, well played and good little contest. It's a maiden, 1 for 18. Australia's City of Angels.
There is no better place in the world. Don't worry about in Australia. Have a look at that. That is heaven right there. Oh, Heels. Where else would you rather be? Unbelievable part of the world. Harbour Bridge, Opera House. Beautiful waterways. Ferry there on the left, the screen. Mark Taylor's boat on the right of screen.
Couple of warships. No, I'm in. So's Tom Curran. 10th over of the innings. It's 1 for 18. Warner on strike. It's another 2. Curran has to be careful.
Yeah, that little check pull from Warner. Seen him get out a few times, just half going at it. This time controls it, keeps it along the ground. It's the length, it's the uncertainty of length. It's not quite short enough to stand up and pull, but it's a back foot length. Good control from Warner on this occasion. I just want to go back to Usman Khawaja. Hills, you mentioned this, playing the spin last over off Ali and coming down the pitch, and I think the key with your first step is to run to the line of the ball. So at the moment you look at how far Usman Khawaja's back leg and front leg is towards the leg side. He needs to run closer. That's better. He's in a better position there. Your second step can judge the length. Second step's about trying to get as close to the ball as you possibly can, but the first step is about the line. You've got to be going in the direction of where the ball's coming from. Although he's trying to keep himself to the leg side of the ball, that opens up the offside, playing with the spin. I just think that second example was a lot better from Khawaja. So here, the first step is closer in the direction of the bowler. It's straighter towards the offside versus running the other side of the umpire, the leg side. He's in a much more comfortable position there to play that, if it's not quite the right length.
And Moeen Ali needs to play around with that too. He needs to vary his speeds, trajectory, and have him driving through the covers once or twice. You know, see what he wants to do to something that's flighted up. Get him driving and playing shots.
I think when you're coming down the pitch to a spinner, your intent is to score. You're looking to score. In those two instances, the ball wasn't quite there, so you can pull out. But I like that Khawaja's looking to be positive.
They've got, it's probably Mark Stoneman right on point. That's him. Right on point for David Warner. I think he might go to his right, our left, camera left a little more, because at times David Warner can get caught in gully, you know, deep gully, rather than genuine point. And they've got cover to Mark Stoneman's left, right out on the boundary. So be better position. That's a good gap that he's found, and well fielded by Stuart Broad. 1 for 21 after 10.
nearly $200,000 in the coffers in the 2 days of this test match. pinktest.com.au for the McGrath Foundation to either buy some merchandise, maybe a picnic basket for tomorrow. And they've got 500 picnic baskets to sell for 45 bucks a pop, $10 for kids, I think it is, to go and sit at Allianz Stadium, the football stadium out the back, and watch the cricket on the big screens. Nearly 200.
Yeah, very good. Yes, Moe. Good enough.
Yeah, big day tomorrow. McGrath Foundation do a wonderful job. Day 3's as special a day as you have in the test match summer. As a player, you look forward to it. Listen to Joe Root talk about this test match and say, yeah, look, playing at the SCG is very special, but it's even more special now with what the McGrath Foundation are doing. So exciting to see so many people involved. McGrath Foundation doing great things.
Yes, Mo. Come on, boys. Come on, lads, eh? Real nice.
Bowling from Ali, changing his pace. This hasn't been scored off yet. Every second over. 91.4k, so quite fast. A few youngsters. Drop the bat and run. The Aussies don't run between the wickets like that, Eels.
Very good, Mo.
Good use of resources out there. The trees at mid-wicket. Chairs, steal the members' chairs for the stumps.
Little chop on there, was it? Oh, he's not happy too.
Very good, Moe.
Another maiden from Moeen Ali, 1 for 21. Hopefully that's giving some relief to the players out in the middle. Pretty hot, even though the temperature's tipped to be only about 29. But it's got a little bite to it. That will bring some relief. Tom Curran starts from the Paddington end. Over-pitched. Not timed, which is a pity. Usman Khawaja just hanging back on that drive, not quite ready to get into it. Finds 2, and he now goes to 9 not out. Just hanging back a bit, Clarkie.
Yeah, not quite there. His head is just a little bit off the ball. So I think the longer he spends out in the middle, you'll see that head get lower and get over the top of the ball. Pretty full, probably didn't bounce as much as he would have thought, but the placement was good.
Curran hasn't backed up the lengths of Stuart Broad. That's better. He's been on the body of David Warner without fielders on the leg side, and then a little over-pitched to Usman Khawaja to start this over.
I think the problem for England, that pace there, 131 Ks, such a factor. Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins, that extra 10 Ks or 12 Ks makes such a difference on a good surface like this. So Khawaja, really, the only concern he'll have right now is the angle across him. So if he can get himself to the pitch of the ball, and at that pace you can premeditate and come forward every ball. Like that, good hands, well played. That's a good length. But Khawaja at that speed can say, right, I'm going to get on the front foot every single ball. If it's short, then I can pull from the front foot or I can duck. And that's the difference between someone bowling 130 versus 145. Hard to sit on the front foot to Pat Cummins or Mitchell Stark, knowing that bouncer they can bowl is really quick.
There's Ernie. He's Australia's again. Oh, that's dangerous and well fielded. Khawaja can't take a trick. Gets his timing spot on. And brilliant fielding by Stoneman at mid-wicket with forward square leg.
Yeah, he's creamed this. It's out of the middle, Khawaja. Good balance. Save 3. Stoneman saves a couple. Look at that. That's where you want to hit him. See the seam on that there. in the middle of the bat.
Well, good timing. There's a man out there. So it's just a single. When you're bowling 130, they've got to be impeccable. You know, you've really got to put the ball in very definite certain areas that it's going to, you know, be hard to handle for a batsman at 130. And they're not going to be very big areas. You need to be spot on, and Tom Curran not quite just yet.
Yeah, there's not much room for error at that pace, especially against quality players. He needs more in that good, full of a good length. Yes. Too short and too straight. Arjun looking for 2, takes 1. End of the over. Australia 1 for 26.
Some Sydney Sixers fans, it's well worth watching this. David Warner could start to branch into some shots. Usman Khawaja's feeling much more comfortable. Their partnership is 26.
Good batting. Khawaja first, getting it to mid-off for a single, and then Warner. Ellie's just pushed mid-off back an extra 20 steps, so he's like in the middle between on the fence and up, saving 1. So good vision from these 2 batsmen.
Can they get Khawaja driving into that offside? Here he comes. He smashes it and smashes it well.
Intent from Khawaja. A little bit more air from Ali, fraction slower, 85 k's that ball. Looking to dominate Khawaja, down the pitch, good on his feet, runs to the line. Nice swing of the bat, good power.
Now if he keeps that pressure on Moeen Ali, there might be a short ball delivered. He might be able to go back and get something short. Oh, good bowling, really good bowling. Straightened him up, spun it away.
We didn't see the England batsman do that to Nathan Lyon at all. Take him on down the ground. That one's faster from Ali and grips. Turn and bounce. It's a good sign if you're a spin bowler.
There it is, there's the cut shot. Just put a little pressure on the bowler. That's what you need to do. England, when they've made their starts, 30s, 40s, 50s, they've never really had enough pressure on the bowlers. It's been hard work making those runs, and then they run out of energy and get out. Somewhere along the line, you've got to get the bowler on the back foot, and that's what Khawaja's trying. 6 off it, 1 for 32. Tugger. Loves his pink tug.
That was the McGrath Foundation one, but yeah, I'm sure he's still got that pink rag. Probably in his pocket as we speak.
Yeah, that's right. Just hanging out, a few threads hanging out of his suit pants. Tom Curran. They've kept Warner pretty quiet for a while.
Just had that similar sort of field, haven't they? All series for Warner, that deep man. Trying to bowl as many dot balls as they can to him and restrict the fours. See, they're only 1 boundary so far.
Pitch there. Yeah, they've tempted David Warner into some drives at times in the full area, but a majority in the good area. Just every now and then, just got them into no man's land, just short of that good area where he can work to the leg side. That's over pitched and smashed. He's finally got one in the guts. Crunch.
It's too full at that pace. 129 Ks. He's not missing that, David Warner. Splits the man at short cover and mid-off. It's the power. Right, short cover. Did not get time to move at all.
Thankfully, he's thinking. Glad that didn't come at me. It's got a broken bone in the hand written all over it. Oh, nice shot. There's no fielder down there at all. And it's probably leg stump. I don't think it was outside leg, but he's finessed it for 4.
Get the spin on heels. Not much happening here at all. David Warner, back to back, takes the first one through the offside. Over pitch, too full, too wide. Correction, gets it straight. Nicely played. Good hands from David Warner. Gets it down to fine leg for another boundary.
They're on the move. Khawaja 4 down the ground last over. Warner 2 to both sides of the field this one. Good follow up.
I'm seeing a bit of Mason Crane early before Warner gets going as well. He's 26 now of 41 balls. Khawaja 14. I think it's a real opportunity to get him on, even for a couple of overs, to get him into his work. Instead of bringing him on when Warner's on 60 or 70, give him a chance to have a crack at 2 batsmen that aren't completely set at this stage.
Down the ground, through. Three boundaries in 4 balls in the 14th over, 1 for 44. Clean hitting, great technique, and terrific balance. Now he's on, Clarkie, and he doesn't have to be on for long either. You know, if it doesn't work out for him as a 20-year-old first up, get him out and wait for a new batsman to be in there.
Yeah, agree. I like it. Worth a go for sure. Get him on now. Get into his work. Don't set the field's too attacking to start. Give him a little bit of protection. Let him just get into his work.
Another good Englishman coming into the attack. He won the O'Reilly medal for the Player of the Year in the Sydney grade comp last year. And it's good to see more Englishmen coming over and playing the Australian summer. You know, it's always been a goal of many, many young cricketers, Australian cricketers, to go to England and play league cricket or better. And Mason Crane, within a year, is at the SCG for England. Pressure on for sure. They're going to want a piece of any bad balls he delivers.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing though. Young leggy, toss it up, and guys trying to be aggressive. There's risk there as well. Exciting time though. First opportunity, bowling at the SCG in a test match. Pretty good action for mine. See if you can get him to spin, fizz out of that hand.
Wonder how heavy that 156 grams felt then. Whoa. Second ball not so good.
Good field from Joe Root. Couple of guys out on the leg side. Deep point on the offside. Allow him to get into his work.
Well stopped, Bairstow. He's got some spin, and he can spin it. He's played for England under 19s against Australia and ripped it. Mark Nicholas and I played a game at Michael Parkinson's field in 2015, and as a youngster he was turning it square that day. Very happy not to be the wicketkeeper.
Nothing wrong with that at all. Good length, nice line, spinning back into the stumps. Make Dave Warner play. This is nice out of the hand too. Bit of drift away, good seam. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Good, mate.
What speed? Yeah, 90 Ks.
Yeah, I reckon that might have been a change-up. I also reckon that was a push that through a little bit quicker.
Lovely, Maso.
Good cricket, nicely played, David Warner. 86.7 there, so a bit more air. Making David Warner drive.
There's Maso.
Oh, he gets it in the middle and into the middle of the gap. So he's made some pace on that, David Warner. Picked up 2. So Mason's away. 3 off his first over in Test cricket, 1 for 47. Little low 5. Mason Crane on top of Jimmy Anderson. And a pretty impressive first over in Test match cricket. Who better to analyse the next couple that he delivers than Shane Warne as a leg spinner and a Hampshire exponent, Mark Nicholas, Hampshire legend.
I love it, the legend. The highest praise from Ian Healy. Two men on the drive there, very straight, one of them at sort of short mid-off, then a man at short extra cover. 3 others in the cover saving a single. Pretty orthodox leg side.
Oh, Moe, lovely Mo.
With the mid-on, mid-wicket, and then backward square legs about halfway for a top edge, I suppose. Seen a couple of balls spin, nothing wild as yet, but certainly if you're going to start your Test match career anywhere, there's enough in the pitch to keep you interested, keep batsmen honest. You've got to land it right though. If you're short, it'll sit up. Much pace in it.
Oh, Moser.
It's a good field for Warner with the 3 up on the leg side, encouraging Warner to hit across the line of the spin. There was the most almighty roar when Cameron Bancroft felled Stuart Broad, reminding everybody just how many English supporters there are in the ground, how many people make the journey, the pilgrimage, if you like, to the Sydney Cricket Ground for this terrific occasion. And all of them will be urging Mason Crane on, and Moeen Ali, who's had a pretty difficult tour. With that single, Crane will bowl to Warner in just a moment. 1 for 49. Men to come, Steve Smith in golden form, Sean Marsh in very good form, Mitchell Marsh 180 in Perth, Tim Payne played well in spurts all series, and then the bowlers who've all contributed.
Good afternoon, Mark. Good afternoon, everybody. Just having a look at Mason Crane. I had a few chats with him over the last couple of years and seen him bowl on a couple of occasions.
50 comes up for Australia, 1 wicket down.
I'm sure his heart's pounding, he's nervous. Just takes a few good balls to settle in to his rhythm. Looks like he's got, look at his action through there. Bit of spin there for him, that last one. When you look through his action there, it looks pretty well balanced, his action. When you look at that,
And that is the 50-run partnership.
nice bit of momentum. Explodes a bit through the crease, which is good. By brought up the 50 partnership. You'll see a bit more stronger finish. More bowled. You'll see a stronger finish from Mason Crane as he gets his confidence up. At the moment, he just looks like he's trying to put it there on a bit of a length. rather than spin it to there on a length. You see, just as he releases the ball, he just pretty quick there where he releases the ball and then he's just putting it there a tad and then goes, okay, where is it? He'll start to just gradually get into that and feel a bit more comfortable. Short one, a bit of protection for Mason Crane out the boundary, which is a good thing for Joe Root. All in all, Mason Crane looks good. And the chats I've had with him, he's very aggressive. He's quite feisty. He'll like to get into the batsman's space. He won't back away from a challenge. He won't be afraid if he gets hit. He'll keep coming.
Very good, Mace. Oh, Maso.
Just looking at where the ball is in his hand, looks like a bit of a top spinner. Just looking at the ball there, it's very deep in his hand. Keep an eye on that one. It's 1 for 53.
Saturday 8:45 on 9.
This telecast of 9 Summer of Cricket is brought to you by Toyota Hybrid. Lead the drive. Bunnings Warehouse. Warehouse prices make your summer ideas happen. Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance on now. The 4X Goldie. Get yours and get your mates together. And KFC Zinger Stacker.
Get out and enjoy the great outdoors thanks to Warragul Off-Road, specialising in vehicle suspension, diesel engine repairs, clutches and brakes. They can also service your aircon and offer logbook servicing. Make it happen at Warragul Off-Road.
Flame grilled prime rib steak is what we're famous for. Head to Hogs for the bona fide 18-hour slow-cooked prime rib steak. Customised just how you like it, with delicious dishes for every taste. Head to Hogs, Australia's steakhouse.
Do you have a home office or small business?
Visit your local Office Choice in Gippsland. Our team of expert staff will help you find what you need.
We're more than just office products. We're business solutions.
Office Choice, Sale and Terralgan.
Get a better deal at your local Gippsland Better store.
Homewares, coffee machines, quality furniture and bedding.
Washing machine and a dryer.
Home delivery and installation available to make things better.
See your local Gippsland Better team today. Get a better deal.
Go local, that's better.
Oh, g'day!
G'day!
Like the new steel line sheds?
Oh, yeah! Are they tough?
Oh, they're made from quality Colorbond and Zinc-Alume steel.
Oh, anything else?
A heap of local knowledge from Steel Line.
Oh, Steel Line? Oh, you'll fly a long way to find a better shed.
Yes, you will.
For service over and above, see the local shed experts at your local Steel Line centre today.
Well, in Perth, the Australians wrestled back the Ashes. In Melbourne, they denied England's best efforts. Here in Sydney, the big question is, will it be a 4-0 job? Ashes to Ashes pays tribute to Australia's emphatic win, and at less than $1,000, it's the best value team-signed memorabilia in years. Each edition personally signed by the Australians and strictly limited to just 100 editions. So make sure you don't miss out. You've got to telephone 1300 676 020 or visit officialmemorabilia.com.au, celebrating Ashes to Ashes, Australia's fine victory in this series. Led, of course, by Steve Smith. His batting has been the foundation of the success. Then the quick bowlers with Nathan Lyon in their sidecar have been very impressive. 1300 676 020.
Good.
Watching Moeen Ali bowl at the moment to David Warner. David Warner looks like he's setting his stall out there for a big innings. He hasn't played too many shots in anger. He's made 300s in a row here in the Sydney Cricket Ground. He likes batting here, going for 4 in a row. He's 36 off 57, 4 boundaries. Moeen Ali seems to have settled in a nice line and length too. But David Warner's looking busy, but not looking to do anything too outrageous.
No, I just wonder if it's worth Moeen Ali just throwing a few wide of that off stump.
marks, try and hit the edge of the foothold. We saw him get out in Melbourne to a Joe Root delivery that landed in the foothold. You know, with Warner, he'll always try and take on the drive.
Yes. I think the key to David Warner when you bowl to him as a spinner, you've got to get him on the front foot. He's very strong to pull it. He's very strong to cut. Likes to play off the back foot. So as a spin bowler, you have to risk being hit over your head down the ground. So you have to drag him forward. You have to get him driving. If you can get him driving, I think you're a big chance. Moeen Ali has to get both these players on the front foot like that. At the moment, he's just got both of them on the back foot. And I think with the line that Moeen Ali has had the wood on Khawaja. He came in on the 9th over. He's knocked him over a few times. Khawaja's got a bit of problems against off spin. I'd like to see Joe Root have a man under his helmet on the onside, a bat pad in. I don't think he needs 2 men on the drive.
Good.
Just so when he plays that defensive shot like that, he's just got to be a little bit more careful. It's 1 for 55.
Hi. A lot of little kids here, actually. It's been good to see a few visitors to the commentary box.
Very good, Mace. Good, Mace.
It's nicely bowled. Warner with a retro look with the cap on now. We haven't seen that in years. Takes us back to the old days. Only one man has made 4 consecutive hundreds in Test matches at the Sydney Cricket Ground. An Englishman, Wally Hammond, way back in the 20s and 30s.
Oh, nice, Mason.
Long before they thought of helmets.
Well, I'm liking the look of this from Mason Crane. He's a confident character, full of energy, very similar to Tom Curran. They're 2 young players that have come into the England side, and they look like they've got the right kind of character for this level.
Catch that!
Well, other things just to look at Mason Crane. I'm always interested in younger spinners because they're brought up today bowling fast and into the pitch with so much shorter form of the game. Nice thing about Mason Crane is the ball's leaving his hand, it's spun hard, and his pace is 84 kilometres an hour, which is nice. I don't see that very much with the younger spinners these days. You normally see them bowl a lot faster and flatter. It's not easy coming into bowl now, especially to someone like David Warner. Both these guys are set, 56 off 104, and they're left-handers. So it's never easy to come on there with Mason Crane to come on straight away to 2 lefties that are set. A nice little test for him. At the moment, he's just a fraction straight.
Yeah, there's a lot of places to work singles, and the reason for that is Root wants to give a bit of boundary protection for Crane in these early overs while he settles. There's the place, exactly the line. Lovely leg spinning from Mason Crane. That'll give him some confidence. Now, what do England want to do? They want to review it. They decide not to. It's 1 for 58. Oh! Whoa, bowled Moeen Ali. David Warner looking to cut that off the stumps.
Moeen Ali started nicely. It's 5.1 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 10. This is probably the best we've seen of Moeen Ali so far in this series.
Very good, Moeen.
We saw him bowl best in England. It's the weirdest psychological thing, isn't it? But when Liam Dawson, the left-arm spinner from Hampshire, was picked and nominated as the #1 spinner, Moeen Ali bowled better. It's as if the pressure of the responsibility was too much for him.
Yeah, I think one thing about his bowling in the English summer, with the Duke ball, he got quite a lot of drift. And he hasn't got any shape through the air in Australia. He had that side issue at the start of the tour. Clearly that had an effect on his action, on his body. He had that finger problem, but he's got no shape through the air so far on this trip.
Good shot from Warner. I think he'll only get 1, a good piece of fielding. Just to help you out a little bit, Warnie. I know you used to bowl the odd off spinner and that yourself. And the reason he hasn't got any drift here in Australia is because he hasn't got the revs on the ball. The only way you get drift as a spinner is how many revs you can put on the ball. When Molinelli, with his confidence down and with a bit of a sore finger, hasn't been able to get the revs on the ball, it'll give him the drift that we saw in England over the summer. So once you see him get his confidence up and get more revs on the ball, you might see Molinelli start to drift the ball a little bit more. And probably what Mark Nicholas said, the roll. That's a better line, being the second spinner. This is good batting from Australia. There's got a bit of an in-out type field, England, here, and they're picking up the singles a lot. They're not getting stuck down one end to let the spinner bowl to them ball after ball. It's intelligent batting.
The first 10 overs, they were scoring at under twos. England did a good squeezing job. Now, this partnership's 59 from 111, so both batsmen are set. And can England produce a bit of magic?
There's the short leg fielder that Shane was talking about. A little half stop from Moeen Ali. It's 1 for 61. Warner's picked his spots very well without having to smash the thing to the boundary. Fascinating over the years to watch Warner's development as a batsman from a 2020 player, one of the few players to reverse it, if you like, to come from 2020 cricket, couldn't even get in the New South Wales side and become a test match batsman.
Oh! Good, mate. Good, mate.
Nice spot there. That's the right leg. It's still just a fraction straight for David Warner. You see that. Just remember, however far the pitch is turning, that should be your line outside the off stump, spinning back to hit the stumps. Now, there's still a bit of turn there. So that line is a little straight. And it's a lot easier for David Warner to work the ball into the gaps for a single. If he gets it outside that off stump and lets the batsman try to drive, both Warner and Khawaja, you've got a lot more modes of dismissal. You've got the natural variation that slides straight on the slip. You've got bowled through the gate, bat pad. When he gets straight, it's very, very hard.
On that basis, would you give a little more protection offside? If you're going to get him to bowl a little wider of off stump?
Well, I think at the moment, what Joe Root's trying to do is just cover both sides of the wicket and just trying to give him a bit of protection to let him ease into. He's only into his, 3.4 overs, so he's just letting him ease in. You want to create some gaps to encourage the batsman to try and hit through the gap too.
That was the wrong one. Well bowled. It's 1 for 65.
Changing on for England and the batting commander. Back on is Stuart Broad.
Change down here at the Paddington end as Broad comes instead of Moeen Ali and drifts leg stump. They don't miss these guys.
Yeah, just talking about Mason Crane, both you and Michael Vaughan have asked me, what have you seen so far? What do you think? And just looking at one thing with Mason Crane so far, just watch there. You can see the ball in his hand. See how deep that is in his hand. There's no gap between his fingers and the ball. So then when he releases the ball to try and get that leverage to really get the revs on the ball and spin the ball, it's very hard to get that leverage to really tweak it. Now he does pretty well for how far that ball's back in his hand. And just to try and explain a bit more too for the viewers out there, for any young kids out there to trying to spin the ball, a lot of the questions you get asked is, how can I spin the ball more? How can I do that? And when you look at Mason Crane, the ball is in his hand like that. There's no gap between my finger and the ball. If you get that ball just a fraction out of there, and there's a bit more of a gap between your hand and your finger, you can get that leverage out of the ball like that, rather than in your hand deep with all your fingers around it and that ball touching your palm. It's harder to get that leverage out. Just a fraction of a gap. Back live, it's one. Yeah, just to finish on that, if you just have, it doesn't have to be a big gap. It just has to be a tiny little gap there between your finger and your palm there. Just a gap rather than touching, and that gets you to be able to tweak the ball and get big revs on the ball, and that's how any of you young kids out there can get more spin on the ball. And for Mason Crane, hopefully, yeah, you see that there, how deep that is in his palm. That's touching his palm. So it's very hard to get the leverage onto the ball. So for him, maybe a fraction, a good tip for him is just get the ball a bit out of his palm to be able to tweak it.
Might just come back to you on that and ask a question. Oh, you got rid of the ball. We need the ball back. He's released some with the seam up at 45 degrees, spinning on its own axis, and some with a scrambled seam.
Yeah, well, that's your stock. You want the seam like that, so when you spin the ball, you get as many revs on it as you can, or it'll come down like that, and that'll help you get that drift in if you get the revs on the ball, the shiny side. But occasionally, there's not much happening. You can hold it down like a seamer and just bowl the ball, and that'll sometimes not make the ball spin as much. And if you come down the side of the ball, that can be like a slider. Rather than spin it, you come down the side and it'll go straight on.
The art of wrist spin. And 20 years old, Mason Crane. How are you going at 20? Do you remember those days?
I was chasing an AFL football around 20 years of age and playing 4th grade. I reckon for St Kilda Cricket Club. Might have just managed to get up into the thirds, driving my TC Cortina to the ground, the Ross Gregory Cricket Ground, winding sunroof. Music was pretty loud. I think it was worth more than the car. So I think he's doing very well, Mason Crane, for a young 20-year-old.
And one should add that because of you, a lot is expected of leg spinners. It's 1 for 68. Visit playcricket.com.au, find your local club, register. Participation is everything in this great game. Come and watch, and that's how you learn about your heroes, but playing is a great thrill. Mark Taylor and Bill Laurie take over the commentary.
Thank you, Mark. Hard act to follow. Warren and his wrong-uns and top spinners, and young lad comes in, flying from the Randwick end. Provides the drives to cover. Dangerous time for England. 1 for 68, both batsmen set. Warner again on 44, doing well. Kawhi's at 23. Leg slip in. Catch! It's well bowled. Good afternoon, Mark.
Good
afternoon, Bill. Good afternoon to everyone at home. I was just thinking at the back of the commentary box, it's not an easy start for Mason Crane here, because he's got 2 left-handers to bowl to. And I say that with in mind, bearing in mind that Steve Smith is the next man in, who's a right-hander and in great form.
Very good, Mason.
It's never easy as a leggy, I don't think, to start with 2 lefties, because you're always spinning into the pads of the batsman. They generally work you with the spin away on the leg side. And he's bowled a little bit straight for me, sort of pitching more middle stump. I'd like to see him pitch a little outside off. But he probably, I don't know how much bowling to 2 lefties he's done in his career. He's really got, as Shane would often says, he's got to be able to spin the ball back and make it hit the top of off stump. That's the idea. At the moment, I reckon a lot of his balls will be going down the leg side when they go past the stumps. stopped at cover. It's important they field well here to back him up. Cut off those hard drives and pull shots.
You see, there's his pitch map there. You just think he's playing leg spin. I mean, a lot of those balls are probably, at best, hitting middle, maybe hitting leg or going down the leg side. That's a better line for me, where that one pitched there. In the end, it got a single for it, but I'd like to see him bowl a little bit more there. 1 for 69. There we go. There's a shot from Centre Point Tower in the heart of the city here. It's a great shot too, isn't it? Oh, I'm not sure I'd like to be doing that job, Bill. What about you? You'd be any good up there? They've got a big deck around there. You can stand outside and look over the harbour and that.
No, not my go.
Sways up there too. If the wind blows a bit, sways around.
Ward comes in, works him away. Well, it's been an interesting day's play, really. England were five out overnight. As we fan around this great city and the sun out, water everywhere, a lot of boats and fishing, great beaches.
That Rambert Racecourse in the background there. Beautiful city though, Bill, isn't it? Gorgeous.
There it is. Don't see that in Melbourne.
That's also blue sky, that, Bill. That's occasionally you get that colour down in Melbourne.
Meanwhile, back at the cricket, Australia 1 for 70. It just joined us. Well placed now. A big score. Cut straight to point. Warner playing within himself, one feels. He knows if they can see off the bowlers for another hour or so, there'll be a lot of runs to be scored in the final session on the second day. Outfield's lightning fast, pitch is excellent.
He looks good though, doesn't he, Dave Warner? His footwork's been good. 44 off 77.
Well bowled. England were 5 out overnight. They were in a bit of trouble. They needed some runs from the lower order, and they did well. The first wicket to go was Milan.
Good catch this from Steve Smith. A long way to his left. Pouched nicely. Kept the hand nice and relaxed. Then Molinelli, another short one. It's troubled him all series, that short ball.
Yes, he did okay. He got 30. The lower order did fine. This one at the body. It was quite shortcomings, but he's picking up the wickets. He was battering away. And a big swing there, and Smith takes the catch. Back live. Oh, that's almost it. Got the edge broad, flew to second slip, got on the bounce.
Joe Root throws the ball and disgusts to mid-off. Can't believe this hasn't carried. It's a bit like Milan's dismissal, wasn't it? Similar sort of ball, finds an edge, doesn't go to hand. Just goes down enough from Warner. And doesn't quite get to Joe Root.
They might be just a fraction deep too, second day. It's certainly well bowled. Head goes around on the half volley. Final batsman was run out. A bit of a mix-up.
Yeah, it was Jimmy Anderson who nudged it away on the onside. Then Anderson might have run, but Mason Crane, he knew there was no chance really there. There was two fieldsmen in that area. Probably didn't call early enough. That's the only mistake he made there, young Mason Crane.
Well bowled, good over. It's 1 for 70. Australia chasing 346, didn't get away to a great start.
No, bowled in Broad's first over. It's an area that Michael Slater and myself were talking about before the test starts. He's just got a little issue there around off stump. Yeah, it comes back a little bit off the seam, but there's quite a big gap between bat and pad there. It's something that Cameron Bancroft's really going to have to go to work on. Molinelli now into the attack.
Oh, through him. How did that miss? Keeper takes the bails off. Captain jumps up in the air at first slip. Doesn't find the edge, doesn't bowl him. Look at his feet. Feet all over the place. Not good enough to nick it. Straight through to the keeper.
Wait, yes!
Cuts and cuts well, though. Pays the price, it'll be 3 at least. Warner, a tremendous runner between the wickets.
Yeah, well done to David Warner there. Really well done. He notices that Khawaja has not played Molinelli all that well in the series. Beaten first ball, then in a nice back cut to probably the shortest boundary here at the SCG, and Warner runs hard for him. Helps his mate out here by turning that into a 3. Someone who's not quite as quick will only get 2 there. It means that Khawaja's now off strike and a little bit of pressure off him, having played a good shot.
Oh, very good, Moza! Come on, lads. Yes,
No run there. We talk about batting in a partnership. We talk about that a lot, but just watch this running here from David Warner. You see, there's the shot. Watch David Warner go here. He's herring away down the far end, running back hard for 2. And look at Khawaja. He's got a half a lap on him there. Great running from David Warner.
Oh, no run. Yes, boys, good lads.
Still a bit of turn there. Trying to get into the rough of the right arm fast bowls to the left-handers.
Good, Mo.
Short cover, short mid-off and catching position for the lofted drive. Oh, that's a good over. Unlucky. 1 for 73. Six wickets today for 186. The run rate 3.3. That's good. The over rate's good. So all it needs for Australia is a big partnership, and England need 2 or 3 quick wickets to stay in this match. Khawaja on 28. Broad really bending his back, giving 200%.
I reckon since about the start of the Melbourne Test match, we've seen a much better Stuart Broad. Start of this series, Ian Chappell was mentioning early on today that might have been a bit injured. I'm not sure what it was, but his pace was down. Like Perth, none for 142. You wouldn't expect that from Stuart Broad at the Wacker ground. And then all of a sudden Melbourne, 4 for 51, runs with the bat, then a 1 for, runs here, and 1 for 18.
And I think the media was starting to question whether he should be in the side too. That looks an experienced campaigner. But when he gets it right, he's that awkward length, he's sharp enough to keep you honest. He's been about 137, 38 at his best. Bowls a very good line. Tall man, bangs it into the pitch.
Well, that length you talk about, Bill, has been one of the keys. He's definitely got a bit fuller in length over the last couple of Test matches. We were talking about that earlier today, that pitching the ball up a little bit more. In Australia, you've got to get it up there. And sure, you've got to keep your bowling the short ones, get the batsman ducking and diving a bit. It's got to get the ball up there. And that's more like the Stuart Broad we saw in England a couple of years ago. He took 8 for 15, I think it was, at Edgbaston. At Trent Bridge. Just got the ball up there. The seam's nice. Batsmen have to play. If that does anything off the seam, you're in the game. The length much better. You see that wicket ball there, the one that got Cameron Bancroft. It's one of the fullest balls he's bowled.
Well played, Khawaja. You see that dismissal, that was to the right-handed batsman. Just pitched and just seemed back refraction, which can happen when you're opening batsman. We all talk about praying across the line, but when a new ball bowl gets it right, hits the seam and darts back in, it's not easy. This time Khawaja picks up the line quickly. Good courage of the keeper.
That's good there. I like that there. You watch Khawaja there on this replay. You watch him, he's thinking about driving this ball. And that's not quite there. And there's maybe even a hint of in-swing just at the end because the ball's fuller. Just goes back to him a little bit. In the end, Khawaja has to adjust. That's exactly what you want as a fast bowler. That length there.
It's not easy for Khawaja. He needs a big score, but he's got to rotate the strike. And get Warner on strike as often as he can because he's playing superbly again. Well bowled, it's 1 for 73.
Now let's catch up with some of the legends of Australian cricket who talk about the partnership between a batsman and a tail ender. Thanks to Toyota Hybrid, torque, instantaneous reaction.
I think it's a real art to bat with the tail. If you're on 90 and you're 9 down, everyone's going to blame the tail ender if you get out on the guy who's on 90. So you've got to build a lot of trust.
It's a relationship working together and getting a job done.
Ali continues around the wicket to Warner. 2 short covers, and straight, point, backward point, mid-off. I'll tell you what, that's not good enough. You're on the Sydney Cricket Ground Trust, that's not good enough. That guy's been holding up play all match.
I'm not on the trust either.
Oh, catch it was a cry, but it goes through the gap. Beautifully timed, David Warner. He's got tremendous balance when he drives through the offside. Not a tall man. He really does throw his hands at it and race through the cover region.
Good controlled aggression we're getting from David Warner at the moment. He's been a bit subdued in the series, but he just looks a little bit more aggressive to me. That doesn't mean he's bashing it everywhere. I think he's just looking for the loose ball, and he found it on that occasion.
He goes again, goes to 49. Well fielded at cover point. No, he loves this ground. Melbourne Cricket Ground was great. He almost got 200s. Batting on a better pitch. Ball coming onto the bat. He's been overshadowed by the captain. That's all, Warner. Khawaja's going to be close. Very close.
They don't love it, the England bowler or fieldsman. They're going to have a quick think about it. They better be quick. Thinking, no. Bear in mind, he's playing a shot, so it's got to hit him in line with the stumps. And I just thought I might have heard a little inside edge as well, but if it hits him outside the line, he shouldn't be given out. And was there a little edge? Hard to tell from there.
It's closer than you think.
There was a little edge there, wasn't there? I reckon he's just got a little faint one on that.
He's gone for it. Doesn't quite get it. Pressure building on Khawaja. It's well bowled. Threw it up. He went to hit it down the ground.
Oh, good, Mo.
It's a very good over. 1 for 78. Just struck him outside the line. Maybe just going over the top as well.
So I'm not absolutely sure whether there's a little edge there or not, but irrespective, if England had reviewed that, it would have stayed not out anyway. You can see there at best it's clipping the top off. That's fair enough to give that not out.
Jimmy Anderson back into the attack. David Warner on 49. It's 4 overs his first spell. He was looking for the 1-2.
He's looking for the one, all right, but I'll tell you, if that finds a gap, it's 4. Gee, he hits the ball hard, doesn't he? That was just a little lean down to mid-off, and yet if mid-off is not on his game, it beats him, it's 4.
Full face of the bat. There it is, another 54, David Warner. Hard to bowl to, scores quickly.
As I said, Bill Laurie, he enjoys playing here. I think he's got 300s in a row here at the SCG. On track for number 4. Looking good, 89 balls. I've seen David Warner score quicker than that, but that's not slow. That's a nice pace. As I was saying a moment ago, he looks in control, but still aggressive.
England desperately need a wicket here. Kawaj has not set despite the fact he's been there for 69 balls. Jimmy Anderson's fresh. They've got 2 slips in the gully and a strong offside field. Slips might be just a fraction deep.
I think you might be right, Bill Laurie. I think the slips have come up a little bit, though, since that edge from David Warner. You can see that there's Joe Root's in the middle of your shot there. And that's Joe Root there. He's certainly come up quite a bit in front of Johnny Bairstow, the keeper. Getting a little bit closer to the bat because the ball's just dying a bit at the moment. The ball's got a bit softer. And you see that edge that David Warner feathered a couple of overs ago. I reckon if Joe Root had been where he is now, that would have carried. Stuart Broad's a little bit quicker, so he would have been a fraction deeper, but he's definitely come up a little bit. And since that edge fell short.
Tidy over, 1 for 79.
Well, there you go, there's Circular Quay, Bill. Obviously the Opera House in the background there. Lots of ferries coming in and out. Lots of people down there. That's near the international terminal too for some of the ships. Pull in there.
Looks like it might be a ball change, or they're having a look to check whether it's still round enough. Won't go through the ring. There'll be a ball change.
David Warner, he's enjoyed the ball he's faced so far. He's hit it pretty well. Actually, he might even enjoy the ball change. It was a little bit harder. We talked about the edge not carrying from David Warner last a couple of overs ago off Stuart Broad. Harder ball, certainly ping off the bat better as well. Looks good though, Warner. Footwork looks very good today.
David Warner on both sides of the pitch, drives beautifully straight through cover, glances well, and put your way through the onside as well. Very strong offside player once you pitch up.
Interesting, isn't it? We talked about what England have done. You see that offside there, 27 runs, so over half these runs coming between point and extra cover. And that's why England have had that sweeping man in for the series, out on that cover boundary. They know that about Dave Warner. That's where he likes to score. He's not your typical left-hander who plays on the onside a lot. He loves that square drive. He loves the cover drive square cut. So they're trying to take those runs away from him, and now they've brought the field up. He's been getting a few through that area.
It's a great record. Good strike rate, 2100s against 2750s. That's top ranking. Good average of 15. He's only a young man. Good athlete. Very fit. They probably don't attack him enough on the leg side. It's not all that great on the onside for a left-hander. He's good enough, but certainly much stronger on the offside. He likes the room to cut or drive. The Sydney Cricket Ground, he's averaging 63, 300s and 350s. Only batted 11 times. It's a great strike rate.
Well, Bill, you mentioned that leg side theory. That it's what England did to him in 2015 in the Ashes series in England. They bowled at his hip a lot. You can see he's got a slightly open bat there when he puts his bat down. And he tends to open that face a little bit and sort of, he doesn't slice the ball, but with his natural sort of bat position, he hits the ball square on the offside. And with that grip, he's not as comfortable on the onside.
Great shot, great placement. He put you away as soon as you get offline. Rocked onto the back foot beautifully.
And now 31 runs to that area around that point. That is his natural shot. We've talked a lot about Khawaja at the other end. He's got a very strong bottom hand grip. He likes the onside. Not so much with David Warner. His grip is set up more for the offside. See that very loose bottom hand? He likes hitting the ball towards that camera.
It's well fielded at short cover.
The other thing he does well, David Warner, and makes him a good player, a great player, is that he picks up length very quickly. That certainly is the key to playing spin well. If you can pick up that length quickly, move your feet either forward or back to score, very hard to bowl to.
It's bowling okay. His length's good. He's going to be put away occasionally like Warner because of his class, but he's bowling okay. He's throwing the ball up, trying to get some turn and maybe beat him in flight.
Good, Mozart.
1 for 83. It's 1 for 83 as Ian Healy and Michael Slater take up the commentary.
Thank you, Bill. And we've got the run into the tea time break. And all looking good for Australia at the moment. The partnership growing. Khawaja not fully settled, but he's out there, and we've seen a lot of these sort of 20s and 30s in the match. Certainly that English scorecard is frustrating when you look at it from their side of things, but at the other end, Dave Warner, who is just in love with this ground. Last 3 seasons, he's got 100 each time in the first innings, and he's pushing for 4. He's still got some batting to do, but he's looking good. G'day, Heels.
Hey, Slats. Yes, I agree with you. Usman Khawaja is batting like the Englishman, making hard work of scoring runs. And then if you bat so long, you'll end up making mistakes somewhere. So I just want him to get on the coattails of Dave Warner a bit better than he is at the moment. And you see exactly what happened with all those: 39, 24, 25, 83, 62, 30, 39, 31. So significant starts and no one capitalising. Khawaja too often can fall into a bit of a hole and go nowhere, and then eventually gets out. So he's got to make the most of these good batting conditions and not make hard work of them.
Yeah, it'd be good to see Khawaja break away. He's got the 250s in the Ashes, and there's a little bit of talk around, isn't there? There always is in recent times around Khawaja. Oh, it's a good ball. There's a strong angle. A bit more of an effort there from Anderson.
It only registers 132, but it just looked like it skipped through and hit the gloves hard.
And that's a danger ball for Usman Khawaja. That's the one he's been squaring up and nicking. David Warner flashes and misses. Has the luck. Can it go Usman Khawaja's way as well? Really work hard, bat with energy, and get the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, I don't go with the criticism of Khawaja. I think he's been prolific in Australia for a couple of seasons. I think he deserves some breathing space. But, you know, where that comes from is this non-selection when they go to Asia. And in between times, from summer to summer here, if there's an Asian tour, then he's not playing. And the theory of that horses for courses doesn't sit well, given that how do you get better playing in Bangladesh or India if you're not playing? I recall a few batsmen of note going over there and not doing so well the first time. 1 for 84. There's another one of those magnificent drone shots. Look at the quality of the camera. It's just incredible. So using that often just to give you a perspective of the ground and the precinct. Down he comes. He's a little bit uppish. He's given that the kitchen sink.
He's brought a few players into this contest. Moeen Ali won't mind him doing this. There's 2 men there for the catch. He's put them on notice. And he should probably learn from that. Keep it along the ground.
Well, he's got the catching man there. So he's there for that exact shot. It's going to take some catching if he gets hold of it. But as we saw with Joe Root late yesterday, if you knock it in the air, you give a chance of getting out. And it was a good catch, Mitchell Marsh. That one not far from scratching the outside edge either. Good signs that Moeen Ali is turning the odd one. How close was that?
He's got to stop playing that shot. He's got to get out and smother it better.
And there's an unusual shot, getting the front foot out.
But at least that had energy. He readjusted. He was on the back foot. He was caught short, but really put in to get it in the middle of the bat.
That's all right. That's a little bit shorter. Do you think he lacks energy, or he looks like he lacks energy? It's a different thing.
Lacks energy. And I know what you're saying, the perception of his lack of energy, but I think he genuinely does. He's a better player than this. He's falling into a hole at the moment, and he could have been, you know, there could have been 3 or 4 scoring shots there. 1 for 84.
KFC Classic catches time, and we've got 3 goodies here, as we always do. There's money to be won, as well as some KFC to enjoy. So SMS the word catch in the letter with your full name, address to 199 55 150. We'll wait until after this delivery to show you catch A, which is Greg Chappell. And we saw a catch today, Steve Smith, I should say, and he'll be in the classic catches down the track, and that's pretty similar.
It was a running slips cordon, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Marsh was heading left, Greg Chappell heading left. Very similar.
That was back in 1983. David Gower, the batsman. Jeff Lawson had a lot of success against David Gower. Back live. And catch B will be Nasser Hussain back in 1999.
Good grab, very cranky too. Nass.
Yeah, it's a good grab. That got to him very quickly. Pumped up. He always was pumped up. Oh, I think he's edged it. Yes, he has. No 100 today for Dave Warner. It was a quality 50, but that is the line, and they get the reward.
Well, was it swing or was it just cut? Jimmy Anderson at his best, running the fingers down the right side of the ball. Gets it to spin. Big off cut or a leg cutter to a left-hander. Best, though, gets it on the full. The century's not on for David Warner, first innings anyway. He's out for 56.
Steve Smith enters. Crowd are into it. And we might be witnessing another masterclass from Steve Smith. He's the hometown boy. This is the home ground. And as they do, he's scored more than 200 runs over the next best in the series. That's how prolific, and 63.55 is extraordinary stuff. And as a captain, it's increased tenfold. He's played with that responsibility better than he did without it. So he's relishing it. And he does it his own way. 3 slips. And you've got to really try and prize him early, Heels.
The window is small. It's like a louver. You've got to get a mistake out of him. Jimmy Anderson, though. Yep, he bowled an off-cut. Have a look at this move off the pitch. Like a spinner. And that's what he started to do. He did it very well in Brisbane, I think it was, in the second innings. And he's using all his craft once again in Sydney.
Middle, and there's the old lightsaber movie. Takes on after he plays the shot. 2 for 86. Oh, Nally.
Down.
Well, we've got Catch C to come in the classic catches.
Oh, yeah.
Haven't we?
Got the Colonel to go back to.
The Colonel. It's uncanny how often the Colonel gets a wicket. So Matty Hayden is waiting there back in 2007.
Down. Very good.
And here is Matty. It's Stewie Clark bowling, and a nice low to the right dive from Matthew Hayden, always very secure in the field. Big man, big hands. So that's A, B and C, Greg Chappell, Nasser Hussain and Matthew Hayden.
Very powerful man, wasn't he, with very dodgy patella tendons.
Did he?
Oh, whinged about them day in, day out.
Well, those knees, mate. And lifting a heavy frame, and that's a nice shot. That's one of those lap sweeps where you're not hitting through the ball, just letting the ball run off the face. So just a reminder how to enter. It's a simple case of SMS the word catch and the letter with your full name, address to 199 55 150.
It was a good shot selection, that, by Usman Khawaja, and it's brought in a lot of changes. Joe Root's had to put a man there. He's taken one out of leg slip, and so now if you wanted to play that shot, he could play it a little bit more forcefully and square of the wicket towards the square leg umpire. If the shot's on again, he doesn't necessarily have to paddle it.
Yes! There's a cut shot, and one of his best. It was full of playing it late and timing. He's now on 35, Khawaja.
Good signs. He's played that shot about 3 or 4 times and found the fielder, and not this sort of timing. So he's getting the deliveries he wants, and now he's starting to put them away.
This is the danger time for all batsmen in this test match anyway. 35. He's just got to get himself through to tee. There's not long to go now. And it's over, 2 for 92. Well, Steve Smith, we haven't seen him walk back early too often in the series. They'd like to see that, England. That would give them a real injection of energy. Here's Anderson. So he'll be bowling the last over before the tea time break. And as Australia did late yesterday, they grabbed 2 late wickets to turn it into their day. A wicket in this over would be a different tea break for them. Even though at 2 for 92, the game is certainly not away from them. They would have liked more than 346. But England, well, in the hunt. The batting conditions are good, but the odd ball is still moving.
There's the sabre. What all the rituals are on show today, that's for sure. After the last ball, it was just a defensive shot. Watch what he says to Usman Khawaja. Aussie, you're in my line. You're in my eye line, please. Move away. And then Joe Root came right in there, and he's right in on the pitch. I wonder if it's a purposeful eye line ploy.
Well, it's probably more where he has to run between the wickets, because the field is just off the pitch. So maybe he wants Uzi to be wider, down the lane a bit wider, so he can run this side.
I don't think he was there. That fielder wasn't there when he moved Usman away.
Well, it can't be an eye line. How can that be in your way?
Well, Smithy's got plenty of those sort of
the umpire's standing there, for goodness sake. Oh, it's a nice stroke. It's a good way to get off the mark. And he's got the bat re-stickered with all the pink labels for this SCG Test match. It's a very nice way to get going. Bit of a slip, bit of a slip. He's got the wrong shoes on, forgot the spikes.
I think he was still ahead of Usman Khawaja. Usman's really got to get in and out of those turns. Knee injury yesterday, Usman. So he slid in the field, got the point of his knee caught, and then the other leg sort of hyperextended or medially extended. This is Usman yesterday. Cuts it down. The slide's not too bad. It does plug eventually, and it's the left knee. So he'll be feeling that still.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times this match. Not the new laser levelled outfield. They haven't played any Shield cricket, and obviously he just hasn't quite bedded down. I mean, it looks supreme, doesn't it? It's such a flat outfit, but it's digging in, and there's a load of turf has come up with him. A crumbled mess at the end of it, but thankfully he's okay. Simon Jones, remember that fast bowler for England at the Gabba?
Similarly relayed outfield. Very fresh, sandy base. They need that for drainage, and just need to be careful. When you are sliding like that, make sure you get on the outside of your thigh and your hip.
Oh, helped on its way. There were shouts of catch it. It didn't carry too close to the man in the deep. So that's 34 overs have gone, 2 for 96, and it is the tea time break, day 2 of this SCG test. We've got all the highlights during the tea time break with Mark Nicholas and Mark Taylor.
Entertaining days cricket here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. 296 now, the Australians, in reply to England's 346. Therefore, a lead still for England of 250. Got a bit breezy out here. Mark Taylor and I standing on a place you played an awful lot of your cricket, and the magic never dies, does it?
Absolutely love it out here. And look, and this pitch that we're standing on at the moment looks terrific. Looks like a real good one to me. It's very hard. There's that sort of thatchy grass you get here at the SCG, but it's got that bulleye soil, so you see the sprig marks, you see a little bit of roughening that we didn't see at the MCG last week. So there is some wear and tear, and there'll be more and more of that as the game goes on, as there should be. So it looks to me like it's going to be a good result pitch, barring no get any rain.
All right, we'll come back to the pitch actually in a minute, regards Mason Crane, but in the meantime, the day began badly for England because of the 2 wickets they'd lost last night. Having said that, there was a pretty gutsy performance all round. We showed the wickets that fell to begin with. This was a stunning catch by Steve Smith.
That's a great catch, that. I love the way he just kept that left hand soft, and he let the hand and the arm go with the ball and cushioned the blow really well. And then, as Australia have done throughout the series, they went after the tail. Moeen Ali, we've seen him get out in that sort of fashion a few times. He doesn't like that short stuff. And then it was young Tom Curran who played well, quick fire 30. Bob went up to Cameron Bancroft in close, but you'll see a lot of these dismissals, particularly to the tail, are short pitch balls. Nathan Lyon finally got the wicket abroad, and he deserved that, Nathan Lyon, because I thought he bowled particularly well.
And then another short pitch ball and a straightforward. Oh no, actually this is the run out. Sorry, there was a catch in there at short leg, but that's because of a short pitch ball. Panic created in tailenders' minds.
Absolutely, and wanting to get off strike, I think there, Jimmy Anderson. There was 2 or 3 men around the corner there. Young Mason Crane didn't want the single and probably called too late. I think if he'd have said no pretty well straight away, he would have been right.
OK, well, from 5 for 2-3 overnight to get to 3-4-6, as I say, took a bit of courage and some game striking of mainly short pitch balls, as you mentioned.
Absolutely.
Mark, yeah.
It's interesting watching the Australian bowlers. They bowled a lot of this sort of stuff. And look, it has worked a treat for the first 3 tests of this series. Australia have definitely gone after the tail of England, all the bowlers, I mean, that regard with this sort of stuff. But Stuart Broad in particular, and Tom Curran today, to a lesser extent, took it on. And I think they've obviously been working pretty hard on playing, particularly against Pat Cummins, who's bowled a lot of this short stuff. So I'm a little surprised the Aussies haven't adjusted and bowled a few more balls of length. When you've got batsmen sitting back in their crease, like Stuart Broad's back there before he bowls, get a few more up there. Give yourself a chance of getting an LBW and a bowled, and sure, still bowl the odd short one. But England have certainly worked on that sort of facing that sort of bowling, and they're making more runs as a result.
All right, well, England, because of those runs, I think nicely fired up, and Stuart Broad got straight into Cam Bancroft.
Oh, very good. Stuart Broad has played much better since the Melbourne Test match. His bowling has been faster and fuller. It's got a really good length. Cameron Bancroft's got an issue there, I reckon. He's a lot of dismissals on and around off stump, and that was a big wicket for England. I had David Warner down for 100. Watching him back today, his footwork looked really good, and he got a good one from Jimmy Anderson, a little leg cutter, went away nicely and just carried through to Johnny Bairstow.
He had a chance to do something special. Only one man, the Englishman Walter Hammond, beginning his run way back in 1928-29, has made 400s in consecutive Sydney Test matches. Warner had the chance to do that today, but he fell short of that opportunity. Some lovely stroke play from him, typical power through that cover region, but much more patience in his play in general.
Absolutely, but there was a fluency to the way he played today, so I liked about it. There was controlled aggression, as I mentioned on the coverage. He was still looking for bad balls. England have dried up his scoring in this series to date, but today looked like the David Warner of old. Lots of scoring shots, and particularly a lot of boundaries through that offside. He loves that area, sort of point through to extra cover with that slightly open face of the bat.
Well, it needed England's best bowler against Australia's devastating opening batsman to do a number on him. I want to have another look at this pitch because you've been interested in Mason Crane, and you felt for him having to bowl to 2 left-handers first up.
Never easy. I haven't seen Mason Crane bowl before today, but I like what I see. There's plenty of energy on the ball. He's got a nice bouncy, bubbly type action. He'll get a bit of turn and bounce out of this pitch, but it wouldn't have been easy to start against Khawaja and Warner, 2 left-handers, because you're always spinning into the leg side, and you can see that rough that we were just showing you there down here for me. That's outside the off stump, and if I go round and bat a bit like David Warner or Usman Khawaja, I'm thinking that he's got to get the ball outside off stump to me. That ball has got to be hitting and spinning in to hit here. A lot of the balls he bowled were probably going to go down here, which allows the batsman to work to the leg side or to work there for singles. So he's got to get the ball wider of off stump. I think they've got to have probably an extra man on the offside for Mason Crane and really convince him to bowl wide of off stump and try and hit that little bit of rough which has been created by the right arm quicks at this end.
All right, so that's a plan for Khawaja. Would you bowl him at Steve Smith straight up?
I'd love to see him bowl pretty well, if not straight after the tea break, 15 or 20 minutes after, before Steve Smith gets settled. Give him a chance against Australia's best batsman and maybe the best batsman in the world. See how he goes. I reckon it'd be great for him.
OK, 2 for 96. That is a lead still for England of 250. This final session of play is building up nicely. Jane McGrath Day at the Sydney Cricket Ground tomorrow. A special day in memory of a popular lady, a great cricketer, and now, of course, a great man raising money for such a marvellous cause, these cancer nurses. And it's become well, I suppose as special a day as there can be in the sporting calendar because it means so much in so many different ways.
Absolutely, and I love hearing Glenn talk about the day because he's not just sort of an ambassador for the McGrath Foundation. He's living it and working it on a regular basis. He knows the exact number of breast care nurses. He knows exactly where the next one will be placed, where the next one after that will be going, how much money is going to be needed to be raised to get a nurse there, and there. He's right into it, and I think that's terrific. So it's become a real network right around Australia. They do terrific work. You've only got to listen to some of the ladies who have been obviously affected by breast cancer and the sort of, I suppose, the extra special treatment they now receive because of what happened to Jane McGrath and the legacy that's been left by the McGraths.
And the Glenn McGrath journey is one that you followed right from the beginning. That skinny boy getting into the New South Wales side and ending up playing for Australia and becoming one of the most fantastic fast bowlers there have been.
Absolutely. As I say, it was a real tragedy to lose Jane. It was a wonderful person. But as I said, it's a great legacy what she's left here today. And we've now got a very good special test match to honour a great day tomorrow.
All right, Mark, thanks very much. Another short break. We'll be back here for the action. Sun, sea, sand, surf, the harbour and of course the cricket ground are all a part of the attractions that make New Year in Sydney so special. As of course does Steve Smith, whether batting or flying to his left to pull off a blinder. Mind you, for all the supernaturals of Steve Smith, there were reminders of mortality too. A couple of sitters went down as the heat and the entertainment levels soared. Wickets fell. Runs were scored. More wickets fell. And there were run-outs too. England made 346. Australia had to respond, but Cam Brancroft couldn't. Done by Broad early. Warner was on song. Then Warner went, to everybody's shock. There are 96 on the board now, and the Australians are 2 down. It's all to play for in the summer sunshine at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Waiting for us up in the commentary box to start this final session of play are Michael Clark and Michael Slater.
Thank you, Mark Nicholas. Here we go, the final session of day 2. And it's going to be very interesting to see how Khawaja progresses here. He's got 36. And he's after a big one, but we've seen in this test match a lot of starts and no one really going on. That was from the England side of things. And Smith, what can he deliver today? He's been just prolific throughout and doing amazing things, setting new standards. To be compared so often in recent times with Don Bradman says a lot, Michael Clark.
Yeah, well, numbers don't lie. His form over the last probably 3 or 4 years has been better than anybody else in the game in this format. And he won another big one. It's the hunger he's got in front of his family and friends on his home ground here at the SCG. Just starting his innings, comes in, ball's quite old. Have a look at those numbers there. And one more 100 in that last column at the SCG, and that will be a happy captain.
Yeah, it's a good single, and that's Khawaja. He's got to be busier. There's the thought that he needs to deliver more energy at the crease. It's sometimes a bit confusing with Uzi, because you know that his nature as a person is quite relaxed. He's not a flamboyant style at all. So sometimes I wonder whether he's actually feeling energised, but he just doesn't give off that.
Yeah, I think he's very relaxed, Usman Khawaja, and he doesn't need to do anything that's not natural to him. I think at the end of the day, it's about making runs. If he can keep making runs, keep getting better as a player, I don't see a problem with everyone being different. We've all got our own styles. Khawaja's a very chilled out person, but that doesn't mean he's not hungry for runs. It doesn't mean he doesn't care about making hundreds as much as Steve Smith or David Warner. A couple of 50s. He's another one who'd like to score some runs here at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
Oh, it stayed down. It was a quick movement from Smith to Pounds. It's 2 for 97. Well, Clarkie, you talk about Steve Smith, family and friends. He's got plenty of friends. Have a listen to this.
Yep, the more runs you make, the more friends you find you get. He's made plenty of runs. But yep, there it is. Same routine as always. Bit of fidgeting. Gets himself going.
Anderson continues. So I think the plight of these English bowlers with Khawaja, I think, is to keep him caught on the crease. Sometimes he does get caught in no man's land. Never really see him move a long way forward or a long way back, but if he's neutral with his weight, that's when he's caught on the crease, and if anything sort of darts away, he's a chance of edging it. And England with a chance straight after the tea time break. Not if he plays shots like that. Possibly his best of the innings.
That's his go-to, Khawaja. Anything short, he loves the pull shot. Front leg up in the air. Talk about stylish. Look at this. Beautiful. Too short from Anderson at that pace, 129 Ks. He's not going to miss out Khawaja.
Well, that takes him to 41. The good sign with this shot is that's instinct. When you play the pull or hook shot, if you're thinking about it, you can get your judgment wrong, but he's just launched into that. It wasn't too short, it was just his body and instinct reacting. So that says to me he's on. Brings up the 100 for Australia as well. So there's still 245, England's 346, but Khawaja now will be feeling very settled at the crease and wanting to convert. Jay Root operating with 2 slips and a gully and a ring on the offside. Do you think England are feeling Smith's got to be due for a failure? I think they've been thinking that for about 5 innings.
And I can tell you now, if they're thinking that, they're in deep trouble. If you're walking out the field thinking, oh, I hope this guy's going to fail because he scored runs in the last 4 games, you're in deep trouble. I would hope by now they've got some sort of plan that they can at least stick to at the start of his innings.
Yeah, well, I think they've tried every plan, haven't they? I mean, from the outset, we saw that very onside strong bowl straight theory, and that was at the Gabba. And they stuck to that for a while, and then they went offside strong. I think Joe Root's come back to the onside strong, and since then it's sort of drifted, and I don't know that they've had a definite plan.
Well, to me, if you look at where Steve Smith scored his runs, I think he scored 14 runs out of his 600 runs his series. He scored 14 through mid-off. So there's an extra fieldsman for you straight away. Get rid of a standard mid-off and use him at mid-wicket or cover. 2 for 101.
There they are, the brothers. That's good to see them sitting next to each other. A bit like Mark and Steve Waugh in the day. They used to sit next to each other, but we didn't see much conversation.
These two are besties. They get on really well.
Yeah, I can tell.
I'm actually surprised there's a chair in between them. Normally they're sitting that close to each other. Thick as thieves.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? The next man in, and that's Sean Marsh. He looks like there's some nervous energy there. He's pretty focused, trying to chill.
And Mitch Marsh having a little coffee there as well, so he's got his thigh pad on. So if I'm Sean, I'm giving him a bit of a kick, saying you don't need that thigh pad on. You can take that off and just relax. You want to get out there and make 100, you've got plenty of time to waste.
There we go. There. He's a character. I want to go back to him when he's next in and see if he does that. That's very funny.
He's a beauty, Mitch Marsh. Prankster, jokester. Look at him. He'll be taking the mickey out of his brother as well, saying, you got to make some today.
Good use of the feet. There's always a real advantage. If you can skip down, he's got the low full toss then. And hasn't wasted it. So he's not far away from that 50.
This is really good batting from Khawaja. Look to move his feet all innings to Ali. Once again, quick on the feet, down the pitch, gets it on the full. The placement is perfect.
Well, that's why the skip down. If you're comfortable doing it, if the youngsters are watching and wonder what the value of using your feet to a spinner is all about, it's for that reason. You can turn what would be a full-length ball hitting the pitch into a low full toss. And then you can hit it with a lot of force and you can turn it into a very strong scoring option. Tight field, but was able to place it through. So, good one for the Aussies. 5 from it. It's 2 for 106 now. So most runs for Australia. That's in an Ashes series, and what a surprise. Don Bradman's on top. Even a bigger surprise that Mark Taylor's number 2. No, that was 89. That was an incredible series for left-handed opener. 839 runs. That was in 6 test matches back then. Then Don a couple of times, and Steve Smith at 608 is climbing that ladder. It's a phenomenal summer for him, and he's got this innings and possibly another one. If Australia bat for a couple of days, it might be only batting once, but 608 runs is exceptional. Yeah, I think the big thing about his game is the way he's been able to create scoring options all the way around the ground now. He was probably a little limited to onside at the start, but his game has really expanded.
Yeah, he plays the whole way around the ground. You can see here that mid-off is the area, and I think for 14 runs England can sacrifice that fieldsman. So a standard field to Steve Smith, in my opinion, is not necessarily the right way to go about things. I think you can use that guy from mid-off, where you can see that 14-run zone, put him further on, put him at cover where there's a, you know, the offside 166 runs, or on the onside at mid-wicket 123 runs. But at the moment, in the 5th test of this series, England have still got a standard field. They've still got Stuart Broad standing at mid-off, Steve Smith. So that tells me a couple of things. One, they enjoy watching him bat like we do, or they're not learning. They keep doing the same things. You're going to keep getting the same results. I'd like to see him be a catcher on the offside. You know, put him in here somewhere for a catch. Put him at mid-wicket here for a catch. But at the moment, with only 14 runs being scored through that mid-off area, I just think he's wasted.
Well, they do all that analysis, don't they? They've got all the programs and all the scoring graphs, and surely they've noticed the lack of runs through a genuine mid-off.
And the other thing it does, it'll surprise Steve Smith. He'll be thinking, no mid-off, I haven't seen that in my career. Something completely different to anything I've ever experienced. So now I might, if there's no fieldsman there, I'm going to try and hit the ball there. And if he's good enough to do that, I always thought with a batsman, Graham Smith was a good example. Wonderful player, found ways to score runs, but if he was going to make 100 through cover, then I was a happy captain, because that was the least likely position he wanted to hit the ball. Most uncomfortable position for him to score because of his backlift, because of his stance. So I'd leave a gap at cover and say, go for it. If you score 100 through cover, I'll stand and applaud. And I think England, especially the series is over, they've got nothing to lose. Today's a great time to take mid-off out, use him somewhere else and say, Steve Smith, there you go. If you're good enough to get 100 through that area, I'll stand and clap.
And Steve being Steve, he'd do something with his initial movement to try and open that up, wouldn't he? It's good pressure here from Anderson. And it's 10 overs, 1 for 17 for him. It's 2 for 107. Moeen Ali continuing, and we're seeing a lot of pink in the crowd already. It's become the pink test match. Tomorrow is a very special day that we look forward to every year in honour of Jane McGrath, such a beautiful lady. And as tragic as it was, so much good has come with this McGrath Foundation in honour of Jane. And 10 years this test match has been associated, as that one has been swept into bat pad. Not often you see Steve Smith play a sweep shot.
There's something different. Ooh, fortunately that's hit the pad. Save Stoneman's shin there, because he's hit it out of the middle.
So there's a couple of catches on the offside. One just off the pitch, that one straight to the other man, which is more an extra cover position. And prior to the break, I'm sure, was trying to lift one over the top and got a bit close to the ball, so he was unable to get under it, and it just missed the man off the pitch. Like that, this time, execution is better. Khawaja skipping down, hitting a maximum, and that's 50. That's the third of the summer. And he's been in good order today. It's not been full-flowing, but it's been secure, good in defence. And he has presented another fantastic opportunity to get the 3 figures.
Yeah, very good, Usman Khawaja. Nice and patient in defence. Look to take Ali again, and this time it comes out of the middle. He gets a maximum. He's halfway, brings up the 50. He's looked good. I like that intent from Khawaja. I think that's the way he plays his best cricket, against the spin. Down the pitch, good swing of the bat. A shout of catch, but hit that beautifully.
And he gets the short one. So how often do you see that? Down the deck, and then you get the short one to cut. 2 for 114. Let's have a look at this dancing footwork, the key to batting. And just leaning back a little bit so he can get the elevation. This has to be a bit short of the pitch so he can get under it. And I reckon he tried one of them before the break and just got a bit close to the ball. That time it was perfect. Magic stroke. So Tom Curran in his second test match. It was a fair debut down there at the MCG, obviously a massive occasion for him, and batted quite well this morning. This slidey sort of bowler, that's 130k. He's a shortish man with sliding action, so it's not going to skip up too much.
So what he does have, good change of pace. We saw at the MCG, a couple of those out of the back of the hand, slow ball. I just think the Smith early, it might be worth, particularly with his field, man on the wicket, catching mid-wicket. He's got a couple of guys in front of Steve Smith waiting for a catch. I think a bit of change of pace could be a good ploy. Yeah, different action, angle end. So he's going to attack the stumps to the right-handed batsman. And quite short, so if he gets him on the pads, unlikely it's going to go over the top. So if he aims straight at Steve Smith's front pad, look to get him LBW. I think you're going to see him bowl nice and straight at that pace, 130 Ks.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at what the ploy is from Joe Root at the moment. It's a very interesting field. It's an aggressive field on the onside. But he's really saying to Curran, you can bowl tight or a little bit wider. Just have a look at the aggressive nature of the field. So we've got the 2 slips, and then you've got the ring through the offside, but the catch is here. So that's for the tight line, that again for the flick, and then the man pushed back a little bit deep, and then there's a man out here as well. But it's not completely packed to one side, so there's a little bit of room for error there. But it's a bit confused as well with the 2 slips. I dare say second slip will come out fairly quickly if there's not the outside edge.
Yeah, what I like is that it's straight. It's a straight field, so he's asking his bowler to bowl straight at the stumps, and he wants the batsman, if he wants to hit a boundary, he's got to play it squarer. So there's more risk in Steve Smith trying to hit the ball at the square leg umpire versus hit it straight back down the ground, especially if the bowler can execute and bowl that straight line, middle and off line. I don't mind it. That's where he wants to be, right there. Steve Smith wants to hit that for a boundary. He's got to play square of the wicket, and that'll bring in LBW. But he doesn't. Steve Smith, that's the hardest thing with such a good batsman. He's so patient. He's happy to block that ball and sweat on a bad ball, wait for a short one or wait for some width. That's the challenge. Who's going to give in first?
And straight to the man. So good lines there from Curran. A good start. Only 2 from it. And that was an outside edge. 2 for 116. Oh, that's what's going on out the back. That is in members reserve. The little fella, he's got the grey nick, and look who's keeping. Mum! Good effort.
Mum's in front of the stumps. She's got to get behind the stumps.
Oh, and then there's...
Yes!
It's all going on out there. Gee, they're energised. It's the adults.
It's nearly a falcon there.
Mason Crane on debut. And always exciting when a leggy is introduced into Test cricket. It's a good start, and probably worth a shout as well.
Missed the line. Michael Slater might have got himself outside the line.
Joe Root's really serious about wanting to go upstairs, but then convinced otherwise. And I think it came from Crane. I think it was the advice from the bowler. So nice rest. Shane Warne said he's enjoying what he's doing. Maybe just the line, it just turned too much as well. Good sign though. There's a bit of grip there. He's got that bat pad and 1 slip. Some good turn again.
Brilliant start, mate.
Yeah, there's enough there. He's got to get it a fraction wider outside off. Here's the ball. 2 balls ago, the appeal. Missing leg stump. So good decision from the on-field umpire. Good decision from Joe Root not to review.
Yeah, good use of the feet there. It's a no ball on this occasion. So he's overstepped the mark, which is unusual. It's not often you see no ball from a spinner. That one really gripping and missed the stumps. But he's asking questions. And I think that's what Shane Warne was saying. We're seeing a really straight line, sort of pitching middle. And he's probably better served to get that outside off, turning back into middle and off. Trying to get Khawaja driving through the offside.
I think that line's good if it's not spinning, because you're attacking the stumps, you're looking for LBWs. But while there's a bit of spin, I think he's got to get it a fraction wider. Spin back in to hit off stump. He's got enough protection on the offside. Get Khawaja looking to cover drive.
Yeah, more that line. Probably just a little bit too short, but that's better. Get it outside off, turning back in. That's when you can get a big turner, clam down on it inside edge to bat pad.
Oh, you want Khawaja cover driving as well. You want to look to bowl him through the gate. That's what you're trying to do, spinning it back in.
Oh, there's the cover drive. It was just over-pitched on that occasion. Oh, that'll be 4. Touching the rope, touching the ball. That will be a boundary, and Khawaja will move to 55. And he's making the most of those loose deliveries. It's this touch right here. There we go. Yep, that'll be 4.
We've got a bit of grass moon on the face as well.
So it's 2 for 1, 2-1. Good effort though. Khawaja 55, looking good. And he's followed the Warner 56, so can he be the one to go on and get that lone 100 at this stage? 2 for 1, 2-1, change in the commentary. Shane Warne, and here's Bill Laurie.
Thank you, Michael Swader. Conditions perfect for batting. Smith 8, Khawaja 55. 2 spin from the Randwick end and medium pace from the members' end. Nicely played into the gap, soft hands down the hill it goes. I just wonder whether they should have a main striker on where you've got Smith still taking his time, just working the ball around, moves to 10. Curran, the second test match, learning the craft, but you want to get the best batsman in the world, I think you need your best bowlers.
Good afternoon, Bill Laurie. Good day, everyone. Yeah, I agree with that, Bill. I think Tom Curran's a good worker. He tries hard. Jimmy Anderson's just come off a spell, but Stuart Broad hasn't bowled since 20-3. Only bowled 7 overs so far in this innings. He struck early, knocked over Bancroft with a beauty, knocked him over through the gate. Good time for your senior bowler to come in and bowl a good spell and knock over the Australian captain, or get rid of Khawaja, open it up with the Marsh brothers. It's a good batting surface, as Bill Laurie says, so you need your best bowlers bowling.
Two slips in the gully. He needs it, captain. He's got to get a wicket. Got to break this, get in the middle order. 2 for 124. They're well placed, Australia, but 2 quick wickets. It's anybody's game. England all out for 346. Khawaja looking very solid.
And it's as good as he looks through this series. I think he's looked a bit busier. There's what's to come. Still a lot of batting for Australia. Sean Marsh, Mitchell Marsh, then Tim Payne, who's played some good cameos in this series so far. He's been tidy behind the stumps, but he's made some good contributions down there at number 7. Mitchell Marsh, we know, he made a big 100 in Perth, 180. Sean Marsh has played well through the whole series. Big 100 in Adelaide. And as Bill Laurie said, there are moments in matches where you just got to grab the game by the scruff of the neck. And at 2 for 124, Australia 222 behind. But now's a good time with the captain only on 11. He's faced 22 deliveries. Good time to bring on a strike bowler and try and knock him over cheaply. Or get rid of Khawaja, who's set, and then open an end up. Mason Crane's bowled 6 overs. He looks pretty good, actually, on debut. So there's a bit happening out there.
Sarah bowled 2 for 124. Beautiful afternoon. We've come to see the best batsman in the world, Steve Smith. He's not nearly taken over yet. He's just pacing himself as he's done all summer early on, 11 off 22. And for Crane, in regulation field. He's pushing point back, I'm not sure about that. Kawaja took a half a pace. It's not a great runner between the wickets. The captain was looking for one. Whoops, sorry, captain.
Yeah, we're just giving Kawaja a rap about how he looks a bit busier when you're batting with Captain Smith.
Very good,
Who's made 615 runs in this series. Who's a live wire, wants to rotate the strike, and he's very busy. You've got to be on your toes. So Kawaja really needs to be backing up and ready for Smith.
Some of the old footage we've been showing throughout the Test series of Bradman running between the wickets. Very quick, changed the bat at the right time. Occasionally he would turn blind when it was an easy three, but a very good runner between the wickets, and all the great players do run well. Warner's very quick between the sticks. There's a pressure on the fielding side all the time. The man defending in the deep, just a single.
Been pretty impressed with Mason Crane so far, Bill. I think he's bowled quite well. Only into his, 6.4 overs. He's got none for 20. A little bit straight to the left-handers at times. But on the whole, I think he's bowled pretty well.
Big ask, you're down 3-0 and you throw a young lad in. There's opposition well on top. But at least it's the pitch where there's some turn. And I just think for Kawaja here, it should be a leg slip rather than a bat pad, and put the man at square leg a little bit deeper for the sweep. That would have gone somewhere around the corner rather than bat pad. Over bowled. 2 for 126. Sydney cricket ground at its best. Anderson steady again. Broad bowled well early on. Ali's having a tough tour. Just can't pick up the wicket he needs. Knocked it down. I don't think it was a catch, but it was well stopped. Just a single. Drew him into the drive. Was quite wide.
All along the carpet, I think, Bill. Straight into the ground. It's a good stop. I think it might have saved a boundary. Curran's bowling a decent pace, 135. Not much on offer for him. As Bill Laurie said, it's good batting conditions at the moment here in Sydney. The one thing that Tom Curran has got, he does mix up a few things. He can bowl a good slower ball. He can bowl a few cross seamers. One of those little spells he needs to do.
Watching Steve Smith, I've seen him all summer, but really you got to bowl as if he's taking out on off stump, because that's where he's at when you deliver the ball. He gets so far. I've never seen anybody get so far across. Kenny Barrington was a bit like this, but Smith goes so early, he's got you covered. If you're looking for slips to come into play, you need to be just a fraction wider and fuller. He's got everything behind the line, head over the ball, and the full face of the bat. The old-timers said that when Bradman came out to Bill Ponsford in particular, so when Bradman came out to bat, he'd go get a single off the first ball and spend the first 10 or 15 minutes at the non-striker's end picking up the conditions and the light and then cutting loose. Smith's a bit like that. Doesn't hurry, just works the ball around. Complete control of his game.
There's a lot of talk about, Steve Smith and what makes him so good. He has got an unusual technique, as Bill Laurie's talking about. But there's a couple of things. One, he's obviously got a lot of skill and a lot of talent. Two, he's got a very good eye. But what he does better than probably most is pick up the length of the ball so quickly. You couldn't have that technique if you couldn't pick up the length of the ball so quickly from the batsman. It's like they're bowling underarms to him. He's got so much time, no matter what the delivery. So that ability sets him apart from everyone else.
That's a tidy over. 2 for 127.
It's the second time.
Welcome back. It's Ian Healy at the Combank Analyzer.
Thanks, Bill. Well, are we spotting some improvements in the energy levels of Usman Khawaja? In Melbourne, we hoped that he'd come in and bat in a really intense way and really put some pressure back on the bowlers, but he didn't. You have a look at his head after playing and missing. Playing and missing's fine, but he's just all full of thought and anxiety, and it's looking like laziness, but it's not. That's just his laid-back nature. So Adelaide, it hasn't been a series that's all been easy for him. He's really had some tough batting conditions to get through. Have a look at this. And he was doing really, really well this particular evening. He made 20 of the hardest fought runs he'll ever have. He was getting some unbelievable deliveries there. And so this series hasn't been totally easy for him. But today, I think his energy levels are going pretty well. He was getting bogged down a little bit around the late 20s tonight, today, but at 57, he's now looking much more energetic. He's really taking it to the bowlers, and they're starting to feel it. This partnership between he and Smith could be a good one.
Ian Healy is always spot on. Mason Crane to continue.
Don't say that about Mark Taylor, Bill.
Or even I can do a zoom.
Very good, nice.
Well played.
Good, Mace.
I think that was the keeper making a catch out of a half volley.
Frivolous. Just looking at Mason Crane, we're talking about where he's bowled to left-handers. There's a lot of balls there that are full and it's in a good length. But I'm worried just about the line of those deliveries. With how he's bowling. I think that's a bit too straight. Back live. So just having a look at that last shot from Khawaja, the left-handers, it wasn't easy for Mason Crane to come on when two left-handers were set. David Warner's a dangerous player and Khawaja was in. But if you look at the map about how straight those deliveries are, the ball is spinning a fair bit, and there's not many deliveries that are out where that green delivery you can see in the full area. That's where the ball should be, around there. A good distance outside the off stump, encouraging the drive, trying to bowl him through the gate. And then also what that means is the batsman is not sure what's spinning and what's not. So if he's trying to drive the ball, you get a little bit of natural variation, and some can go straight on, some can spin back. But where that green ball is at full, which is a boundary, because it's a fraction wide, but just to the left of that is where you should see a lot of balls between the good and full, and just left of that green ball. It's all just a bit too straight.
Cuts well, cuts late. It's going to be a photo finish. And well done, well picked up. Oh, Smith's again. It's the fourth time today he went to turn and went down. Fine shot, that.
Yeah, the wide delivery. Khawaja's not going to miss out on that. He's now on 60 off 127 deliveries. Just a fraction wide.
Oh, just short of him. Over bowl, 2 for 131.
Yes, mate, it's you. You're holding up the game. Sit down.
Good crowd in again. Smith hasn't cut loose yet. He's 13 off 33. Well fielded.
No, we've said it through most of the summer. When you look at the England field, you look at the England bowlers, and you work out, you can generally get an idea of how they're trying to get the batsman out. And just looking at this field, there's only 2 slips, there's no gully, but there's a catching man on the pitch, and there's a catching mid-wicket there, right there. So they're obviously trying to bowl straight and see if Smith wants to flick anything in the air. He's pretty strong off his pads.
Talked about Mason Crane, but 26 years ago on this day, Shane Warne got his first Test wicket. Ravi Shastri. There he comes. Have a look at that, carrying a bit of weight too, wasn't he? There goes Shastri. Magnificent score, and it's Dean Jones. He's in it. Good on you, Dino. It's been wonderful years since then. In and out of the commentary box. Well done. Well done at point.
Yeah, it was 26 years ago. Bill, thanks for reminding me how long ago that was. It always brings back great memories coming here to the Sydney Cricket Ground. Played my first Test match here, as you saw, back in the season of 91-92. And then played my last one here in 2007. Great place to play cricket here in Sydney. 1 for 150, and it was a sigh of relief when Dean Jones caught that at 1 for 150. And you talk about might have been carrying a few extra pounds there. I was made to have a haircut too. I had a pretty good mullet back then, but I had an extra couple of inches on that mullet that Bob Simpson asked me to cut, so I had to cut it off. Still thought I was rocking one of those. Look. Still thought I was rocking the mullet though. There you go, look at that. Whew.
If my memory's correct, you dropped a caught and bowl too.
That's correct, off my own volley. 66 Ravi Shastri. He went on to make 206.
Most of them off you. No, it was a wonderful innings by Ravi and the start of a great career. Over bowled, 2 for 131. Now England need a wicket. Smith's not cutting loose. He's 13 off 38. You paid your money to see the greatest batsman in the world. He's having a restful weekend so far coming up for him. He's just waiting, very patient. Khawaja, almost a catch. Well done at that pad.
Crane's bowling pretty well, even though he's a bit too straight. Khawaja's looking to get after him a little. He just can't quite get him away. Khawaja, what's he? 60 off 129 deliveries. Mason Crane just starting to give him a bit of a fizz.
There he goes. He does that well. Very well indeed. Good use of the feet. Took him on. There's nothing wrong with that. The spinner's thrown it up. And went straight at him and hit it as clean as a whistle.
Yeah, well played, Khawaja. As I said, the ball previously, you can sense that Khawaja wanted a piece of Mason Crane. He was down the deck the previous delivery, and then that delivery got him. Just right in the right spot for him. Nice swing of the bat. Didn't try and overhit it. And what I've seen of Mason Crane, Bill, and speaking to Mason Crane, that won't faze him. There's a lot of young spinners that you see fire the next one in and lose a bit of heart when they get hit. Mason Crane will keep coming. That's the one good characteristic he's got about him.
Another thing is too, he seems to be enjoying it. You know, the fact that he's playing it on a big oval in front of a full house almost, he threw it up there and hit that beautifully, Khawaja. Right off the meat of the bat. That's a good straight hit. Involved, he picks up a single.
That single brings up the 50 partnership between these two off 91 deliveries. A good delivery, that last one. He's not afraid to keep flighting the ball. He drew Khawaja down the pitch again and just dipped on him a little. Excellent bowling. He hasn't pushed any fielders back, which I like as well. He's still inviting the batsman to take him downtown.
Very good, Mace. Nice, Mace. Good, bud. Good cookie.
Well fielded. It's 2 for 136. Good partnership, 2 for 136. It's Michael Vaughan, Ian Huey and Mark Nicholas take up the commentary.
Thanks, Bill. Nice to see Usman Khawaja beginning to play freely. He's very good, skipping down to the spinners and smashing them back over his head. It's a go-to shot for him against spin. Be an idea to try to change the angles a bit, put one back and see what his answer is. Tom Curran bounding in at fast medium, not getting much out of the surface as yet. That's the best length, right there. Just get the batsman half forward.
Yeah, there's not a great deal through the air for the seam bowlers. Jimmy Anderson produced that magic ball to get rid of Warner. I just wonder if it's worth Joe Root just bowling himself. Saw him get David Warner in Melbourne. He's got a nice knack of getting some good wickets. He's got 17 test match wickets. Maybe worth him just having a roll himself.
I like the fact that Root has kept in those attackers, 2 slips and a gully, even though Khawaja is on 65. Three in the cover ring, although as Steve Smith had the extra covers quite close, or not sort of nearly a man on the drive there. Obviously the ball isn't coming onto the bat as much as the stroke makers would like.
There's nothing through the air for the seam bowlers. There's no seam. We've seen Tom Curran try and bowl one of those back of the hand slow balls to Steve Smith. He didn't quite get it right, but I'd like to see him try a few more of those.
This morning's news is this afternoon's hat. Very hot in that sun now and forecast to get hotter this weekend. If you're in the Brawongle or the members areas, the ladies and the famous old members pavilion, you're all right. You get shade at this time of day, but anywhere else, apart from the very top of the Victor Trumper, is exposed. So they're the good areas. That's relatively cool. But over there, you sure feel it.
Yeah, the Barmy Army in that section on that bottom tier, they'll be baking.
Been a good buzz all day and all match. There invariably is here. The rhythm has been very similar to the England innings. Round about the same scoring rate at this stage, up to sort of the 50 over mark. A couple of wickets down, bowlers having to work very hard at keeping things tidy and organised. It's been a series a bit like that. Very few batsmen have broken free, with the obvious exception of Steve Smith in the middle of one of his 300s. But very few batsmen have really grabbed the game by the scruff of the neck, shaking it about. That's pretty good over from Tom Curran. It's 2 for 136. Complete sellout tomorrow. Just amazing demand for tickets. That Jane McGrath Day has such interest on so many levels. People have become part of almost a cult event. I'm surprised if anybody doesn't have some pink on their attire somewhere. And of course the branding all around the ground, and the players pink, baggy pinks I suppose we call them. That's where Steve Smith's good, those strong wrists, making something of nothing. I've seen very few batsmen who combine orthodoxy and unorthodoxy so easily as Steve Smith. All these little fidgets and flaps and idiosyncrasies, and yet in his back foot play there's a lot of old virtues, playing the ball late, manoeuvring the pace of the ball well, and suddenly he'll burst out into invention and inspiration.
Just checking, Usman Khawaja is aware that square leg, deep square leg has just moved 15 metres. Left of screen, out there. Crane around the wicket.
Yeah, this makes sense. Just about to say that there's enough rough on a line about a foot outside off stump. There, and immediately a problem is caused. And that's why you keep changing angles and lines and using natural variations.
Yeah, did Joe Root change his position enough? He's going round the wicket. It's angling in. We'll see where Bairstow's gloves were. They had the ball covered, yes, and then where's first slip? He's very wide. You can see the footmarks of Steve Smith yesterday.
Yeah, usually once the bowler comes around the wicket to a left-hander, the slip would come a little narrower. He'd be wider if he was spinning away from the bat, of course, but he's spinning into the bat primarily. And we touched on this before play this morning with Ian Healy, and Ian Chappell was with us trying to replicate the catch that Steve Smith dropped yesterday. Full start from Mason Crane.
He's done that a lot, and it's footing. It is the surface that's causing it, not the ball in the hand. Nearly his first wicket. So check those white marks up there at leg slip, and in relation to where Joe Root's standing when the catch went begging.
Oh, he's struggling there. He's really struggling suddenly, Mason Crane. 2 full starts, a big high full toss. Just slipped out of his rhythm. Definitely not happy. Wasn't happy to release the ball, and then not happy when releasing it. Real test of character. Now a little short. So Joe Root needs a chat with him. Just settle him down. He's got to slow everything down. Take a 3-second chill. We can now have a 3-minute chill between overs. 2 for 145. We'll need to make a change to Stuart Broad, replacing Tom Curran. And I wonder what England's tactics will be. Fielders are already set back leg side. Various tactics to Steve Smith in this series. Broad's bowled very well. He's bowled a bit quicker in these 2 test matches, Melbourne and Sydney, than he did in the first part of the tour, and definitely bowled a fuller length.
Warney's predicting short stuff.
Well, you look at the field, there's a wide fine leg, there's a deep square leg, there's a mid-wicket put in place. You'd think it's going to be straight, and I would think primarily it'd be full, but with the odd short sharp ball. Pretty much got all bases covered here. There's a couple of slips as well.
Tough over that last one for Mason Crane, wasn't it? Yeah, a couple of withdrawals. He couldn't get comfortable. He was making out as if it was his feet slipping somewhere in his run-up, or maybe on delivery. Did well to hang on to the ball if that was the case. Yesterday, let's have a look where Steve Smith's standing, straddling that white mark in between his 2 feet. Very wide foot stance as well. Now, Joe Root today, we'll have a look. He's gone even wider than that. And he's been left begging there because Mason Crane came round the wicket, angled in. Joe Root could have come even finer of those foot marks of Steve Smith's.
Well, in our feature this morning before play, Joe Root is now where Ian Chappell said that he would stand for an off-spinner, bowling around the wicket, spinning away from the bat. That's how wide he would want to be. But I think you'd be narrower for someone spinning into the bat from around the wicket.
So that's Steve Smith's right foot there. That's his left foot mark. Joe Root probably needs to tighten up and come in there a little bit more, with the angle that Mason Crane's created there, and the possibility of it spinning or sliding.
I mean, that did go unusually fine, and with a very open blade and very late. It wasn't what you might call a typical edge. And he was almost guiding.
Yeah, have a look. Yes, have a look how he plays it. His whole body goes with it, Usman Khawaja. He's right around. It's a weird defensive shot, very, very defensive.
Yeah, I don't think we're saying that Root could have been in the perfect position to take that catch, but that there may be an argument for him moving a foot to his right.
And he did the next ball. He did. He got on the marks of Steve Smith, not inside them, but at least he got on them. He just like swatting a fly, that, wasn't it? That's a good short ball.
It's possibly just a little bit too high, but you just look at Steve Smith. He's 19 from 49 already. He just never changes. We've seen this all series. He's got the same process, the same thought process. Changes his movements every now and again, but he just looks like he's got all the time in the world to play the strokes, get out of the way of the short balls.
It's a missile, but it's like a mosquito. Two for 145.
Mason Crane just had a difficult last over, and Stuart Broad's had a long chat with Joe Root in between overs. Crane has reappeared. He went off the field briefly. I got the impression that Broad was encouraging Root to continue with Crane. Crane's gone and he must have changed his boots, I think. Have a different sprig in there, maybe. I don't know whether he goes to flats or something, but maybe it was a grip thing. Well, what a risky shot. Usman Khawaja,
And I'm all for innovation. I'm all for taking the opponent's on, but I just think this is a risk that Khawaja just doesn't need to take. He's played beautifully. And you've got a young leg spinner. He's just seen bowl a full toss to his captain. Clearly he's just struggling for rhythm somewhat. I just don't think you need to be taking that kind of risk.
It's the place to bowl him. That's a beautiful leg spinner. So we know all's well with Mason Crane. Keep pitching him there.
Well, and the leg spinner is so important for England against Steve Smith. Yasir Shah's had him out 6 times in Test cricket. An average of just 41 against leg spin.
A mere 41, eh?
Yeah, but that's poor for Steve Smith. He's into the 70s.
The great thing about this is it just drifts in a bit. It means that Steve Smith is directing that defensive stroke to mid-on. I don't think there's any bat involved. I really don't. There was a shout of catch it, suggesting that there was an opportunity, but
Mason Crane runs straight up the pitch, then lands on the footmarks. Was it glove on the way out? Were they going to clean them up?
That's the question, isn't it? As it runs up, there could be glove there.
One of them had to bail out of that. Both men bailed out thinking they were going to take each other out. It's enthusiasm though, it's good.
It's all right, Joe, no rush, no stroke offered, so no run taken. I think Joe wanted to make sure it didn't get to the boundary.
Have a look at his positioning, Joe Root in slip. He's gone on to Steve Smith's footmarks. His right foot is on Steve's white one. He might go finer, even a touch more.
Oh, there's the wrong one too. Oh, the box of tricks. Fascinating cricket at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Drinks break too. It's 2 for 147. The Toyota Good for Cricket raffle is the largest grassroots cricket program in Australia. It raises over $1.7 million, and that number is anticipated to soar past the 2 million mark at the end of the season. Toyota started the program to support the game at all levels and to help ensure that anyone who wanted to play had the opportunity, whether young or old, boys or girls. Tickets are just $5. Prizes are all provided by Toyota. Of course, they are vehicles, signed memorabilia, exclusive clinics with an Australian cricket legend and many other items. 100% of all proceeds from the ticket sales go straight back to the club selling them. Fantastic initiative. For more information or to get involved, have a look at toyota.com.au/cricket. That's toyota.com.au/cricket. The Toyota Good for Cricket raffle already raised over 1.7 million and will be touching on 2 million. Helping everybody to play. Oh, wide of slipped. The moment goes Smith's way.
And just at the minute, the England captain is in the game for catching reasons. Seen that one go past him at first slip to Mason Crane. And now one goes past him to his right off Stuart Broad. It's a little carrot dangle.
Well, we're on the brink of a piece of history now. Stuart Broad won't like it. Steve Smith is surely aware of this. He is 2 runs away from being the second fastest man ever to 6,000 Test match runs. Behind, of course, Sir Donald Bradman, who's way ahead of anybody, but he's about to go, assuming he doesn't get out here, he's about to go alongside Gary Sobers. So Bradman top, 68 innings to get to 6,000 runs. 111 innings for Sobers, also knighted. Smith has gone ahead of Walter Hammond and Kumar Sangakkara, Len Hutton, Ken Barrington. They're the others. They're 116. Hammond 114 innings. Smith is playing his 100th and 111th Test match innings here, and he needs 2 to get to 6,000 Test match runs. Just to remind you how far ahead of everything Bradman is, he did it in 68 innings.
Sangakkara stands out there for me. 116 innings. He was a wicketkeeper for a lot of the start of his career, and he had a habit of getting out in the 30s, 40s and 50s. So he's certainly in the last sort of 60 of those 116 innings, he made the most of his talent.
There's one of them. Now he's level. Yes, Sangakkara, but I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying averaged up in the early 70s once he gave up the gloves full-time rather than sort of dabble with the gloves, and also interestingly averaged close to the same home and away. Something like early mid-50s away from home and about 57 overall. Yeah, 67 when he was not keeper, but that doesn't take into account the fact that he sort of sometimes did and sometimes didn't, but he really became a very special batsman. Quite a special guy, actually, in a lot of ways. A much admired and much respected cricketer. Here's a field change now. A leg gully to go with mid-wicket and mid-on, and deep backward square leg. 2 slips, England still looking to attack. Khawaja has 69.
Yeah, I'm liking this from Stuart Broad. That pace of 138.3, that's good wheels for Stuart Broad. A nice carry through to Johnny Bairstow. I like these tactics, just trying to get into the mind of the batsman. Just a hint of movement back into Khawaja, that last delivery. Stuart Broad's running in here with the ball in his left hand, so he thinks the ball's just starting to reverse swing. He's trying to hide the ball for as long as possible. And then right at the last minute, he's switching it from his left hand to his right hand. He's hiding that ball. He's got the seam in place. He puts it in position. And right at the last minute, just so Khawaja can't get any kind of visual of the shiny side. And the last 2 balls have just come back in just slightly.
Two for 152. With Steve Smith on the edge of something pretty special. Ian Chappell and Mark Taylor take over the commentary.
Thank you, Mark Nicholas. Great opportunity to do it as well. Field well spread. Here's Crane. Oh, it's short. That'll do. No big cheer from the crowd, as you'd expect. They're unaware of that. 6,000 runs now for Steve Smith in Test match cricket. The equal second fastest, or the fewest innings to that milestone. Alongside Gary Sobers now. 111 innings, for 6,000 Test match runs.
Been pretty tidy from the young leg spinner Mason Crane so far. The only real loose balls he's bowled have been to Steve Smith on the way to that 6,000. One big full toss.
He's now the youngest Australian, Ricky Ponting, to that figure, and he played alongside Sir Garfield Sobers. Tribelli, he was a fair player.
Yeah, it was good fun playing for South Australia alongside him. Not so much fun playing against him when he was with the West Indies. And the World 11, he also played against us. He got 254 in one innings. He could really play. 28 years, 217 days for Steve Smith. Just ahead of Ricky Ponting. Ponting would have started earlier. I reckon Ricky was pretty young when he started for Australia. I reckon he went to the academy when he was about 16.
Well, there was talk about taking Ricky Ponting to England in '93. I don't know how old he would have been then, but I was thinking about 19 maybe. Maybe 20. 2 for 154.
And brings up the 100. The first of the Ashes summer, and how appropriate.
Magnificent performance by Steve Smith.
Here you go, there it is, look at that.
The second double target. 23rd Test 100. Superb concentration. Great entertainer.
I was choking in the ground, with my wing up in the cloud, feeling like
It's been a great summer. There's no doubt that for Steve Smith. Playing well personally. The team 3-0 up in the Ashes series. Good place to be. Also got 300s in this Ashes series. Chance to get to get to 4, which would also equal an Ashes record. 4 in a series. It's all happening for him.
That's probably an indication of how invincible he's been in this series. You're talking about him getting a 4th 100 and he's 26.
That's right, he's 74, chaps. He's in now. 630 runs. Oh, and an edge. Oh, it's through. Now that would have carried to the keeper. Johnny Bairstow had to go, so it wasn't going to make it to Alistair Cook, I don't think, at first slip. Just as we talk about him making 100, he gives it a tough chance, but definitely a chance.
Good delivery. It was just out of reach of Bairstow. He certainly went for it. Went quite wide and didn't carry to first slip. Bairstow did everything he could do and was just out of reach. Good, looked like a leg cutter from Broad. Just rolled the fingers on it.
That's what he does so well, Steve Smith. Even when he plays an errant shot there, he plays it with such a dead bat, the ball doesn't fly. You think Day-2 at Sydney, you reckon that would carry the ball. I suppose it's 53 overs old. It's getting a bit soft and pitch is getting older, I suppose, but he doesn't go hard at the ball. No run! He tends to play it so late and almost with a dead bat that those edges don't seem to fly.
Bairstow went a long way. It was just out of his reach, and as you see, didn't quite carry to Cook.
That's good stuff from Stuart Broad. He's bowled well. So much better the last couple of Test matches. A lot fuller, just a hint of movement.
And his pace has been even better than it was in Melbourne. Pace was right down for the WACA match in Perth, but he's been mid-130s and above pretty well right throughout this innings.